Oh, hello? Test, test. Test, 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 test. Test, 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 test. Test, test, test. Okay, there we go. Oh my god. All right. 1 minute. Oh my god. I don't know how it got messed up like that, but I think it's good. Hey, Roxy, saw you in chat. Yeah, I'd be happy to have you come on if you are free. I know you said you're. We can hear you. That's good. Hello, Miss Roxy.
Yeah, so my flight got in today, and then my body said, "You're not going to go out today again." So now I'm not going out again today. So I'm free all day.
Incredible. All right, you want to tell us? I was going to start with some Israel updates, but I got a little bit delayed, and I have a panel in 40 minutes. So,
Okay.
do you want to start with some DSA related Palestine update, perhaps?
Did you want to inform me what you wanted me to talk about? Because I forget.
I guess just what is some of the work that various DSA chapters are doing? What is the work that people who support Palestine can do?
Yeah, so contrary to what you will see on Twitter, a lot of DSA orgs are doing a lot of really good work. A lot of organizations are planning rallies to their local representatives related to Palestine. A lot of them are coordinating with other organizations to phone bank or raise donations. My particular chapter, which I will not name, is currently organizing an event upcoming. If any of you lovely viewers are curious what your local groups are doing, I encourage you to go to their Twitter accounts and ignore the retweets. The retweets are sometimes kind of jackassy, but look for whatever events your local groups are doing. If you don't know what your local one is, you can go to the DSA website and input your zip code, and it'll tell you what local groups you have. And I believe that you have information about a phone banking event that anyone who is interested in participating in can do. So you know more of the details than I do. But yeah. It's really frustrating because even like Denver DSA, the one that like the fucking like neolibs were like ragging on, their statement wasn't that bad actually, and in fact they promoted multiple sort of like events afterwards, pro-Palestine causes. So I strongly encourage anyone who has heard bad things about the DSA to actually look at what like their local orgs are doing, because a lot of them are doing really good work, and I'm really proud of the work that I've done with mine, and the work that a lot of my friends are doing with their respective chapters, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Let me speak to this real briefly. So Roxy's talking about how some DSA statements had been really heavily criticized in local media. As a member of the DSA, I was also partly critical of those statements. I did just want to say as well that a lot of chapters have done really good work. National DSA has put together a phone banking campaign. So if you're a DSA member and you want to participate in a phone banking, let me pull up the link. In short, it's DSA members calling DSA members to call their Congress people. And the reason that we want to do that is that there's a bunch of targeted Congress people who seem likely or possible to flip on a resolution for a ceasefire and a resolution that's upcoming that's promoted by Joe Biden. So just an idea of where the center of the Democratic Party is. Joe Biden is putting forward a bill which would fund the border wall, which would fund Ukraine, which would fund Israel, and which would fund Taiwan. For the last three, it's all military. And we want to oppose that bill. We do not want to fund Israel while it's doing something that's close to ethnic cleansing.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Outright.
Thank you so much, Tiernax. So that one is DSA members only. If you want to do more or less the same thing for your representative in particular, you can call, and I'll post the link in YouTube and site chat as well. You could just put your phone number into here, they call you, it takes like 3 minutes, and you leave a message for the answering machine on various Congress people. And it doesn't seem like this will matter very much, but nowadays Congress people do automatically keep track of who calls in for and against, and they just keep a tally of it. So it can matter. It's basically the only leverage you have if you feel like Israel is doing something like ethnic cleansing in Gaza, which I do.
And I will note that the Democratic Party hasn't been great on this by and large. Outside of a few outstanding members who've been really great. The sort of like average is sort of like your Elizabeth Warren, sort of like condemning the idea of war crimes being done by Israel in the abstract. However, ethnic cleansing is ethnic cleansing. It's very serious, and any amount that we can mitigate it is worth doing. So it is, and it seems that there has been very nominal response by Democrats in response to public outcry about the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians right now. So it won't like solve the problem, but it will help a tiny amount, and we owe it to our Palestinian brothers and sisters to help what little we can.
Yeah, I agree. I guess as a follow-up to that, I am sort of a doomer. A lot of people in the DSA are trying really hard
to wake up, liberal. I love you.
Thank you, Tiernax again.
Max?
A lot of people in DSA are trying to keep up high hopes, I think, but I am more of a doomer on this. I do not think that we're going to see meaningful positive movement towards helping Palestinians or even stopping Israel from doing some of the evil things that it's doing. The most that Biden has done so far is ask Netanyahu to restore water and allow humanitarian aid in. It seems that humanitarian aid is supposed to be allowed back into the border, but given how much of the infrastructure of Gaza is destroyed, that doesn't matter very much. Similarly, Biden allegedly...
US,
go ahead.
Also on that note, the U.S. Vetoed a UN resolution to allow humanitarian aid. So.
Yeah, I was going to get to that when this wraps up. I'll try and work through the
updates.
Okay. The worst part is Russia brought that resolution, which was very clearly just an attempt to Russia being like, yep, we oppose war, we oppose civilian violence, is extremely funny because of another event going on in the vicinity of Russia. But then they didn't even
many of you are aware.
They didn't even vote for the resolution. They abstained from the resolution.
Yeah. Do you know that if a Security Council member like abstains, like does it matter? Was the U.S. like the deciding vote, or like did we need like a yes vote from China and Russia?
I don't know if it's changed. My understanding is that the Security Council needs unanimous support for anything to matter.
Okay, so it was Russia concern trolling them, and it literally didn't matter.
I mean, that's how I read it. Russia's an odd one because historically, you know, the Soviet Union supported the liberation movements of the Middle East, of the rest of the world, and Russia inherited some of that for good and bad. And so they usually stand with that side of things, like the anti-US side in whatever conflict. But at the same time, Russia has been getting closer and closer with Israel, and Netanyahu and Russia are like Israel has funded Ukraine, which is part of the reason that Russia is mad at Israel. But in general, Netanyahu and Putin have been getting closer and closer because Netanyahu is so far right relative to America that he's been drifting away from America, which means that Russia wants to court him. So it's, I don't know.
As a tangent, like at some point, you know, after like I'm not concerned with or I'm no longer constantly thinking about the active and ongoing ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in Gaza.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction from like Ukrainians and like Zelensky has been so bizarre. And I want to go back and like brush up on all the details because it's just like the impression I've gotten is that Zelensky's like upset that no one's talking about his war right now. But he's also being like weirdly pro Israel.
I think it's even simpler than that. One is that Ukraine and Ukrainians and Zelensky want attention for their war because they rely in part on the donations of the West. The second thing is that Zelensky is very much like reliant on U.S. support. You know, the U.S. is providing like an overwhelming, like a huge portion of the weapons that he relies on, and a huge portion of the intelligence he relies on. So he does not want to piss off the eagle. I think a lot of it's that simple. Tyrannax in chat says Zelensky is pretty Zionist and also wants to stay on the U.S.'s good side above all. Yeah, I would totally believe that. Ukraine has been one of the few countries that consistently votes with the U.S. on basically any resolution in the UN. It's so clear that they're trying to court the U.S. So
Is Palestine like pro-Russia then? Like, do Palestinians have a stake in the Russia-Ukraine conflict then, or are they?
Hamas put out pro-Putin propaganda at the start of the Ukraine war. There was a song, I think, that at a Hamas meeting, I believe, or it was at least I might be conflating this with another meeting, but I know there was a meeting of people like Hamas, like with a similar ideological bent, who sang a song to the tune of Putin, like, drop your bombs, Putin, strengthen your attacks.
Like, have you seen people like posting about like what the fuck is going on with like Ukraine flag, Israel flag, or Palestinian flag, Russia flag people? Like, I don't know if you saw that, but it's like it's apparently that's like just like the actual state of international alliances.
Tyrannax says Hezbollah commanders met with Russian diplomats and maybe even Lavrov in March. Yeah. Russia, like the United States, is deeply involved in like way too many sectarian conflicts in the Middle East.
Does Russia have like the opposite sort of like campism problem that America has, where like we have like a bunch of like really weird and like schizophrenic people here who are like I support ISIS because they oppose the U.S. Like in Russia, like are they like do they have like the opposite problem but like inverted?
I mean I don't know that public opinion matters very much in Russia. The main thing that seemed to happen historically was during the second Russian-Chechen war, terrorism from Chechnya, from Chechens, really raised how willing Russians were to support war against Chechnya. And that's part of what cemented Putin as a long-term leader, is that they saw him as being strong against Chechnya. I think that part of it is that like Putin very practically is trying to portray the image of strength in a lot of things. And I don't know, like a lot of it's just Putin supports people who oppose the United States. It's the same reason that Putin is supporting both like far left quote unquote governments in like Venezuela and China, and also far right governments in Israel, in like Hungary, in France. It's literally just anti-US. That's it. I think it's very clearly just a power conflict. I don't think this is an ideological conflict at all.
Have you ever noticed that our conversations on stream and off stream are indistinguishable? Like right now you're talking to your audience, but like you'll do like the same sort of like grammatical formatting for like when you're doing like a diatribe to like just me. Have you ever noticed that?
Look, the way I communicate is simply perfect, so I do it at all instances. It's that simple.
See, you're very streamer or brain oriented, but you don't stream ever. So like you need to do this more often.
That's true. I need to offload my stream brain onto the actual the victims on my stream.
And then this way you'll build your stream and thereby build socialism.
That's true.
We need someone as big as Ian.
Every viewer of the stream is
actually supports the DSA.
Every viewer of this stream is a Stakhognovite shock worker, okay? You are leading the charge for socialism right now. Every message you send, every like you put on the stream, yep, that's socialism built right there. I
do encourage everyone in chat right now to go to this DSA tool and input their zip code so they can see what their local chapters are. And then also for any local like universities that have for any like YDSA groups or anything. I strongly encourage all of you to do that.
Najwin says they're heading out.
Damn it, Naja.
Ian Kuczynski supports the DSA guest. Yeah, no. Vosh supports DSA, but he does. Look, I put it under every goddamn tweet. I put it on the bottom left of my stream. Okay, I am DSA's strongest warrior, and I need to convert Ian Kuczynski and Mr. Hassan Abi, Mr. Azan.
I will say though that like there is a compounding factor in that DSA types fucking hate Vosh. Did you hear that one story of a YDSA group?
Before we get onto the DSA Vosh tangent, can I just say one of the things I was trying to say earlier was about people dooming within DSA. What I wanted to try and get at is that I think the only hope is long-term. Part of the reason that Roxy and I believe in like the purpose of the DSA is there are very few organizations on the left, whether it's socialist or progressive, SocDem, that are member-driven, that are large, that are internally democratic, that you can have a real influence over, in short, that you can get in, be part of work, and really influence things. The only organizations that come close to DSA are something like Our Revolution, sort of, but that's about 10 to 20 times smaller, I think. And it's not internally democratic in the same way, and maybe Progressive Victory, which is more or less like getting out the vote for progressive democratic candidates. And again, it's not a democratic organization. So I bring up DSA in part because I think the hope in the short term is really dim. I do not think we're going to build a pro-Palestinian majority in Congress, but I do think we can do so in the long run. For the past decade, support has been turning in favor of Palestinians. It's been like plus 2% support for Palestinians every year. And we have to be a part of the movement of slowly shifting that opinion, slowly shifting what electeds think will get them elected. That's it.
I am very optimistic about the direction of like we were talking last night about like SIOs for AOC and like the squad for like how to like deal with like with votes, and I think like strong sort of strategy in that regard can help turn public opinion in favor of being pro-Palestine, in the same way that having like Medicare for all or sort of like more principled and like specific sort of policy choices help to sort of like guide people in a generally pro-universal healthcare direction.
Yeah, I agree. I think that our job in part is to try and lead public opinion on a lot of these things. Like just at, support for gay marriage didn't come out of nowhere. It came because people came out to their family and because activists got it on the news, because they promoted their cause, they changed people's minds. And I think it's especially important in part, like during, like Hamas's attacks were really, really, really bad for support for Palestine. By my estimate, it reduced support for Palestine between 10 to 20 percentage points. I actually expected it to be way worse, like 30 to 40 points. But Hamas's attacks were really bad for that. So I think it's especially important, in fact, to make the case that just because, you can support Palestine, in fact, you should support Palestine, you should support Palestinian liberation, even if members of that movement, or even if some of the worst members of that movement are evil. So I think that like the case is that democratic self-rule is good for everyone. It's the exact same in my view as with Ukraine. Ukraine has like neo-Nazis in some of its paramilitary and some of its incorporated military wings. That doesn't mean that
Although
Ukraine...
they have been decreasing recently. The Azov Battalion is significantly overstated in the recent years. Anyways, go on.
It is. Well, so all I was trying to say is there are like far right and reactionary elements within the Ukrainian army, and I did want to be clear. Like as Roxy would say, it's far smaller than you'd think if you were listening to like Russian Twitter. Politically, they're almost nothing. They have no seats in parliament, or they had one seat in parliament. They're so marginal. They are like as powerful as the Green Party of the United States politically. But the reason I was bringing it up is having evil elements of your military does not mean that that like the overall cause you fight for is itself evil. Like the U.S. did war crimes in World War II. We did like strategic bombing. We firebombed cities. We nuked civilians, right? And yet our cause, I think, was just. Same for the Red Army, right? The Red Army did horrific things in its march to go capture Berlin, but it was a justified cause.
A somewhat dark thought that
oh God.
In the discourse about Oppenheimer, I was thinking about it, and I was like, why are so many people like okay with the fact that they realize that nuking civilians is a war crime, right? Like they're able to hold that fact in their head, but then still defend like the bombing of Hiroshima. How are they able to do that? And then I've seen like the more like sort of liberal-minded types like defend like sort of like the war crimes that Israel is currently doing against Palestinian people. So and it's a disheartening thing that is sort of like
you asked earlier about how someone could support Israel and Russia, and I think the solution there is very simple. Russia is white-coded and Israel is white-coded. And even though Ukraine is also white, Russia is standing with like the global far right. So a lot of people who support both are like conservative or like do not care. Like it's the same reason. Like why do conservative Americans support Israel? But they don't, and they want to fund Israel, right? Republicans turned their tune the minute Israel got attacked, and they said, we need to defend Israel. We need to support Israel. They didn't give a shit about Ukraine. Why? Because Russia is like on the side of reaction globally. So I think it's either racism or just general conservative campism. Yeah. So I like bluntly, I guess the argument I'm trying to give is everyone is willing to downplay war crimes by their side, usually. And I think that's really bad. Like, I think the argument every time should be, yes, our side does war crimes. Every side does war crimes. Our goal is to minimize them and to try and fight for the best causes. So, I don't know. It feels like people, they really, really, really want to simplify, like, international relations to an us versus them, and it never is. It almost never is, even in domestic conflicts. Like, I don't know. Just accept that there are bad guys on your side too. But you can still support your side because you think it's just.
Wait, are you going on a panel?
In like 20 minutes, yeah.
You're streaming a panel? Oh my God.
Look, you keep telling me to do so. I'm going to try it. I think it's going to be terrible. I think I'm going to lose 100% of my viewers, okay? The Stakhanovite shock troopers of the global proletariat are immediately going to leave the pan. They're immediately going to leave. Zero viewers.
I am just shocked that you are following through on my advice. Maybe you listen to this advice too. You need to be aggressive. You need to be aggressive. Okay. You need to get in there. You need to like not let them talk over. You need to shout them down. If the moderator says to stop, don't. Okay. You gotta get in there for the content.
Okay.
Socialism is reliant on you putting out good content, and that includes dumpster fire panels. What's the panel on, by the way?
I wanted to start earlier so I could cover Israel-Palestine before I got on. It's WIC. It's starting in 20 minutes, and I think the title is "Does Religion Have a Place in the Modern World?"
I am very glad that it is not Israel-Palestine related, because I don't know that I can emotionally handle another like train wreck.
He already did a Israel-Palestine one, and I've looked at all of the Israel-Palestine ones. I've been on 2 Israel-Palestine panels, and they've all been terrible. I'm increasingly convinced, and I'm sure that this will convince me again, that panels are just not good for the conversations required. That it is almost always better just to have a 1v1 debate with anyone. And I don't know, like, I don't know why panels keep happening, but you know what? I accepted this one. I'm gonna appear on it. I'm gonna see whether you're right about panels being good for streams. I think the answer No, but
well, so they're only good if you are one of like the main combatants, okay? Like, do you think like
I
do you
usually
think,
am.
like like, do you think that the members of the peanut gallery on one of Destiny's panels like are getting any benefit from it? No, but Destiny sure is.
Okay, that's because he's big enough that when he speaks, the energy of his big clout energy exudes through the room, and people shut up and let him talk. Okay, I do not have big clout energy.
It sounds like you need to get back into streaming more often so you can build up clout so that people can do that. Wow, it sounds like you're describing like a mechanism by which you can improve like a. Why do I care more about like the success of your stream than you do?
Titan Uranus said, "Take a lesson from Sunday. Engage for a few minutes, have a mic drop, and then leave." Well, I will say that I was hoping.
It was really funny.
I was trying to have a debate actually with Sunday on anti-theism as well. So that's part of the reason I wanted to do this panel, was just to get a feel out for how the debate would go.
Sunday on this panel?
No, they're not. But I don't know. It's something that came up. So like Sunday? Demon Mama had a stream about theism and anti-theism. President Sunday had a stream about theism and anti-theism. And it feels like it's one of these things that's coming back around, and I don't know why. That like it feels like some people on the quote unquote left want to defend like it'd be like if I don't want to get into the panel with you. But in short, it just feels like a lot of people on the left, quote unquote, are too willing to defend beliefs because they make people happy, as opposed to beliefs
and that's based.
Which I don't believe. The reason that we care about beliefs that make people happy is because those beliefs are also true.
Are you a utilitarian?
Roxy, we've only talked about this a million times.
Well, yeah. Well, then tell me again. Aren't you a utilitarian? Don't you want to improve people's utility or maximize their utility?
Okay, so this is like the classic benign lie argument that. Okay, let me ask you a question. Do you think it would be good for the government to lie to people that crime is lower than it actually is, if it would make them happy?
That's a good question. Would it keep Democrats in office?
Oh my God. So the point of this example is supposed to be that you say, no, I have a commitment to the truth. And sometimes it's important for people to know things, even if it makes them unhappy, because it can help them build a better society. Because having irrational or poorly founded beliefs can make them do bad things or do things which are not well grounded in reality.
Okay, here. How about this? Do you want people during a bank run to be aware of what their what their game theory strategy should be? Do you want people during a bank run to be aware that they should go take out their money? Or would you rather people think that everything is fine, because then everything would be fine?
The whole way that we avoid the bank run nowadays is that we don't lie to people. We just insure their money. That's the whole point of the FDIC. Is that like just lying to people didn't work? It literally didn't. Okay, but that's the point. When we didn't have it, it fell apart. It literally didn't. That's the point. We couldn't lie to people.
Didn't try hard enough.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Yes, Roxy, we just didn't lie hard enough. Sorry, Roxy is regime pill. Roxy is the strongest warrior.
If we just lied harder, okay?
Roxy is Stalin's strongest warrior. They're oh my God, I'm forgetting the third Soviet leader's name, but
lies will continue until morale improves.
That's literally your morality. That's terrible. Oh my God, what's wrong with you? Truth matters. Oh my God. Is this person also called Roxy? Yeah, you're both the Roxes.
I'm the Alpha Roxy. I'm the Sigma Roxy.
Not Khrushchev, Brezhnev. Look, Brezhnev's strongest soldier. Okay, like literally, that's literally what happened. I'm not even joking here. Khrushchev got in and he loosened up a whole bunch of information. He loosened up the stats. He loosened up like the opinion polls. Opinion polling for the first time was done in the Soviet Union under Khrushchev, and all that was printed in Pravda. Oh my God, in Pravda. All that was printed in like the public media. Brezhnev comes in, it all gets shut down again. And then what happens when Gorbachev gets in is that he starts printing the true statistics, and the people realize, oh my God, we've been lied to for 50 fucking years. Everyone loses trust in the system, and the whole thing fucking collapses. I'm not even joking there. Khrushchev, Brezhnev and his successors until Gorbachev stopped printing the true crime statistics. Gorbachev gets in 1987, loosens up the crime statistic reporting. Everyone goes fucking insane because they realize that there's been a shit ton of crime and the government's been lying to them for literally 80 years. Anyway, as Glasnost's strongest warrior, I believe in freedom. Go ahead, Roxy. Yeah, I'd love to hear your actual opinion.
So the government is lying is bad. The government should be extremely transparent. But like, I think it's pretty benign if someone is passively Christian or whatever. It's like religion is sort of like it's like falling for an optical illusion. Like I think it's fine if people do that. Your brain is just sort of wired for that. And it's of all the issues in society, the fact that there are people who are casually religious is not chief among them. There are issues that are downstream of people being like really religious.
Okay, but
I would rather just focus on those.
Okay, but that's okay. The argument is that religiosity is a spectrum. There's no point at which someone is like goes from very religious to slightly religious to a little religious. It's a spectrum, and the argument is that because from an atheist perspective. Because religiosity is based on things which we believe to be false, and not just false, but irrational, as in like not just false, but impossible to believe rationally, like in the supernatural, like in gods, like in an order of the universe, like in an afterlife, all of these things we think there's no reason to believe. So people believing them we think has a twofold negative effect. First, it means that you are more likely to accept other irrational beliefs because you've already accepted things based on leaps of logic or based on support for based on what like authorities in your religious faith tradition tell you. Or two, because of those irrational beliefs, you may be willing to force things on other people that you would not have done had you been rational. The argument is that stuff like an overwhelming blasphemy laws only exist because of religiosity. The majority of repression of free speech in this world historically was trying to keep people down for alternate political and religious beliefs. In a world where you think that those are basically just people's choices about how to spend their free time, that has a very different impact than where you think it's a fight over people's souls.
I don't think you're necessarily wrong. I just think the more productive way to go about it is to liberal pill people and be like, you know what, being secular in this state is a good thing actually, and we should be tolerant of other people. That's a more pragmatic approach to the harms associated with devout religiosity than sort of trying to social engineer everyone into being hyper rational atheists.
Well, the argument in part is that we don't have to do that social engineering, at least not very much. Already, as education and income rise, religiosity hugely declines. The least religious societies on Earth are the post-Soviet countries and the rich countries of Europe and the rich countries of East Asia. The mass repression that the Soviet Union did only got them to be slightly less religious than the richest countries that were their neighbors. It's not clear to me that you need very much quote unquote social engineering to do this. And the social engineering you might be talking about, the most radical belief I have is something like France's laïcité or whatever, that we should be trying to, and France has done some horrible things in the name of laïcité. I do not endorse all of those, burqa bans, hijab bans, all terrible.
Very specific here because a lot of those are genuinely horrifically awful.
Well, yeah. So the argument I'm trying to give is that the most I think you could argue for is trying as not just the separation of church and state, but an active secular government, which does not allow for I don't know. Okay, let me put it to you like this: why do we have an option to opt out of vaccines in half the states in this country? It's not because of the hippies. It's because of Christians who think that the vaccine is evil. And that results in a huge number of deaths and illnesses and years of life lost.
Liberal. I love you.
I think there does need to be a mechanism though, by which you are able to opt out of a vaccine, but that's that's an unrelated.
No, absolutely. No. Vaccines are the most obvious justified example of state imposition of coercion, right?
No, but because there are hyper niche cases where someone is allergic to a vaccine genuinely, but
But we already every state already has a medical exemption, right? Like what the whole point is that there's conscious exemptions and religious exemptions, right?
I believe in medical exemptions. Yeah.
Najwa is getting very mad at me that I'm not adopting Kant's view on reason. Okay, much appreciated.
You're under reading Kant.
How do I go back and look at the old messages? I don't even know how to do that. Okay, look, I should go on the panel, Miss Foxy. Thank you so much for coming on. Do you want to shout out maybe Lila's PCRF link, which is something you can post in chat?
Oh my fucking god, you get this wrong.
I'm gonna get it wrong every single time. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, hang on. I will, as I am talking, pull it up, and that is gonna. Do you have it actually? Like the link already? My computer's being.
I do, yeah. You want me to post it?
So, okay. If any of you would like to do anything quick and easy to help people in Palestine, there is a particular Palestinian Children's Relief Fund that a close friend of me and Aiden's is organizing. If you do it through this link, she gets data about sort of like the donations and stuff. We've raised nearly $75,000 for children in Palestine. This is a quick and easy thing that you can do, and truly, like, every dollar helps. We would sincerely appreciate it, and it is I said and then I didn't have a follow up or a
it's good
point.
It's real good.
Yeah, you should donate. You should donate to Layla's PCRF campaign, and also if you are interested in doing a little more, you can look up your local DSA chapter. You can do Aiden's phone bank thing where you get your local DSA members to call Congress, or you can volunteer with a Jewish Force Peace and phone bank directly.
Okay, go ahead.
If
You're cutting out.
Go ahead.
No, you're just cutting out. But yeah, okay. as Roxy was trying to say, the other thing that I've been trying to encourage people to do, let's say you're not a DSA member, and let's say you're poor, okay? I think I didn't give a lot of money to Layla's cause because I am poor. But I would encourage you, if you are like me, to use this link, which again, I'm going to post in chat. And if you just enter your phone number, they will automatically call your representatives. It's an auto dialer, so it'll literally call you and cycle between the three. It takes like 3 minutes. It's so simple. And they even give you the script. You just read it off. It says, hey, please, I would like a ceasefire. Do not kill Palestinians. And then you're done. JVP, and I'll get to this maybe after the panel, has also been doing some really great protests in the Capitol building and the White House. So great organization. Yeah, it takes 3 minutes. Which y'all might want to do because I'm going to be transitioning to going to the panel, so it's going to be a bunch of boring stuff in the meantime.
Real quick, I have a very stupid question.
Yes, Roxy.
How do I as mod see how many people are live in chat right now, or like live in the stream right now?
I have no idea. I just clicked over onto the YouTube video, and I think it says like 30 or so, which is, I think it's because I'm streaming at an odd time for my viewers.
Like that also is including people in on the site, right?
Yeah, it does include people on the site.
It would be because it's just an embed. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways, to anyone who is here, you can go to sockedonleft.org/live if you want to participate in chat during this very riveting panel by Wick that SDL is going to be very aggressive on, and he is going to make very good content on. He is going to do his absolute best on this panel.
Wow. My strongest supporter, Roxy.
Aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be aggressive.
Thank you, Roxy. Oh my god. All right. I did want to read before the panel. Just someone gave me a $40 donation, and I really appreciate that. They wrote, "Oh my god, where are the PF?" Oh my god, losing my mind. The message was, thank you for the generous $40 donation. 0181 says, love your content. I hope you get some well-deserved big clout energy one day if you keep streaming. Thank you. I really appreciate that. I am trying. Okay, so before I go to the panel, one thing that I will say that I'm trying to do, I was talking a little bit with President Sunday about this, and I've talked with other people about this as well, is I think that a lot of streams have the problem of poor facticity. They are not good about checking facts. And some of that is just because there's a content cycle that requires like a churning out of content. And I totally understand that. But there's also a second issue that a lot of streamers don't do research beyond like watching a video and having intuitive responses and like Googling live. So what I'm trying to do is front load research. And so if you know me, I've got like the fact sheet, I've got like all the stuff beforehand, and I'm trying to like, the point is to try and be able to like just go into any video and already have the responses necessary. So I don't know. I am trying to like make it a stream that's worth people's intellectual while, I guess. Oh my god, Najawin is arguing with Tyrannax about Kantian meta ethics. Oh my god. Thank you, Zero. That's what I like about your style. Thank you so much. I mean, I try. I can only, I don't know. I am constantly doubting that anything I believe is real. All right. We're not arguing. I'm being educated. Do not be educated by Najawin. They're going to make you into a disgusting deontologist, okay? Be a consequentialist, okay? Read Mill. They're wrong. Najawin, wrong about everything, okay? I anti-endorse everything that Najawin says. Tyrannax is sitting his ass down and listening.
If Wick pulls you in, just let him know I'm grabbing some water. Be right back.
All right. It's all propaganda versus counter-propaganda versus random thought streams. Oh, Slime says, I'm a virtue ethicist who seeks to maximize the virtue of human suffering. More power to you. Classic virtue ethicist moment. Yeah, I'm a virtue ethicist. How do I ground my virtues? I just randomly picked them. Happened to pick this one of maximizing the virtue of human suffering. Can't just justify it. No big.
Speaking of the panelists, welcome panelists. That's what you've been reduced to. Panelists. We're still waiting on one panelist, actually.
Hey, how we doing?
Hey, good.
Oh, I've been okay. I've been better. I'm a little stressed right now, but we'll get through it. I'll tell the story once the stream starts. Don't worry, it'll be a brief story. I'll make a call to action for my audience to help me out, and then we'll get into the topic. So, it should be fun. We're going to be, again, talking about religion in its place in modern society, its role in modern society, whether we should move away for it or double down on it or just status quo it. And then we're going to talk.
This is... Go on.
And then we're going to talk about...
Do I have just 1 second to just grab some water?
Yeah,
grab a drink?
Fine.
Yeah, okay. Right back.
I thought it was interesting that this was the one that people were like, is anyone qualified to speak on this? I thought that was quite funny to see that question come in.
Yeah, I was like, is anyone ever qualified to speak about any of this shit? Honestly.
I mean, like in this case, yes. Yes, I actually am.
Are uniquely qualified, but typically people
are
not.
I am uniquely qualified. If I start losing, I'm just going to be like, I have a theology degree. I have a theology degree. That makes me right. I'm going to be that person. I'm not.
I'm woefully underqualified to talk about this topic, to be honest with you. But
I think people were surprised because I talk about having the
Free Palestine, agree. Be sure and mention Sunday on the Wick panel. I think that's just going to get me beaten up by all the people who are mad that he left the previous panel. Change the title of my stream to reflect the subject of a panel, and I can shill a good many places. It does have in the very end, it says, does the modern world need religion, which is the subject of the panel. What's the rip for? Cursa says, I will not be nice.
No question. Beautiful. Okay, then here we go. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of Wick TV. And gang, we have a show for you today. But before we get into the show, briefly, as most of you know, who follow me, who watch me, I am going to TwitchCon this year. But my living arrangements, the Airbnb I was staying at, canceled. And so now I have to find new living arrangements. So if you happen to live in the Las Vegas area, have a couch that I could crash on or something, please reach out, and I would be more than happy to risk being stabbed in my sleep by a stranger in order to still go to TwitchCon. So please By all means, I'm a little stressed right now. Just a quick call to action before we get into the show proper. But that's not what we came here to talk about. No. We came to talk about religion, its role in modern society and in modern conflict, given the state of the world today. Is religion just a product of a bygone era that we should move past? Or is it something that we've moved too far away from and need to reconnect with it? I've assembled a panel of illustrious guests today to talk about this topic and how it relates to our modern lives and also modern conflict. And with that, we're going to open it up by giving it to the person who finally gets to use his degree, Beckett. Go ahead.
Good evening. Okay, so I'll be brief. Yes, it still has a place. Frankly, it's something we can't really get rid of. Humans are pattern recognition animals that tell stories. We build basically a shared reality by doing that. If we don't have religion, we'll do it with politics. We'll do it with shared culture, creed, anything. Religion's a really big part of that. Some people are going to say things like, well, God doesn't exist, or, we can't fundamentally believe in things that we can't prove. But we do this with tons of things. We talk about the concepts as real, like fairness, justice, mercy. But these things are things that we sort of just agree are concepts and have shared meaning. Ultimately, religion can do a lot of damage, but so can other elements in our societies. But yeah, I look forward to hearing the opinions of everyone else.
Well, thanks for being here, and I'm sure we'll get into it as we go. Next up, Johnny Scarlett.
Can you? Nope.
You cut out a little bit.
I cut out a little bit? Okay.
Yeah,
how's
but I
that?
can hear you now.
Okay, cool. Hi. Hi, I'm Johnny. I am going to be speaking about this in terms of what we understand religion to be, both socially and as a discipline. I feel like those are aspects that can be secular entirely, but religion provides a space to talk about things that people can't prove, that people can't even often put into linguistic terms. And so I think that people will continue to have experiences that they cannot explain. We've had experiences that we can't explain throughout all of human history, and religion continues to be the space where we talk about that. That's it.
Okay, well, we'll get into it, I'm sure, during the open discussion. Thank you for being here. I really appreciate you.
Thank you.
Not Smith, but Kilo. I see you in my chat saying, why Smith here? Don't worry about it. It's not Smith. It's Kilo. Kilo, go ahead.
I like Smith, but honestly, I don't even really think we look that much alike. This is getting crazy at this point. But
I legit thought that. Sorry.
No, dude, it's fine. It's not. It wasn't just you. It's like people in the chat. No, I mean my stance is pretty simple. When I think of the term religion, I think of organized religion. I think of a church. I think of an establishment. I think of an institution. I think that of political context. I think of historical context. All of those things. And I think religion, from that standpoint, has probably overstayed its welcome. I think people should still be encouraged and welcome to feel spiritual and practice in private, whatever sort of belief about the unanswered questions humanity faces that they choose. But beyond that, I do think that we've have enough body of evidence to be able to say that this is doing sustained harm, and the good that religion brings to the world is easily replicated probably in other areas at this point in humanity's trajectory. So that's my position.
Okay, well, thanks for being here, and we'll get into it as we go. Sock on left, you're up.
Religion is not just a concept, not just a patterns, is a recognition, in my view, of patterns which do not exist. It is it requires a belief in the supernatural, or in afterlife, or in things which we cannot observe. So it's not simply pattern recognition. It's not the same thing as an innate human process. It is an institution built by people to maintain power for tens of thousands of years because they want to justify their rulership in some kind of divine justification. They want to say that they have a gift from the gods, and that's why they are ruling. And that's the reason it's stuck around. In contrast, as people have gotten more educated, as incomes have risen, the secularization thesis has held true. Countries have gotten less and less and less religious the more high income they are. The least religious countries on earth are the post-Soviet countries, the high income countries of Europe, and the high income countries of East Asia. And we're seeing the exact same thing happen in the United States. In the next 20 years, something like 50% of Americans will become unaffiliated or agnostic or atheist. It's because of how high our education is, how high our incomes are. So in short, when you give people the tools to understand the world without the pattern recognition, the faulty pattern recognition of religion, they abandon it.
Okay, we'll see how that goes. And last but certainly not least, last minute addition to the panel though. Socrates, what's up?
Hey everybody, how we doing? Thanks for having me on, Wick. Really happy to see this panel. In America, we have an unbelievable amount of power wielded by a Christian right that is primarily heretical. So it believes things that are strictly against the teachings of their religion. If if they were true Christians, maybe we'd be having a different conversation. As it is, there's both magical thinking and a lot of bad things involved. That being said, there's a broader category that needs to be introduced, which is ideology. Religion is just one example of an ideology. American exceptionalism, nationalism, these are ideologies that have justified a lot of largely secular wars. So those need to be brought into the conversation as well.
Okay, and with that, we're going to open the floor up to discussion. If you have trouble getting your thoughts in, please raise your hand. And if I have questions during it, I will simply ask them. Again, I want to focus both on how it applies to our lives today and how it affects us both positively and negatively, and also how it's played a role in the conflicts of late, both with Russia and Ukraine, with the Russian Orthodox Church declaring Ukraine to be an enemy, etc., and that being used as a possible tool of the state, and also with the Palestinian and Israeli conflicts and how on both sides there are religious actors pushing that, and whether that's something that is simply unique to those religions or is just kind of something that's in religion inherently. And we'll talk about it. But yeah, go ahead. Floor's open.
So just starting, I think it's interesting that SDL's take is essentially the same as Anton LaVey's. Religion, like, is in a lot of ways a way to basically conglomerate power. Taking something and basically you're sharing, like LaVey's arguments were that if you worship a religion, you're not really worshiping a god or any concept. You're worshiping the person who brings that to you, and sharing an element of your power and truth with them. What I'd say is, when I say pattern recognition or anything else, I'm talking broadly about how humans are, but we do tell stories about who we are, what we believe to be true, and some of those are going to be shaky at any point. I'd ask, generally speaking, if we removed religion tomorrow, do you think it would reduce a significant amount of harm in the world? Or do you think that, other concepts have done that? Because it seems like things like European unity is the thing that's reduced war in Europe, not secularism.
SDL, are you a Satanist?
No. No, I mean, I guess to respond to that, I would just note that, like, most wars throughout history are fought for reasons of power, right? But a significant subset of those wars have also been motivated by religion. Like, even if it were only 1% of wars were motivated by religious thinking, that would still be uncountable many deaths, right? Our goal should be to try and reduce the number of ideologies, of belief systems, which could lead people to harm others for no sound reason, right?
Well, and you could probably isolate some certain conflicts throughout human history to specifically just religion, but to be clear, a lot of them are inextricably tied with like geopolitical factors as well.
I would agree with that.
Especially,
Yeah.
yeah. So if you could say like these sets of wars are specifically just because of religion, but really like religion's death toll is probably pretty high when you consider the political motivations of like a power like the Roman Catholic Church, or whatever authority that had like religious precedence. What's that, Beckett?
See, it's interesting you say that, because it's like when we look at the Crusades, when we're looking at the third with the Crusade with Pope Innocent III, a lot of his concepts was wiping out, sending everyone through France to wipe out kind of conflicting religions to Catholicism. So, there's a lot of political elements there. You could say they're religious, but his motivation seems definitely set in one way. And even
That's
with the
actually leading to a
Oh.
question that I have. What are some of the things I outlined? One thing I went very briefly. I said one thing that is different from a religion to something that can be just social or civil, something secular. What are some of the things that you think define a religion, and then maybe speak in those terms? Something different from, okay, if you're going to talk about the geopolitical implications of fighting a war for a religion, are you talking about one religion, or are you talking about another?
I think people fight wars. I think
Yeah,
religion is
exactly.
used as an excuse, but I think
Exactly.
we still
So
have
what
the
is
war
the spot that religion fits
to
that
justify.
is explicitly causing war to you?
I think this speaks to my perception of religion as being, when I use the term religion, I'm referring to the organized, establishment-oriented nature of certain churches, or certain labels or what have you. I think what it does is it cultivates a few probably harmful things. One of them is sort of a psychological tribalism. So like an us versus them type of mentality. For instance, the establishment of certain religions that say there is only one true God, this is the God, whatever.
Mhm.
And there have been wars throughout human history that have been motivated by the desire to get people to worship their God. Now, there were also political motivations for those wars as well, obviously, land and resources and trade routes and things like that. But one of the big things I think is otherizing people who don't share the same view as you.
Yes,
question
and
for you, go
just
ahead.
1 second.
Yeah.
Something like a Sikh religion, like Sikhism, Sikhi rather. Something like Sikh is very, what's the word, perennialist. It believes that anyone in any way, shape, or form can worship God in general, the divine. It is not Abrahamic. It is not explicitly wishing for you to wish upon a certain God. And the Sikh religion is also not generally causing any physical conflict that is internationally wide.
I see where
So
you're going, but of the most
here-
prominent. I'm sorry, go ahead, Johnny.
So all I'm trying to build up to is, if you take away the things that you guys are talking about, take away religions that seem to have a very separatist, very violent, or exclusionary tendency, I still see a place for a religion in the world past those elements. Okay?
Sikhism is a.
And what's gonna be this conversation is, it's gonna be about international conflicts and not really about the implications of human experience that constitute the origins of religion.
Sikhism is one of the newest, most prominent religions. That was the problem. So, having been
Is the problem?
introduced, well, it's the problem with the comparison that you're drawing, or like the picture you're painting here. Just because I think, like, give it enough time, because the Abrahamic religions have been around for a lot longer.
See,
Buddhism is
that's a
very, very
claim.
old.
That's a really interesting claim, that all religions eventually lead to conflict and eventually lead to separatism.
Oh
I
wait,
think-
so just to butt in for a second. So it could be two things, right? It could be a religion eventually becomes violent, or it's more recent, so it's a more modern religion. So it wasn't created at a time when as much of the world was unknown and therefore magical.
I was going to say, I do think and I don't know if anyone would dispute this fact, I do think humanity is obviously becoming more civilized and less violent over time. So it's possible that religions that sprout up within recent decades or millennia or whatever would have a tendency to probably be less violent and less problematic. But you could also say, look at any religion in the entire history of human civilization or whatever, and they've all bred some form of conflict, some form of violence, or
Except
disappearance,
Sikh,
right?
I would disagree with.
integrated.
One
Yeah,
at a time. Let's
I
go
disagree.
SDL, then let's go Beckett, and then we'll go
I just wanted to say I would disagree with the claim that newer religions are, as a trend, less like violent or controlling. Like an easy example would be Jonestown, right, which was an incredibly controlling new religious movement that emerged in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and resulted in about like 1,000 dead, out of something like 3,000 worshippers, in a mass self-deletion incident. And so I guess I would say I don't tend to think that I tend to think it actually works the other way. It's that because religion is tied to power, because people use religion to justify their beliefs, they use it to justify their politics, that is how it will end up being used to divide people. That whenever a polity gets associated with a religion, whenever a country gets associated with a religion, it uses that as a tool of advancing its own interests. That's why, historically, polities always pursued like religious homogeneity, why they pursued such strict blasphemy laws, why they killed non-believers, as I believe Beckett was talking about with, I think, the Albigensian Crusade. And I think Beckett was next, so he might speak to that.
I'm going to completely agree with. Sorry, just quickly. I actually want to really stand SDL. I agree with him. I think that fundamentally, like things, generally religions are adopted by a state. It's happened with Christianity. It happened with Buddhism. We sort of like a religion develops and the state goes, well, that works for us. And you can see little tidbits of that in Christianity, for example, like render unto Caesar is kind of weird. It's a weird phrase in the Bible at a weird point that's like, hey, be religious, but pay your taxes. And there are like theologians who are like, yeah, maybe this is put in to make it more compliant with the Roman state it was dealing with. And where you don't see that so much with Islam, which is much more of a religion that built a state. I think the thing is, when we're looking at kind of belief systems, let's like separate out from religion a little bit, but even capitalism, as much as I like capitalism, people talk about it in a way that is far and away from the ideology and Smith's work that built it. When people talk about market forces, they don't really believe in the market. Our leaders don't really believe in it. If our leaders were truly capitalist or truly understood it, they wouldn't bail out banks. They wouldn't give massive amounts of money to tech corporations. They'd let the market function.
Sure.
They don't do that.
So they're capitalist heretics. They're not true capitalists.
Yeah. So, but the same thing happens with religion. When you read a scripture, a lot of people are going to ask, well, this seems pretty far away from where we're at with religion. Like the Bible versus what the Catholic, Orthodox, and Anglican and evangelical churches have done seems disparate. That's also true of Buddhism. That's true of like multiple religions. So yeah, I think my contention with SDL comes is I don't see, unless you're of the point where we need to get rid of religion because it's not true and people shouldn't believe in it. I mean, I think you can be rational, logical, and believe in God. I hope I am. But I don't see what benefit removing religion has, because people will just find something to replace that gap.
So
which is why we need to sorry, wait a second, I could go next. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Which is why we need to gatekeep religion more, right? Like that's the reason, is because when people read things and don't
just real
experience
quick to ask you, Johnny, just to elaborate on that. Gatekeep religion more. Can you explain?
Absolutely. So when I outlined what I think religion is, that is primary, that isn't secular, or isn't also secular, I said that it is a place for people to go for experiences that can't otherwise be explained. Therefore, religious experiences, spiritual experiences. And to speak about those things, ideally, you would have something like the Hasidic Jews, where you have a culture around people being very scholarly and speaking intellectually about these things when they happen.
So what does that mean in regards to the gatekeeping? I'm trying to connect these dots and I'm just failing.
I think that there are lots of ways to build a state and a social structure and a way to get people to do martial arts and yoga. All of those things can be secular. But gatekeep religion means maybe you shouldn't believe in something that you haven't felt or experienced. Maybe the answer is for religion to evolve, to become more, the proof is where I need it. The proof is in my life. And I got into a whole thing today on my stream about like what is objective personhood and then what is objective to other people that you can prove. I hope we don't have to get into that.
Well, sure. So maybe kind of
can I respond real quick to Beckett's question earlier? So Beckett,
sure.
Beckett, you were trying to ask the question, why looking badly on religion if religion's bads are because it's caught up in the state. And the argument to me is twofold. One is that religion is a spectrum. There are plenty of religions which have explicitly violent, explicitly sectarian, explicitly evangelical goals in them. Christianity is one of them. It controls the most powerful country on earth. It controls one of the two parties of the most powerful country on earth. One of the reasons that we support Israel so strongly is because evangelicals think that we have to do so to bring about the end times. That's a really bad consequence, in my view, of a deep religious belief. And it would not happen if evangelism was not a part of the United States, if Christianity was far, far, far weaker. The argument I would give is that I perceive a lot of these things on a spectrum. We have religions like Christianity, which embodies a lot of political functions, like evangelism, like trying to maintain power, like trying to pursue political goals. And as you get further and further from that, and more towards some kind of pseudo-spiritual deism or whatever, then that gets more and more tolerable. But that's the argument, that we should want to move in that direction and maybe even just take the last step and get rid of the belief in the afterlife, get rid of the belief in the supernatural, get rid of the belief in God, because that too may lead people towards bad beliefs, like beliefs in mystical cures, beliefs that their souls need to be saved, and so on. That's the argument.
Can I just counter very quickly before we go? Sorry, Socrates. So I can see those arguments, and again, I just to kind of touch onto that. I agree with you in principle, but people are going to move in certain directions in whatever society and then start making decisions based on their belief structure. So yes, people may get more rational, but as we've moved into a more capitalistic society, we see more people being scammed by MLMs. We see people getting scammed by NFTs and crypto, and the belief that this can make us rich and happy. I think that,
speaking of making you rich and happy, thank you for the raid, Touring News. Welcome to the show, and if you want to be rich and happy, follow the channel.
Tireless shill, Mr. Wick. Support.
Okay.
Very based.
Sorry about that.
But yeah, I think that I see your arguments there, but also I think religion kind of provides people kind of a shared grouping to exist within. And while that can be really bad because it can otherize people, I would argue that there seems to be some good information that we do need for our own security to kind of have those shared concepts, at least as a nation. Religion plays a nice baseline for that. I think it's dangerous when you're starting to build policy on it in the modern day, but obviously I'm a Westerner. I'm going to have those opinions.
So unless you think, like SDL, I don't know, because you have a pretty strong stance against religion based on your opening statement. Unless you think that the state is incapable of completely divorcing itself from attachment to religion, I'm not really sure why that would be your indictment of religion itself.
Well,
does that make sense?
The argument I'm giving is first that you can imagine religions directly taking control of the state, as they have done so through, say, the Republican Party. But beyond that, religion clearly influences, even in a fairly secular country, religious voters might vote differently than would secular voters. Let's imagine that you believe that there is a soul and that certain actions are required to save that soul, as do 70% of Americans. That might inform which party you vote for. That might inform which policies you promote, like, say, not letting kids know that gay people exist. And that seems like it has pretty large negative outcomes. I would want a world where everyone would just sit down and try and find some. Basically, the argument goes, these are non-objective reasons. These are non-rational reasons to support a policy. And I think that the more non-rational reasons you have in a society, the more likely you are to pick a bad policy. So once you get to that level of religiosity, the harms get smaller and smaller, but it would still be good to have them to be zero, right?
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Okay,
Becky,
just very quickly. I can see where you're coming from, but historically speaking, that just hasn't played out. When we're looking at things like the French... Sorry, Socrates. Sorry, I will shut up after this.
I'm trying to keep it all in my head,
but when we're looking at something like the French Revolution, they kicked out religion, built a republic, and it's so, you'll hear these comments in America of, well, France is banning Muslim iconography. It's yes, but it's in line with how they treat Christian iconography as well, because they are a secular state and have been since the late 1700s. But they still executed 40,000 people, and they still do things that seem irrational because they have belief structures about their culture that can otherize people. Sorry, Socrates.
You keep Beckett. You keep fluttering over the can otherize component.
Thank you for the $2, Trib. Religion is a cult. I believe in God.
Do otherwise.
Fair enough. Thank you.
Do otherwise.
They do, and they will. They do, and they will. And I think, again, we have enough of a sample size to suggest that this is how they go. I know, Johnny, Sikhism was a really good example. I think let's see how it goes is probably my answer to that. But honestly, man, in SDL, this kind of speaks to your point. I believe that spirituality and religion together are basically the antithesis of science. So, and to your point, it would probably be better.
So just a point of clarification. Did you mean like politics and religion? You said spirituality and religion together.
Those two things. So spirituality, I consider like the independent practice of like some sort of religion or whatever, some belief in the supernatural or what happens after you die or whatever it is. In tandem with, again, because when I say religion, I specifically mean the establishment of a church. So those two things together, I think are the opposite side of the coin. The other side of it is being science. It would probably be better if we made our policy decisions and things that had real world implications based on science, empirical evidence, and things that are demonstrated to be objective fact. That's true. Beckett, I think the problem that I have with you kind of dismissing and hand waving at like, well, they can otherize people or whatever, is that the remaining questions that humanity has unanswered, I think will always be unanswered. So I think religion has always served to answer things we didn't understand. For instance, ancient religions didn't know why it rained, so they came up with a god that made it rain, etc. God of war, God of love.
Bertrand Russell, religion tells us what we can't know, science tells us what we can.
Right, but the remaining questions that we have are things that are very, very integral to the human experience. So I think the three questions remaining that science has not answered to this point that religions do answer is what happens after we die, why are we here, and what is good. And those three things are going to make people very, very passionate and very ideologically motivated to demonstrate that they are the correct one. So it will otherwise people.
That's really something that I find to be really confined. That's a super confined set of even the fact that you say that religion is explicitly here to have answers. That to me is super confining to how it's actually played out for people who engage in it socially, right? Like people having.
I don't think
so. So have you ever experienced something that you would consider to be a religious experience?
No. Can you give an example?
Okay. So
if
in Taoism, and this is sort of general and then personal, okay? In Taoism, there is a sense that the Tao you can speak of is not the true Tao, right? A lot of people in the sports community will call this flow state. A lot of people will say that you are acting without thinking. The Tao is the sense of being, doesn't really have a direct translation. This is an unspeakable human experience. And it happens to people sometimes, and it some people describe it as an angel coming over them. That is one very limited experience. It saves people's lives. It allows people to react very quickly to situations that they don't even know are happening. That's one very limited experience.
There may be a physiological explanation and mechanism behind this. So obviously, I think science, medicine would call this the subconscious.
And if you consider that, right, and you come to someone and you say, I have had this insane experience, there is not another place that you can go where people will accept the things that other people will say, well, that's unexplainable, but we can't help it. In a religious space, you have a way to say, okay, and this admittedly is making religion into a place where you can discuss things and not just have a set of rules you have to follow. Okay,
I've got
you gotta get like I'm gonna call the flag. Socrates has yet to speak, and he's been waiting so long. So I'm going to force him in here. I'm going to forcibly insert him to the conversation. Socrates, the floor is yours.
All right. So just going all the way back, Johnny, when you were talking about like gatekeeping religion, I think maybe what you're talking about is kind of a cultural attitude toward being part of a religion. This is something that came up in like the 2010s with Richard Dawkins talking about like you shouldn't call like a child like a Muslim child or a Christian child or a Jewish child. Maybe they have that background, but until they're at a point where they have kind of decided that that's what they want to be part of, it's kind of weird to affiliate them that way, because that's something that you were saying, like, have that kind of experience and decide, yeah, this is how I feel, this is how I relate to things. I think there's other reasons to gatekeep religion in terms of how we talk about it. So I think there's a place for saying, so, MLK was a Christian. Trump sometimes calls himself a Christian, or Pat Robertson calls himself a Christian, who said that 9/11 was God's punishment for homosexuality in America. I think if you if you talk to any real religious scholar, they'll tell you that like only one of these, you could say, has some kind of alignment to like a religion of love, something like that. So I think there's a way to talk about, I feel like we've kind of ceded ground to the religious right, and as they get more kind of unhinged and evil, we've said that they've become more fundamentalist or more fanatical, which maybe fanatical is acceptable, but but on the left anyway, we don't use the language of saying, well, you're acting in an unchristian way. You're a heretic. You're not acting as a Christian. I think there's something to be said for gatekeeping and not simply giving away the ground to religion. And then what was I going to say? Shoot, there are a bunch of things. Okay, you can come back to me.
Okay.
Yeah, because you have to remember what fundamentalist means, right? It's exclusionary. And again, I wanted to talk about this with you guys from a perspective of like what religion can be as well, because yes, religion can be exclusionary. Anything secular also as a group can be exclusionary. So like religion exclusively to this conversation, maybe I'm being too specific. Maybe you guys would rather like...
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
It's not the otherizing itself or the exclusionary nature of it that's the problem. It's the like, I'm going to kill all of the people who don't believe in the thing that I believe. That's the problem.
Is
or
that
wanting
something that
wanting
you're
to legislate
talking
based on
about...
this, or when I talk about what's problematic, what drives conflict, what motivates harm as a result of religion, those are the things I'm talking about. I'm talking about states that pass legislation that is founded on religious views that are, ostracizing or punishment or punitive to people who don't subscribe to their belief system. I'm talking about conflict over land that is rooted in divine entitlement to that piece of land. I'm talking about all these things.
Similar to McCarthyism,
can I go after
right?
SDL? Is that all right, Wick? Can I go after SDL?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, there's a gap.
Why would you just
so I'm just going
interrupt
to jump
somebody
in.
and just be like, I'm going to go after this other person?
I mean, like,
so when we talk
I'm
about
shaking.
religion,
you want to talk. If there's an issue and a lot of people want to talk, I'll decide. But yeah, good.
Yeah, no, I just want to go after
so when
SDL.
Go ahead.
So when there's religious conflict and people want to kill people because they're a different religion, this is where I have to bring it back to ideology, because over the last 100 years, America has waged wars, both overtly and covertly, not over religion, but over things like communism. And I can't easily see what kind of differences there are between the kind of reasoning that this is just evil, this has to be eradicated from the world, that separates that from the kind of reasoning that leads to religious wars. But America, we haven't had religious wars. We've had those kind of wars over toppling communist regimes.
What do you think has a higher death toll?
What?
I guess
is that the game we're gonna play?
Well, I might.
No.
Yeah.
It's just a question.
Well, STL, go ahead.
I might come at this from another perspective. So just last week, Lindsey Graham, a sitting U.S. senator, said that we are in a religious war and we should flatten Gaza. While it is true that many of the wars the U.S. fought in had other geopolitical motives, like religion was often a subtext of that we have to kill the godless communists, that like the Muslims in the Middle East, like people use the language crusade for the Iraq war, for the Afghanistan war. I think the argument would be like, bloodlust is higher because of religion. It is easier to get to the point of violence because religion gets us there.
That's your argument, is that people become more passionate about religion because they feel that their entire eternity is on the line?
Well,
I'm just trying to help you out.
Wait, so that's what I was
direct question. Just a direct question before you go, Socrates. And Beckett, I see you. I get to you. I promise you. But a direct question to you, SDL. I asked you this last night, Socrates, and I'll ask SDL. Do you think that the reason that Hamas does what it does is based on its religion?
I think 95+% is not based on religion. It's fundamentally, really? I think, about I think Hamas is fighting primarily because they want, like, I do not see them as liberation fighters or whatever. I think they want, like, Gaza to take over. They want, like, Palestine to take over. They have a view that is like an ethno-religious view of how to build Israel, how to build Palestine. And so that's what motivates them. Religion is a part of that, but part of it too is like they talk about the like Hamas talks about like Jewish people as well, and not just like religious people. They talk about wanting to expel people from the areas. So I think it's much more than religion. It's like a motivator, but I don't know. It's an add-on.
I think
I don't know if I'd agree with that. That seems like at the core of what they do, how they recruit, how they motivate their people, how they talk about what they want. Everything seems to flow through this kind of religious, kind of very.
Let me turn it back around. Like, take something like labor Zionism, which in my view, like, labor Zionism was the socialist or left support for the Zionist project in like the 60s, 70s, 80s, especially. And that was a very secular project. And yet it has birthed an immensely religious nation, which uses religion to motivate its soldiers, which uses religion to justify its conflict, which has like people like the Knesset cites things about making the country a Jewish nation. So I guess all I would say is like, I tend to think of Hamas as primarily political. Most of these terrorist groups are primarily political. Religion is just one tool to motivate people in that fight.
The conflict in Israel-Palestine, to be clear, is historically born of religion, but I think the modern day, like what we're seeing now, is more a result of like a conflict about self-determination and like Palestinian nationalism. So I agree with everything SDL just said. I think that religion, we can point the finger far back enough and say that this is a Muslim and Jewish conflict, but I don't think that that's really like.
But is that cultural or religious?
Wait, so I just want to jump in. So, as an American,
let Beckett go first.
No, let Socrates go first. He hasn't spoken.
So, as an American, I expect once we start getting into this issue of the Middle East, probably not getting out for 20 years. So, let me just quickly respond to a point that's outside of this, and we can have some intractable quagmire of a conversation. SDL, you mentioned when it came to anti-USSR, talking about the godly Soviets, right? That was a motivator. But remember that it was during that time that under God was added to the Pledge of Allegiance in order to create some kind of distinction. So religion was used as a language, but it was clearly not the prime mover in that conflict.
I think the problem here is that causality is going to be circular for all of this. Religion helps motivate the initial escalation, and that escalation helps create division between like the Soviet Union and the United States. And as that evolves, you use religion as a way to set yourself apart. It's like it's
so
what.
How would you say that initially religion escalated, like the Cold War or something? I'm not an expert.
I mean, so like for some, this gets into like very minor things, but if you look up, say, like the Family or the Fellowship, I believe is what it's called. They were founded in, I think, 1933 to oppose FDR's policies. One of the things they really hated, like a lot of religious conservatives hated, was, okay, people might not know this. The Soviet Union wasn't recognized by most governments for like 2 decades or so. FDR did. That's one of the big things that got him on the shit list of the religious right. And part of the reason that it did so is the Soviet Union was cracking down. It killed something like 100,000 priests. And so like the roots go deep, but I just want to say, like, I don't know that religion is the first step. That you could, but it's one of the escalators. It's like it's like adding more fuel to the fire is how I see it.
It's a confounding factor. Yes.
I mean, there are clearly. I would argue it's symptomatic. That's kind of the problem. It's like I can see people like in my chat with SDL's take on Hamas not being entirely religiously motivated, and they're like, why would you say that? But actually, I kind of agree with you. I think if religion was gone, people would still be doing this. People of the same religions have gone to war consistently and slaughtered each other through history. When Japan invaded China, they justified the massacres of the Chinese as they weren't real Buddhists. Like, I think the problem is that if you took away that fuel, the fire just burns as hot because people will find those other things. When we're looking at the USSR, ultimately they were a military and governmental geopolitical power that the US was in conflict with post World War II.
Beckett, I think you can argue. I think you can argue that yes, there would still be conflict in the Middle East and Palestine and Israel if religion was off the table. But I don't think you could argue that it would be as hot, right? Like it takes a.
I think absolutely. No, hold on.
No, there are people willing to die over communism.
Yeah, like people would die over. This is ideological. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that the religion there is filling a hole. You'd still need creed. You'd still need cultural grouping. You'd still need something to otherize other groups. I'm not saying that those things aren't important, but I'm saying that religion is filling a gap. It is symptomatic of a problem. It is not the cause of the problem. And so removing one of those symptoms, yeah, sure, we can start cutting out pieces of tumor if that's the argument, but I don't really see how that cures the illness.
Oh, well, so I mean, I have a response to that, but if no one else wants to go,
well, sure. So just talking about like the, I guess we're definitely getting into Israel-Palestine conflict.
No.
I mean, us in this conversation, not like Biden.
No one's being taught about that. It should be refreshing.
I mean, it can be a generalized thing, right? It doesn't have to be like the modern conflict, right? Like I think that Beckett is completely right. There have been a lot of intra-religious fights, but what I would note is a lot of those intra-religious fights were in part based on differences in religion. You brought up the Albigensian Crusade, which was literally an intra-religious fight based on differences in religion, which led to the killing of, I think, like 100,000 people again. It's not...
Okay,
Go ahead.
Can I just respond to that really quickly? Because again, like I feel like as close as we're coming to each other, SDL, we're missing key things, because one of the reasons that happened wasn't just religious differences. It was the fact that this religion was growing and challenging the church's power. When we're looking at what happened with the Knights Templar being accused of worshipping Baphomet and burned at the stake, that wasn't because the church was actually like, oh my god, they're heretics. It was because the King of France owed a huge amount of money to the Templars because they were essentially running the Pilgrim's Path banks, and was like, wouldn't it be easier if they were just fucking dead? I don't think, like, if you, there are, the motivators there are so different. And when you look into the history of the Catholic Church, the history of the Catholic Church is a war between the Catholic Church and Italy, as they both vie for power over the religion between the Emperor and the Pope. And the Catholic Church is basically like pictured now in the modern day as this great all-powerful thing that's sort of manipulated history. But the truth is the Catholic Church is balmy and has put dead popes on trial because it's vaguely trying to survive the political machinations of lunatics.
I agree.
And I don't buy that it's got all this power. I just don't buy it. I think it's an excuse.
Johnny,
kind of like, I have something. Oh, go ahead.
All I was going to say to Beckett was, I don't think that you'd have, so part of the problem with those historical contexts is that the church or the monarchy was using the religion as a justification for their political purposes. So I think that is, I don't know that you would have had the same level of support behind like, especially modern day, you wouldn't have the same type of support behind the actions of the centralized authority or the military or whatever it is without the confounding factor of religion. I think that is what drives people to be so, like, I think Socrates put it best, heretical and wanting blood, essentially.
And let me just introduce, yeah.
Let me briefly speak to
Hold on.
Go ahead.
Really, really quick. I want to introduce something that is specific to religion and spirituality. There is a phenomenon that I think is driving a lot of the conflicts, to speak generally, and that is that people, are not having direct experiences. They're going based on books, which are essentially fairy tales. They are going based on their cultural experiences from a toddler, which varies across internationally. But something that answers a question that fills a religious need is what happens after you die. And speaking in a modern religious context, I believe that no one knows what happens after you die. And so I use religion for a different purpose. And so, like, in a modern context, I want to see religions and spiritual spaces being built that don't try to answer questions about death. So I don't know, you could speak about this from a general perspective of like, is there a cultural standpoint where we are afraid of death to a point where we're building both secular and religious structures that make us afraid and make us want to literally secure our eternity by killing other people, for instance, in some religions?
There's probably no greater motivator. There's probably no good secular.
I know, and so like,
motivator.
And so as a spiritual person, I'm concerned with that because I'm like, you really can have these experiences and bond with other people over this without going to a fairy tale that tells you to kill other people. That's just kind of the perspective I'm coming from. I didn't expect us to talk about Israel Palestine because this is
why would you not expect that?
I know because I'm stupid.
Wait, is there something happening in Israel? Fuck, I hadn't.
I know what's happening in Israel, but I
and Palestine too.
Community. Yes, I know, baby. There are people in my community who are very close to that conflict on every possible side of it, and I would like to be only beneficial to them in the way that I speak about it.
Let me Sorry.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Let me speak briefly to the idea of religion as motivator. Beckett, you mentioned the Knights Templar being like accused of like worshiping the wrong gods and being killed. That's a useful tool for a political like leader to have. You don't just say, "Hey, I'm killing this guy to get rid of my debts." You say, "I'm killing this guy because he's a heretic, because he believes the wrong thing." It's one thing that lowers the cost of political violence, right? And similarly, you ask about like, well, what is the power of the Catholic Church? For an example of how powerful that church was over the years, in Spain at the time of the Spanish Civil War, the Catholic Church owned 1 in 3 parcels of land in the country. Like they were immensely powerful directly and indirectly. It's so clear that they are like one of the ways that you go to get power. It's the reason every ruler in church sides with them. Every historical ruler.
I agree with everything you just said, and it supports my perspective that the establishment of the church creates sort of a social or even maybe historically a political hierarchy that enables certain institutions or certain people in positions of power to completely abuse those who come. Go ahead, Beckett.
Sorry, no, go and finish thought.
Those who come to them seeking the answers that Johnny and I are talking about, or those who come to them seeking what it means to be a good person, or those who come to them because they had a religious experience, which is an interesting component I didn't really think about this from. But people who basically come to them for answers, for fulfillment, for some type of satisfaction or community or whatever, the church has historically predated on those people. So like I think that SDL, I agree with everything you just said, and I think that we don't even need to look that far back to look at like how many children were sexually abused by the French Catholic Church.
Absolutely, but I think it's selective. So just quickly on the religious experience thing, because I've seen Johnny ask a lot of questions. So I'm somebody who believes in God. I believe predominantly because I've had a series of religious experiences through my life. I am very, very skeptical of my own belief, and why I ended up spend so much time looking at religion. But at the same time, I think those are poor arguments to convince anybody. I'd never argue from that kind of authority of like, well, I've had this experience, because I think it's meaningless, and I think it's meaningless in religious conversations. Like, I couldn't bring my experiences to a Christian or a Muslim and expect like a good result because it's fundamentally different. But very
what's
quickly, just to shift to one second, I want to shift to this. Well, it's in my head. I agree with you to an extent, Kylo, but at the same time, like when we've seen rulers completely dismantle religions in their own country and the church, like the Catholic Church, like let's take Britain, let's take Henry VIII. Henry VIII wanted a divorce. He was most people, I don't know if they know this, but he was known as a defender of the Catholic Church before this happened. He was an incredibly well-educated religious scholar in his youth, and he used to debate theology regularly. When the Catholic Church denied him a divorce, he essentially dismantled the monasteries and ripped out Catholicism from the UK and said, right, we're starting a new religion, it's Anglicanism, and he was able to do that. Now, yes, he still used the framework of going, actually, I am the divine one. But the rest of Europe, one of the reasons that England has been at such high conflict is because the church was like, well, we should probably do something about heretics in England. But importantly, we were still having wars with the French before then. We were still having wars with the Spanish before then. We are still having these intense conflicts. And when we look at like religious persecution, for example, the Jewish people through history, that persecution isn't just to do with the fact that they are not the same religion. It's to do with the fact that they were brought in for a purpose into countries, which was money lending, because Christians couldn't do it. They made an awful lot of money because they essentially had a designed monopoly on the market that was lucrative. And then when people got pissed off and rulers needed an easy enemy to hate, they'd go, well, I think that's because they have all the money, so we should either get them to convert or kick them out. And that happened consistently. And it wasn't because of the religious differences, it was because of the power structure difference.
No, but
Okay,
they're
can I
disguising
respond
it
to
as
this really
religious
quickly? It'll be
differences.
But
very
they
quick.
disguise it as something else. That's the problem.
Sorry,
I don't.
Johnny, go ahead.
It's
Okay.
symptom.
Okay, you said, I know that you went on that big diatribe, and I'm sorry, but I'm responding to what you said to me. I'm not trying to convince anyone that I have had an experience and it was real. I am very carefully actually going around that because I want to emphasize to you that I am, for the future, logically assuming that people will continue to have experiences that they cannot explain, that they would like to speak about with people, perhaps from a perspective of tradition and history, and religion or a church or a spiritual center fills that role. And so I'm not convincing you that something that happened to me is real. I'm telling you that logically it follows that these experiences will continue to happen to people. And so I don't know, it's like talking about something that is ascribed to religion that is really just a political conflict in disguise. Like, that seems like a lot of what we're addressing. Yeah.
And you're saying what will be left over even if you...
What is left over? Exactly. Like the
Yeah.
discussion is modern religion. What place does religion have in a modern society? And as a person who engages in that socially, but also has had those personal experiences, I wanted to say that religion has a space beyond something political and something powerful.
That space, just to ask real quick, right? And
Hmm.
this is not just to you, but to the panel as a whole. Do we think that space can be filled by secularism, right? To an extent, at least?
It depends on
Or
what...
do we think that religion has a unique space that cannot be replicated through other secular means? Why or why not?
It depends on what the space is. So I can't talk about religious experiences and what might drive people to go to Sunday service because they've had a religious or sorry, I'm not being productive. I know you're Tao or whatever, but what I can talk about is the thing that I mentioned about having unanswered questions and religion providing those answers for you. And I do think that we've maybe reached a point where those three remaining questions that I talked about earlier are probably never going to be answered in the entirety of human existence. Because of that, we probably have to adjust the way that we perceive those things and be okay with not knowing the answer to something like what happens after we die, or even like what is good. Because I think a lot of religion probably originated from places and nation states not having the resources to police their people effectively, so they introduced a structure of like punishment for like social, inappropriate social behavior or crimes or whatever it is. The consequence of which is you literally burn for all of eternity, in Christianity's example or what have you.
Mhm.
So now all we're left is what is good, what is good behavior, and I think that secularly we can probably find a way to be okay with saying that it's intangible. I can't intellectualize what is good. All I can tell you is that kindness is good because it's good and it makes people feel good, and that's kind of all we got. You know what I mean? So I think that's the secular hole that we fill, is just by being okay with not having an intellectual or a scientific answer to things. That's where I think we should adjust our perspective to.
I guess
Yeah,
I would
so
just.
that. Oh,
No,
sorry.
no,
Go ahead.
I've spoken way more than you.
Well, so that was the point that I wanted to jump in to make. That of those three, the one that I think needs to be contended with at all times and can never fundamentally be answered by science is what is good. That's a values question.
Yeah.
And subjectivity and non-rationality and intangibles, the kind of things that we feel but can't really describe, that's the realm that a conversation that seeks to not find, answers. I guess kind of like ethics would be, the realm of like trying to find kind of concrete individual answers. But
Virtue
the
ethics,
realm
yeah.
of values would have to address those questions. And I think there's it's like a little bit of a caricature, or it's not. I mean, there's a lot of religious people who think this way, but I don't think religion is fundamentally about exactly like saying like, hey, we've got the answers to these things, as much as like we're the ones who've been asking those questions. So even like the Israel, I think, means struggled with God. Israel, it's like the Jewish people have been struggling with God, with the concept of God, and religious people have been struggling with what happens after we die and all of the emotional baggage that comes into that. What
I
is our
have to
legacy?
disagree with you. I have
Okay,
to
please
disagree
go
with you. I
ahead.
don't
I
think
love
that's
it.
true.
Yeah.
I think like philosophy does that,
Sure.
but religion doesn't. Religion, like one of the things that you'll hear people say is like, well, Christianity, you need to have a bit of blind faith. No, you don't. There's no theological grounding for that. In fact, the argument with Christianity is you don't need to have blind faith. Jesus came down, he died for your sins, we've got it recorded, you can see it. It's not a question, it's a telling. And this is part of the fundamental problem with religion. But what I would also say is we do this with other things. Like we do this with science. I meet people who will say things to me about environmental things which are incredibly wrong. They are just bizarre. They've read them in some article on Facebook, and they believe them. And I am sat there going, no. But it's really hard to tell people that, because in the same way that we do this with religion, people have started to do it with science. Like a few years ago, we had the Facebook page like I fucking love science, and it was just bite-sized bit of chunks that people like taking. And when something comes out of from an expert that doesn't match up with a narrative, or people don't understand like the full scientific process, people are going to feel uncomfortable with that. People talk about science in this really solid way, except for scientists who tend not to. So
I was just
think
going to say,
this
as
is
a
a human
scientist, I
problem,
hate that
right?
shit.
This is one of the fundamental differences, though, between like a religious mode of thinking and a secular mode of thinking, or a scientific mode of thinking, though, is that like science, or at least most scientists, operate on, and maybe I'll get shit for this, but it's something close to scientific realism. Something like the no miracles argument, that right now we're talking over internet communication, which requires like transmission with satellites, which requires atomic clocks to be accurate. Those things would be so miraculous if the science underpinning them,
and the sacrifice to Satan,
and of course the little blood offering you put into your computer every day. These scientific achievements would be miraculous if we were just guessing. So instead, it seems like we are actually approaching the truth in a lot of these things, that through experimentation, we can approach the truth. But when you look at like religious scholars over the meaning of the earth or history or whatever, they are citing like a book. They are citing like text. They are citing religious...
unless you're Thomas Aquinas. Literally changing all of mathematics.
Just really quick. I don't mean to
literally inventing set theory.
$100 from Lex Friedman. Great panel. Thanks, Wick.
Whoa, shit.
Whoa,
nice.
Lex.
The Lex Friedman.
Let's go, because you mentioned Aquinas. Let's talk about like Augustine's methods of this, and the fact that natural philosophy originates in the church for a reason. So when Augustine wrote City of Gods Against the Pagans, he was arguing that the pagans were the cause of the fall of Rome. He didn't just do that from scripture. Augustine basically deconstructed paganism, deconstructed their miracles. Augustine said the pagan miracles are like about the same as a saint or a martyr, therefore they're like equal to a fraction of the power of God. You can see the debate brewing of like religion all through history. Now you can say that, okay, well, they're based on like nebulous concepts, but at the same time we are still doing that.
Well, nothing substantive whatsoever.
Okay, but that's
just based on
the time.
all of Islam.
Yeah, but that's not the point. I'm not
derived-
arguing for the existence of God. I'm
I don't think
arguing
you
that
are.
when St. Augustine did this, he's using rhetoric in the same way that we do with like modern
Yes,
politics.
he's
to make his
speaking
points.
about, but you're also drawing a comparison between the way that we perceive science and medical advancements and things like that now versus like developments in religion, and I think that those
It's
are
not a perception.
diametrically
He was
opposed.
literally illustrating a scientific method laid out by the church or a person in a church. It wasn't a comparison. It was a direct.
So I don't know that I would just like religious people can do science. The argument here is that specifically religious modes of thinking are ultimately grounded in like that religious text, that religious tradition or whatever. And the argument is that
again, not necessarily. Like you're speaking about religion again from a standpoint of people believing something that was written before they were ever born. And
I mean, new religious movements do the same thing. No, like look at Scientology, okay? God could still be alive. They're still basing it in his teachings. They're still basing it in his religious tradition. And the argument is those foundational beliefs lead people to wrong conclusions because they aren't fundamentally based on a theory of experimentation and rejection of false beliefs. That's the argument.
Okay.
Wait, do you doubt Xenu? What the fuck?
Yeah, my bad.
Heretic.
Oh no, we could tolerate a lot here, but I don't know
This-
about the doubting.
This conversation, and
go
Becky, I just want to, maybe you can explain it more something if I'm not grasping the concept, but like this feels like a comparison because if we're saying, and like SDL was kind of saying earlier, the thing that would probably be more beneficial for society over time would be to more rely on and be able to reconcile differences with scientific method. But when someone talks about scientific method and empirical data and stuff like that, they're talking about something substantive. There's nothing substantive about Gabriel coming down and talking to Muhammad and Muhammad, preaching the word of Gabriel. And
Kilo, you're wrong, and I'll explain why.
Okay.
I was a Mormon missionary for 2 years, way back in the day. One of the things we did, and one of the arguments that we led with, the persuasive argument, we love what I feel, is that we can show you through a process that you can repeat and you can gain an experience, just like I have had, just like all my other Mormon friends have had before me. We can help you have that experience, and we lay out some steps and some ways. If you do X, Y, and Z, if you follow our teachings, you will get this result, right? And by doing that and by laying it out, we could build a path, right, that people could follow. And it was pretty successful. Like the Mormon Church for years was one of the fastest growing religions in the world, right? Like a lot.
Are you still Mormon?
Are
you still Mormon?
I'm inactive. Let's say that.
I guess a follow-up question: what were the steps towards? What were you getting people to do?
So basically,
what's the experience?
Okay, so one of the scriptures that we use, the Book of Mormon, funnily enough, it was called Mormonized Challenge, right? And I'm going to paraphrase it here. But if you do these things, if you follow these teachings, and you ask the Lord God with all your might, heart, mind, and strength, he will tell you the answer by the burning in the bosom, right? That you will feel, the feelings and the experiences that you will have, and that you will know through the Spirit of God that this is true. And a lot of people, right, when they put themselves in that state, when you do these things that make your life better, right? And some of these things will absolutely make your life better. Stop smoking, stop drinking, right? Stop doing all these things. Start exercising and being more healthy. Go out, socialize in church, things like that. Come to a church, build a community. It is going to improve people's lives, especially if they're, again, don't have a lot of friends, don't have a lot of things. And so they will absolutely experience this. Now, the thing is, we would say God did that, but was it really? And that's the question, right? But it would absolutely was something that was replicable and something that'll not everyone felt, but a good enough portion felt that it was something that we could run with, right?
So I like one of the old definitions of knowledge was justified true belief, and I'm just bringing it up in this conversation. Point of bringing that up. The point here is that what you're talking about is the Mormon missionaries led people to a true belief. They did things that truly made them feel better. But the question is, was it a justified belief? Did the Mormon missionaries sit down and go, I'm reading from the journal of like nicotine studies that ending smoking will make people's lives better? Or did they start from a spiritual basis, which didn't give them a justification for that? That's the argument I'm trying to give in all of this. Yes, I'm sure that religion gives people meaning. Yes, I'm sure it answers questions. The question is whether those answers are both true, often I don't think they are, and justified, whether they are grounded in something that we think is a truth-yielding process.
Yes. And the reason why that matters... The
It
reason
doesn't
just
matter
to-
that there's
Wait, so just to jump in
super
there.
briefly. Wait, super briefly.
Okay.
I'll let you go right
Okay.
after.
Oh.
Okay.
The reason why that matters is because the doctrine that is associated with that religion, even if there is a palatable and substantiative response, like a physiological response in the body or an experience, quote unquote, to talk about, what Johnny was talking about, the doctrine that is associated with them with that religion is then thereby justified by the people who practice it, including
Speaking of justified, 2-year sub from Tenflix. Thank you. Anyway, carry on.
conflicts.
Go ahead.
So it is then justified for the exclusionary practices, the otherizing of people, the things that we were talking about earlier. That's the problem with relying on the religious origination of the experience or whatever as like the basis for it, instead of like some
No,
sort of
the
physiological
problem
or
is
psychological
that
difference.
we're not gatekeeping the experience as a way to firmly believe in something. We have been taught by, I assume we're all white Western people, right? We have been generally taught in this religious diaspora
liberal.
that we
I
are
love
to
you.
follow a book. And you all, I assume that you are all speaking about this from a very historical standpoint where you're talking about believing in the book and not experience anything. And then when you have religious experiences, it's the same as being at a concert. And I get it. I do get it. Like, we need to gatekeep so that we can have discussion spaces, especially. I would really appreciate open public discussion spaces where we can do what, again, is very traditional in Hasidic Judaism and be curious and scholarly about this. And I want to point out, people are actively building this type of thing with the cult of the mushroom. You can call it a bunch of different things, but there
And
is
this is also
repeatable there is a repeatable psychedelic experience that is involved in psilocybin that people are actively rejoicing in and building communities around. And it's because it feels like it's something special and important.
Would
the
you
cult
call
And
of
this
the
religion?
mushroom.
that's where we're building new things as far as religion goes.
I don't think
Not
that's new though. Like scholarship, science, these come from very religious backgrounds. Like
yeah.
these are all things that are, again, were birthed in kind of religious settings. And I think that you're shaking your head or you're going like this. Am I wrong? I'm
Yes,
pretty
actually.
sure.
So like
Well,
a lot
explain
of
to
early
me. I could be
scholars
ignorant on this.
a
Go
lot of
ahead.
early scholars were deeply religious, and I'm not going to deny that. But when we look at like statistics, when we start to reach into like the 1500s, scholarship was most condensed among the least religious people and the least religious places in early modern Europe, for example. Like literally one example is people with non-religious names were something like 3 or 4 times more likely to publish scientific texts than were people with religious names. And
Non-religious names. That's
I know
an
it sounds.
interesting
Go ahead.
point to kind of like a data point to kind of hang your hat on with that. I don't know
It's-
if that's convincing to me.
It's because
right?
we don't have a good way to measure the religiosity of scientists from 1500. So what people use
Sure.
is they use a proxy of religious names. And we know from a lot of causal data. So after an earthquake, for example, religious names are something like 50% more likely after an earthquake. And so is religion. People get a lot more faith after these big cosmic events happen to them. And so there's reason to think that people with more religious names come from more religious families, and they are way underrepresented in the early scientific revolution, is all I'm trying to get at.
Seems plausible. Yeah.
Okay,
It's
but
been
also
such
you've
that
got
for a
to
long
where a
time,
lot
though.
of
we
a
would
lot
never
of
hold on. We
hold
would
on,
never
hold on.
accept that as like a data point to kind of make any firm conclusions off of in any other setting. It's really weak data.
No,
Like-
because you're
it's-
talking
hold
about
on,
like
hold on, hold on,
religion
hold
from a
on,
perspective
hold on.
of this cult tradition standpoint, and that's generally associated with people who are of lower status historically. Like there's a million reasons why that
Also,
could be
like, okay, so a lot of early natural philosophy comes from the church, like exploration of the world, actually seeing what the world looks like, Bishop
Genetics.
Dr. Test of Lincolnshire, like his work was studied by Lancaster recently because what he seems to be describing sounds an awful lot like the Big Bang. He basically said, how did God create the universe? And his conclusion was God put light into it. And the way he describes how light works seems really similar. Now, again, this is hundreds of years ago, but at the same time, like, we see a lot of natural philosophy come out of the church because they were the only people with the money, time, and education to undertake that work. So, yes, I accept that, like, not having those, so this is where the word atheism comes from. It's the idea that you are divorcing God from the process. You're not making the assumption like that, like people like Descartes did with the solipsistic whole, that God is the solution to that. But at the same time, an awful lot of religious people have been fine building things. When we see sort of like the cradle of civilization in the Middle East, that wasn't done in a non-religious setting. It's just that they were able to still pursue those things within religion. Galileo, Darwin, all these people are still religious, they're still Christians, and they still are able to have those findings, even if they're difficult. Like, I think human intelligence and will, like, leads through, even in the case where it's against the teachings.
And I would also argue, before anyone else jumps in, that the way that most people interact with science today is religious in nature. You don't go out and do the experiments yourself. You don't look to the experts. You only look to the experts, which seems to, like, feed into your preconceived notions. We believe, right? We believe when someone tells us something, or read a scientific report or something. Most people, not everyone, but most people are not literate enough and not educated enough to know when they are being bamboozled. That's why we have things like the replication crisis. That's why we have things like Alzheimer's research was just made up for years, right? Made up. And everyone's just
trying
like,
things.
The
Scientists trying things and then finding out if they
at
work or
Harvard
not.
that's just happened. The massive claims of data fraud for one of the most prominent sociology professors on the planet is being accused of faking her data. We see this
because you can
time.
wait, but you can prove that they faked the data. That's the difference. You can prove that those numbers are not real. That's the difference between the two things you're talking about. It's not; those are not comparable.
Yes, but people
dynamics.
People still hung their hats on them. People
Sure.
lectured on them.
It's a
People
problem.
based
Absolutely.
entire theories in workplaces on them. But at the same time, but this is humans doing this. It's like, you can argue 100%. That we've got better process for finding those things.
But that's the argument, yeah.
You're still going to have them. You're still going to have exactly the same fucking problem.
The argument for science is not that it gets everything right. It's that it tends towards more correctness over time. That the process is like self-correcting or truth apt or something. It's moving us in that direction. Like, just to give an example, you mentioned a writer, I guess like 100 or 200 years ago or whatever, who wrote something which sounded like the Big Bang. Okay, how would we know whether his theories were right? If not for measuring infrared shifting from distant universes. We would only know whether his writing was worth shit or not based on the testing of his theories. That's the argument for something like scientific realism.
This is why Judaism and Jainism and Buddhism have been around for as long as they have, because you can't refute them, but they're not substantial.
Hell yeah.
No, they're experiential. They're not unverifiable in the sense that you don't know if they happened.
If they were falsifiable,
they are experiential in that they are true, but they cannot be proven.
The point is, in the comparison between the scientific method and the empirics and those types of things versus the practice of religion as being the basis for someone's belief system. What SDL just said is the difference between those two things. Science changes over time because we do falsify things. We do
but
find out.
But that's not how humans interact with it.
What is the point of the show?
I have to step in here because this is important, right? All these issues that we are talking about with religion, right? That it's used to justify these horrific things, and sometimes it is used to like stifle things. We have seen this play out from a scientific standpoint as well, right? People shut down by saying, well, this is what the studies say, not knowing what the actual studies say, right? The way we as a people, as a culture, have interacted with science is in many ways very similar to religion, with very similar problems. Now, you can argue that, as SDL does, that the scientific process, the scientific method does lead us closer and closer and closer to truth, but that is not always the case. Right?
Eugenics and lobotomies.
But it's never the case with religion. It's never the case with religion is the problem. It is often the case with science.
No, hold on.
Is never the
Like
case.
religion absolutely pushes back on ideas within itself that it disagrees with.
That can't be substantial.
The history.
What do you mean it can't be substantial? We literally just went over Thomas Aquinas.
Sure, but how do we know that modern Christian theory is closer to the truth than old Christian theory? How do I know?
Nobody's claiming
but the question isn't whether God exists or whether the truth is there. The question is like whether these things, like how they function in society. And you're saying, well, these are highly damaging. But when we look through history and those debates that are happening in science, those also have happened in religion. Now, you can say that like they trend towards like certain outcomes within science, and that we're also progressing at a vastly better rate. More of us are educated, more people are able to engage in those conversations. But the truth is, like, way back in like 1700 years ago, Augustine is arguing like the form of Christianity that we should have. Augustine is saying Christianity needs to become more aggressive, it needs to become more like compartmentalized off and exclusionary. We need to make sure that, you know, nobody is making stuff up about the religion so that the pagans can blame us for things. And these mattered because when Augustine was arguing these things, that's 8, by the way, give me some subs. When, sorry, they were like, they'll call you out at like 5 for keeping mentioning him. But like, when he was saying that, they needed to like build a system that protected them culturally. And religion in this case was the way that they did that, but we're still going to keep doing it with other systems. We do it with capitalism, we do it with socialism, we do it with communism, and we have witnessed recently plenty of people taking ethical sides that they wouldn't normally take because they want to defend what they see as ideologically on the same path as them. People will excuse atrocities by the USSR if they're tankies because they're like, well, communism good, capitalism bad. And I don't see how that's any realistically and fundamentally different.
The argument here is not that debate is like how you approach truth. The argument is that the debate has to be founded, grounded in, informed by something else, right? Like the argument is that science, by the process of experimentation, falsification, whatever you want to call it, that tends the debate towards truth. The argument is, again, not science is always right, but that its debates tend towards truth over time. Question that was asked is like, do Christian debates do the same? And what I would point to is politics often has the same problem. If you look at Austrians and a lot of like socialists, some socialists who just take like the work of Lenin or the work of like Marx as gospel, I don't think their theory is advanced whatsoever. They're still debating over fucking like what Karl Marx said over what Lenin said instead of what's actually true. And that's why the theory is so backwards and shitty and why it fucks up so often. The argument is that like, in contrast, like empirics-based theory does so much fucking better. That's why like I don't know. The argument is that it's not enough to debate. You need to have some grounding which leads you toward truth. And only science does that. That like religion cannot do that.
But I think they are still fundamentally asking different things. Sorry, Socrates, go ahead.
Yes. So I would say that it's actually I don't want to say the opposite, but religion is a process of trying to come into contact with truth, capital T truth. Science is a process that basically rejects the possibility of finding capital T truth kind of from the get-go. That says, you know, everything we can learn, we learn something about something, and the error bars. Those are the things that we're learning, and it's based on some particular theory. And the model is what I would say is the really important thing. Models in science, at the point that they become generally pretty effective, some operating theory, some viewpoint of the world, are based on mathematics. They're based on particular forms of experimentation that can be replicated, which doesn't mean that science can't ever interrogate the subjective, but it's doing it in a very different way, and it's looking for a very different outcome. In religion, the viewpoint that any particular person's conception of God or the divine or the unknown or the mysteries of the universe cannot be put into a mathematical formula and cannot be directly compared or are never identical between any two people. They're definitionally something that's extremely personal and very unique.
They're definitionally subjective, but they are objectively happening. And they're objectively happening to people all across the diaspora of humankind all over the world for the entirety of history. And some of these experiences that were previously considered to be spiritual are now known to have some physical component. There are others, and there will continue to be others, where people are, I think, you know what? I'm going to get on my soapbox for a second. You're all talking about religions that try to answer questions through historical accounts that are probably not true. The religion that I think is the most modern and placed in how people think today is inquisitive and curious, and is less so concerned with things that are absolutely going to be telling you how to live your life, and more so concerned with being aware of the mystery, capital M. It brings people a lot of peace. That's a modern iteration of how we deal with the spiritual. And yes, it's probably more politically fantastical to deal with situations that are wartime or that are really, I would say, general to all of human constructs of power. But like,
I
religion doesn't
disagree.
have to
Again,
be.
I disagree with you. That's not what religion is for. Religion. So fundamentally, what humans do is we tell stories and we build a picture of what's true. And the reason people get so upset when you challenge the concept of God is because you are challenging to them a fundamental concept of something that is
So
true. And there's a hold on,
religion
let me
is
finish. Hold
something.
on. Yeah, no, hold on.
Finish,
There is
Beckett, but then I want to give her a chance
yeah.
to respond.
Yeah,
So I
sure.
want
There's
give
a little
them a chance to
experiment
respond. I
you
want
can.
them to
There's
go
a
back
little
to
experiment you can do with this, and I used to do it all the time at university. Go to the pub and start calling a glass a bowl or a fork a knife, and you will watch people become increasingly frustrated and uncomfortable as you do it. Now, those words don't really
You don't.
matter, but no, hold on. But fundamentally, we say things that are true to us. And that's just how humans work. We need
No,
those things because we
we're
need those
not saying things
fundamentals.
that are true to us exclusively. That's not all that's happening here. Like, I am calling spirituality that is organized. You laid it out. You said, or one of you did. You laid it out. You said that it is the spiritual supernatural component combined with the social and disciplinary structures as well. Like,
But that's
we
not
haven't
what
just been
most
going
people
on
need.
spiritual experiences that are unprovable to other people and that are only personal. That's not only what we're going on here.
It's not, but that is what religion is needed for.
Well,
Like
so Wick,
those shared
so Wick was
truths,
bringing up a
real or not,
situation.
are
Oh, sorry.
needed.
So
Wait.
Wick was bringing up a situation where he was saying, here's a formula to have this religious experience that changes your life pretty reliably. I mean, you could argue that maybe it is a placebo, but if you compare that placebo to a sugar pill, you might have like a clinical trial there, right? It might be at that level where there's like a significance of effect and
I
it's
could only
reliable.
guess at the
Mhm.
percent. Like, I will tell you, like, so the rejection rates were like a funnel, right? Most people would
Mm.
reject us without hearing us out, right? Just
Sure.
from the gate, knock on the door, no thanks, right?
Mhm.
But the more time we had with the potential convert, and the more steps that they took, the more likely they were to meet our metrics, which get baptized and then be retained, right? Which means
Mhm.
goes to church for so many different weeks in a row, right? And so one of the biggest steps, right, was getting them to the church. And that was a big indicator of whether they were going to continue to progress along the path or not. So yes, you could absolutely get them to take certain actions, which made it much, much more likely for them to take
Mhm.
certain steps that we would
God, you
consider.
make it sound like
Yeah,
a
yeah.
pyramid scheme. I love it. It
You
sounds
were-
I mean,
wait,
no,
exactly
this
like
is
like if I wanted
this
to
is just
describe an
persuasion,
MLM,
dude.
I think that's how I
Like, at
describe
the
it.
But
end
you
of
were
the day-
encouraged to do this, right?
It's a golden tablet scheme. I mean,
You were encouraged to do this by the church, correct?
Yeah, well, obviously, because again, like, you can take it one of two ways. You could take it the cynical route, which we wanted our numbers up to get more tithing, to get more money, to get more power and influence, etc. Or you could take the true believer route, which it says, hey, they're all children of God. We're trying to teach them the truth so they can come closer to God and
wanna
have
help
the
people.
experiences that they want to have. You
Mm-hmm.
can take it either way. I'm not here to argue that today. I would be interesting to argue with someone
I'd be very happy to.
I'm not really here to argue it
deeper.
either, but the doubt that exists with which one it is enough for me to say it's a little bit
Are
questionable.
you talking
There's
about like
always doubt
social
though, in
versus?
everything, right?
Are
There's
you talking about
always
like the
doubt.
social
We
experience
could be living in
versus
a
the
simulation.
experience of people sharing the God experience?
Well,
Is
the
that what you're
social experience is like we are social creatures.
No,
Yeah.
All of us,
yeah.
every single one of us. Yes, we are all each unique individuals, special snowflakes, but at the end of the day, we all have similar experiences in
Mhm.
similar settings. It's not 100 1-to-1, but 9 times out of 10, if you isolate someone, they're going to go crazy, right?
Yeah.
9 times out of 10, if you interact with someone in a certain way, they're going to respond in a certain way, right? If I give someone a compliment, all things being equal, they're going to respond positively to that. Again, it's not a 1-to-1, it's not 100%, it's not perfect, but we can do these generalities. And same with science, right? There are certain general rules that we can follow, right? That can get us to things. So what I'm trying to argue here is that there is very little when the rubber hits the road to how humans interact with it, there is very little difference between religion and science.
Okay, so
Mhm.
that's
agree.
yeah. So I also don't agree, and I was going to say that what you gave as an example is something that proves that simply empiricism isn't exactly all there is to science. Because if just like, hey, we do this thing, we get kind of a predictable result empirically, and therefore this proves our model that it's because God is coming into their hearts and changing their desires. Then exactly what you're saying, that would be science. So what I was stressing was that with science, the model is really the more critical piece, even more so than the empiricism, because the way that we define models, the way that we update models, the way that we can all view models in a concrete and shareable way are some of the hallmarks of what makes something scientific rather than religious. SDL, I can see itching to get in there.
Well, it's just that the model is important because the model enables testing, right? Like you say empiricism. More broadly, we can call it testability. The unique feature of scientific models is that they are testable. The reason that I asked, has Christian modeling advanced broadly? Has Christian thought advanced? Is what models have Christian put forward? How do they know those models are true?
Mormonism is an advancement of the Christian model, right? It's brought out, and we could look at this from other denominations.
No.
That
He's
spring
talking
out,
about
right?
Point the finger far back enough, right?
Yeah.
So go before the advancement into Mormonism from Christianity.
Well, the argument I'm trying to give is whether it's truth, right? Like Mormonism is like a revision of Christianity, but is it a truer revision of Christianity? Does it add more things which help people understand truth in the world? Does it help them does it help, in other words, is it a philosophy which leads people to true beliefs and helpful beliefs? And that's
sure.
Okay, but I think we get stuck on this truth thing because I think that is a standard that religion is not going to prove to people. Let's just be realistic here. Again, going back to the religious experience question, I am not going to sit here on this panel and try and persuade any of you that God exists based on my experiences, because I think that's a pointless thing to do. If the argument is, well, okay, we should believe things that are true, and if they're not true, we should sort of they have no place in modern society. But I don't know whether that kind of works, because fundamentally, yeah, we can look at things that are materially true or things that we can absolutely prove. But as we've increased in secularism, it doesn't seem to have made people more content. It doesn't seem to have made people more happy. It doesn't seem to have made people generally that much more rational. People are still tearing each other apart on a day-to-day basis. And look at the anti-theism movement. The anti-theism movement is fundamentally opposed to the existence of religion. All religious people bad, with the same amount of zealotry and fervor as the religious people they hate.
It does.
I don't think that's accurate.
Stance.
I don't think that's.
I don't know.
Wait.
I think.
Wait. So just so you know where I'm coming from, I was someone who was raised in religion, who was interested in. I followed all the kind of new atheist, 2000s, 2010s. Hitchens, Sam Harris, all that bullshit, and I came out of that, and seeing the flaws of it. I never was in like a massively anti-theist mode, but I think it's critical to not validate the religious rights persecution complex about Christians in America are as persecuted as anybody else.
I'm not trying to validate persecution, just to be clear, and this is why I said anti-theist rather than atheist. I'm talking about the people who are, let's say, fundamentalist anti-theists. And
Well,
like who
so
will
the-
go who will go a lot further. But I'm not talking about persecution here. I'm talking about the attitude of the people. So
Yes.
the attitude of these, like anyone who believes in religion, like we saw this with Jake. Jake's like this. Anyone who believes in religion is fundamentally insane and can be dismissed and is a bad person, essentially. And like that
I think
kind of
that's
then
silly.
that's what but that's what some of these people are like. I'm not talking about everyone here. It's a very broad brush statement, but my point is that you can still have that sort of fervor and zealotry without the religious framework, unless
Sure.
you want to make
Absolutely,
the argument
And-
that
and-
anti-theism is a religion.
But the
No,
problem is,
no.
There's a religious
so
framework here too,
What?
where you're still
I would say it's
saying that
ideology.
religion has to be based on a set of experiences that you didn't have, a New Testament book where it tells you Jesus came back and you didn't have that experience, but you believe it. And that's one religious outlet. But there are, and this is exemplified in the Wiccan community in particular, but there are so many modern
Wiccan out
iterations
community?
of people who are spiritual, who are exclusively spiritual because they are they're not seeking answers, but B, they're very curious. They do want to know things that they can know. And they do want to share their experiences where they can, and maybe come to like conclusions with other people.
I don't know
whether
if
they've
that
really
lines up
spiritual.
with how
What do you
Wiccans
mean?
and pagans are. I've look. So
They're
to be
very
clear, like, I've
solitary
spent-
practitioners, and
Yeah, but
a lot
also,
of them
look, I know-
come out of.
But I know an awful lot of witches, pagans, druids, because I've got a lot
I
of
do too.
like a huge amount of experience with the occult community who will fundamentally say things like, "You shouldn't do this around Fae. You shouldn't do this on this day. You shouldn't practice in this way. What you are
Yeah.
doing is dangerous.
but they're
Your
wearing the
protection
same-
is
That's one
irresponsible."
iteration of
because-
it.
Yeah,
That is
but-
one
but-
iteration of it. I wanted to give an example of a more solitary practitioner. And obviously, I should have specified that not everybody in the Wiccan and pagan and witch community is interested in experimentation or in math or in physics or anything like that. I do, however, have some friends who actually came out of more magical thinking because they, over the course of thinking that quantum shit was cool, actually came into a more scientific view of the world. That's neither here nor there, but there are so many people in the world right now, and I have to specify the Western world, who are able to experiment with their belief systems, but also their direct experiences enough to either go out and find the scientific explanation, which is what I think should be first and foremost, or to say, I had a religious experience. Let me go somewhere where I can discuss that with people. Okay. I accept that there are many, many issues that have been founded that are because people are going on fairy tales and they have never had a religious experience and they just like being in church. I accept
even that
that.
religiosity, like
But
we
that's-
study this and we look at like Christianity within like I think the highest rates of Christianity with like within like accounting and physics, I think was the last stats I saw. Like and really low within other practices, and you can see those different breakdowns. Biology seems to have like a particular strait of atheism. Now I am gonna like look, correlation is not causation. Like I think that's really important with the like comments about like religious names. But at the same time, we seem to be able to track those things, and if people can still engage in the scientific method,
Mhm.
I don't see why religion is a blocker to that. And you know, unless you want to make the argument that countries that run on particularly fundamentalist belief structures are
Yes,
going to
and-
have a
and-
stranglehold. But I don't think
So
that's
in the
happening
United
in the modern
States.
world in
Ju-
the West.
Just
Yeah.
a quick note on
The
the
thing about
just a
talking
quick
about
note on the
okay,
survey.
okay,
experimentation. As
Okay,
as
not
an
everyone at
example.
once. Not everyone at once. Let's go to SDL. Let's go to Kilo. Let's go to Socrates. Go ahead.
Just a quick note on the survey data. Like the American public, something like 5% is atheists. The American scientific public, like people with a BS or whatever, 50% are atheist or agnostic. It's like a 10 times increase. And my understanding is that biology and physics are actually the two lowest, and it's more the humanities and business majors which are the highest. Like the more applied sciences people
That's
are
true.
in,
I was talking like about science. I think biology.
I'm pretty sure as a last note, I'm pretty
think-
sure that a survey of PNAS, like one of the highest scientific offices in the country, so like 90% are atheists. There's a very tight correlation between applied sciences, higher education, and atheism.
Yes, they are. They're not mutually exclusive.
Again, it doesn't mean
obviously.
causality.
Yeah, I think, and you can look at Pew Research indicating that people are becoming less religious over time, not claiming a specific denomination. No one refuted earlier when I suggested humanity is becoming more civilized over time. I think we're becoming more science oriented and coming up with answers for things we really didn't have the answers for. I know that's not all religion is, Johnny. I'm sorry. Beckett, I actually do think that an anti-theist or atheist stance is in and of itself a religious statement that is just as harmful to me. The Chinese government being officially an atheist nation is just as harmful to me as if they had declared for a particular denomination. So I do think that. My question is, and I don't know if any
Wait,
just
STL, do you agree with that?
Yeah, can I get in there? Also,
Yeah, because you made a
Everyone's
statement.
like,
I-
"Oh,
Kilo,
the
you made
fucking
it. No,
thing."
hold
Just
on,
like,
hold
I
on,
don't
hold
wanna
on, hold on,
interrupt,
hold on,
but-
hold on,
Go
please. I
ahead.
want to explain why I'm cutting you off, Caleb, because I don't mean to cut you off, but you made a point which bears digging into, right? And I really want to see where we stand on this. You stated that a state or an entity declaring itself anti-theist is just as harmful as, for example, if we declared for Islam or Christianity or
I'd
something
actually
like
agree
that.
with that. I'll
And
stand that position as well.
Atheist or
true?
anti-theist?
Anti-theist. Because
So, like,
China does not let you
Scandinavia-
practice religion. You are not allowed.
Technically, that's not true either. China has 5 allowed religions. They do face a lot of repression, but
They recognize 5 religions officially, but they are officially designated an atheist nation.
Is
Like,
there
there are
anything
so-
else
like-
going on in China though besides like being kind of against religion? Like, are there other ideologies at work that could
Well,
have
that's
some
another question I
explanatory
want to
power
ask.
other than
that
atheism?
I'm saving that one for the last question of the night because I'm
okay.
curious.
Sure.
But we'll get into it. Maybe it'll come up. But I'm
Sure.
curious what you and Socrates and SDL think about
I'll
that
let you guys go
statement,
first.
right?
I guess I would just say anti-theism is a much smaller belief for a state to adopt usually than a religious belief, but like the level of evil involved usually is related to how willing they are to impose that on. Like I think states should be secular. I do not want states to impose any religious or lack thereof belief on people. But if anti-theism of the state just means something like we're going to tax churches 1% higher, that's like way less harmful than the vast majority of religious states in history.
Let's tackle the example we have in the real world, China, right? Do you think that China and its anti-theistic practices is as harmful or at least comparable harm to something like Iran and their declaration for Islam?
I mean, pretty clearly no. Like Saudi Arabia executes and tortures people for like breaking morality police. So does Iran. Like I'm sure
China does this too.
I'm sure China does a lot of evil things, but
score go burr.
The rate of abuse is probably higher. Though I don't really care to defend authoritarian anti-theism. It's not like like the question of is it as bad is sort of like an irrelevant question. It's all bad. I don't really care if it's 2 points bad instead of 3.
Uyghurs get thrown in like little concentration camps and that don't come out. So.
It's exclusionary, and we already established that the exclusionary tendency is one of the main things that eventually over generations builds up to violence in religions. So if it's exclusionary and it's a government,
I mean that's
not a fan. Exclusionary enough, and this is kind of the point with because I agree with you. Like the question is, what's religion's place in the modern world, and we are taking this from a very Western perspective. I think states having secular positions that allow religion is obviously far more preferable than a state religion. I think for everyone involved, because then you've got like much more personal freedom. But like we have those other things that otherize and kind of have prescriptive elements of who we are, whether we're talking about like people's kind of nationalist identities or racial identities or creed identities. All those things are going to have similar otherizing effects. So I'd say I don't want to go down a slippery slope, but then if you'd apply that to religion, if you go, well, it otherizes people, it provides prescriptions of who you should be. Does that mean that we should take exactly the same stance with other things? Like if you've got a community that is very insular culturally, like a minority community, and you're like, well, people can't access this, and also it's exclusionary to other groups, do we then go in, like, as the government, and go, well, actually, we need to remove that? I don't think anyone here would want to see a world where no one's allowed to have kind of differing belief structures about who they are as a person.
Well, so
based on
generally,
group
it's
identity.
the inclusive religions that I worry about more. So religions that you can't convert into generally don't go out and start wars and try to convert lots of people. It's the ones that want to include everybody, which
recruitment is not something that is across all religions, and it is inherently part of all power structures.
Yeah. Hinduism is something you can't really convert into. You can't join the caste system, but it's still very aggressive, and we're still seeing like
I'm not saying it's like a perfect correlation.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
Islam and Christianity.
I think this is selection bias. Most religions, when we're talking about Abrahamic faiths, are religions of conversion.
Well, not Judaism. That's
That's
one
true.
of the three.
That's true. But I mean, you can convert to Judaism.
The first one. It's the original.
But you can convert to Judaism.
It's,
and yes,
it's tough,
it's
but you can. But
it is
pretty hard.
Pretty
difficult.
Yeah,
we're not looking for
but you can do it. But at the same time, you've got other religions all over the world where you can't just enter into the system of anywhere near as easily. And the idea of, like, say, Shintoism is not to convert everyone to worship the fucking emperor. It's that is the religion of the country. So I think there are differences to expand the empire. Yeah. So there is colonial. But at the same time, you've not got an element of conversion, which was your prescription of what it, and you've got some of the worst massacres in modern history. I would disagree with your assessment.
That's not the only problem, right? That's not the only problem. The other problem can be imperialism or colonialism, right? So, and we have plenty of examples of that happening too. As a
British person, I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, it's also like
you have no idea.
Sure. With Japan in particular, it's like ancestor worship. It's like Ubermensch ancestor worship, and so even though it's not inclusionary, it's still very much power structured oriented.
Yeah, which seems to be the origin of basically your religion as well. Like just to throw that out there, like the oldest religion in the world is like 60,000 years old. It's practiced by an Aboriginal tribe still on a reservation in Australia, and it is ancestor and animal worship. And also, we do have good anthropological evidence that religion seems to predate agriculture. So it is something that humanity's been doing an awfully long fucking time.
Or at least some kind of worship. Maybe not like an organized religion, but some kind of worship.
We've got evidence of a temple that was built, basically.
On that note, and since we are kind of running down on time here, and I do want to ask this question, because I'm curious what everyone's answers. It's one of those things where I don't feel like I've ever gotten a satisfactory answer. That just might be my bias, to be clear, right? Like, so take that with a grain of salt. I cannot see any fundamental difference between an ideology and a religion, right? I don't know what the difference would be. Like, a religion doesn't even have to include God, for example, right? Like, you have religions without God, but they all seem to share just common indicators with ideology, and I cannot for the life of me distinguish the two. So maybe one of you on this great, wonderful, lovely panel can help elucidate this difference.
Can you give an example of something that you would just call an ideology?
Just call an ideology?
Capitalism.
Capitalism is ideology.
Yeah.
Capitalism,
communism.
Liberalism is an ideology. Man,
they're a set of precepts that we are setting our standards by and trying to reach because we believe they will reach certain outcomes.
Sure.
And that's true of religion as well. You do certain things, you end up in the good place. You do certain things, you end up in the bad place. You know, if you're not communist enough, you're all going to die under capitalism. You know,
you're not communist, you go to the bad place in Siberia.
But it's not rooted in anything metaphysical, or it's not rooted in anything metaphysical or supernatural. It's not rooted in the afterlife. It is rooted in what happens to society right here, right now. That is, it, and does have a scientific and an empirical foundation. I think that's the distinction between those two things.
Yeah, like
so,
the fundamental definition.
Be clear what you're saying, just so I can clear what Kilo is saying. You say it's lacking any supernatural trappings and is simply based on the here and now.
Yeah, so if the prescription that it's offering, right? If you have to do this to attain this thing, or whatever, if either the medium or the end result, i.e., like heaven or the afterlife or whatever, is rooted in something immaterial, metaphysical, or not basically anything we can't substantiate in the
This
human
is a really
experience.
Oh,
Western theory.
communism.
This is
Basically.
hold on,
Okay,
just
fair
quickly.
enough.
This
Let's
is
go
a
on.
really
Let's continue.
Western. This is
Well,
a really
like the
Western.
communists
No,
base
that is a
everything.
theory.
Hold on. Like
No.
when we're looking at like religions across the world, there are plenty of religions that we like. I had somebody earlier say to like the other day say to me that, well, Taoism isn't a religion, and it's like, yeah, but we view it in that way. It's part of the trifecta of traditional Chinese
It's
religion.
something that
Confucianism
is
gets counted in that
metaphysical.
transfiction, but like it's not got end precepts in the same way we think about it in the Western style. That's
Okay.
that's
I
just
have a
how
really
we're
simple answer
culturally
for you.
conditioned.
Well, sure, but again, we can think of this as
Mm.
a sort of that spectrum of religion. Christianity is very strongly interested in state control. It has very strong prescriptions. The fact that some religions, which still involve the metaphysical, involve less prescriptions or less of the metaphysical, does not mean they are not religious. We would not call like a deist a non-religious person, even though they have very, very, very few religious beliefs, very, very, very few prescriptions that follow from that, I don't think.
Speaking
So
as a deist, I'd agree with
the
you.
main difference between an ideology, which is generally something that is associated with the social structures, with ethics, all that shit. The main difference between an ideology and a religion, I think, that lies right there in the middle, and it's neither, is, or it could be a religion if you treated it like that. But I think the main difference is transcendental philosophy. When Kant is talking about the thing of itself, when you have certain people, I think Wittgenstein is one, I know Kurt Gödel is one, people who believe in the intellectual realm of Platonic ideals. Transcendental means beyond the physical, and so when Thomas Aquinas is talking about the unmoved mover, he's talking about something that is transcendental because it lies outside of our physical universe. Transcendental philosophy, when people try to logically talk about that kind of thing, is where you cross over from just having virtue and ethic, I think.
So, to jump in with a slightly different definition than everybody else, I actually nest these. So I would say that religions are a type of ideology versus something like capitalism is a political ideology. So an ideology, in my viewpoint, is something about the way that you view the world. So everybody sees the world, sees things, sees events in the world, sees different groups of people, but the way that fits into your overall perspective is your ideology. So there's this quote I'll always remember from C.S. Lewis, who's religious, who says, "I believe in God as I believe in the sun, not just because I see it, but because through it I see all other things." And so it's the lens through which you see everything else. I would say that religions are examples. They're a spiritual ideology. So a religion takes religious experiences, which are something that you feel, some community, and it puts some framework, some lens onto it that sees it in this particular way. Because, something like, okay, going from, Judaism to Christianity, the different lens of saying this is one religion versus another, when it's like dudes in the desert, like fasting for like days at a time, so you could look at that and you could say, oh, maybe this is like a Hindu guy, maybe this is a Jewish guy, maybe this is a Christian guy, but that framework that you put over it, the way you see all of it, that's ideological. So I would say my argument is they're nested, or religion is nested into ideology.
SDL, give it a crack.
I mean, I would generally take the same view as it's a nested. Religion is a type of ideology. Usually, there are some types of like people who are spiritual but not religious. Generally, don't or may lack an ideological view of the world. They tend to like when sociologically, when we investigate people who are spiritual but not religious, they don't go to church usually. They're really into like religious apps is one of the big things we've seen rising actually. Like people find a faith that is internally focused rather than based on interpretation of the world usually. So the only thing I'd note is there are some religions which are not ideologies, but any religion which tends to be an organized one, which has like a faith, which has a god, tends to be an ideological view of the world. The big distinction is it has those mystical elements as part of it. And the argument against that, of course, is that like all ideologies can be bad. It's a question of what they're grounded on. The argument, from my perspective, why I do not like religious ideologies is because they are grounded on something which is not true and which leads people to bad outcomes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I was suggesting. Yes.
I don't know if this helps me at all, right? I'll grapple with it. I will wrestle with these ideas.
I will give you a state answer. Tax exemption is what differentiates religion. And that is that's the actual, that is generally how we differentiate between cults, ideologies, and religion. It's tax exemption. I'd also say, like, you know, we're talking about truth is okay, like really convenient to do in the stage of religion, but I don't know if we do that. Like, we don't go, okay, cool. Well, looking at all the precepts of communism, for example, it seems that it fundamentally runs against like how humans work. So is communism true? Is it even achievable? I don't know if we do that with other things. I don't know whether we do it like with other ideological
so I would say that as an ideology, you don't look to see is it true or not. It's a way that you see everything else. So
why is that true of religion though? Why is that a criticism of religion if you're not holding the same?
I would say it's an unfair criticism of religion. This is like one of the big departures I have with Sam Harris, where he's like, oh, you know, religion can get you to do all these kind of crazy things. Meanwhile, we're in secular wars and we're torturing people and doing all these things for, you know, neoliberalism or capitalism because markets have to go burr. And if they don't, you know, we can sacrifice any number of people to the Wall Street volcano to make
it's fine to charge $1,000 for insulin because that's how capitalism works. Even if it's monstrous.
Capital's gotta flow, baby. No matter if we all die for it.
I'm still stuck on this tax exemption thing because honestly, I've been thinking.
It's just thinking like, how do I get this
is a real thing because one of the things is I've been like looking at the modern religion lens. This is kind of a silly pet theory, but I'm wondering if streamers are the new like the neo preachers. Right?
The cold.
Because think about it. Think about how we interact.
Let me stay at your house in Las Vegas, guys. Let me stay in your house as I wear this hoodie that makes me look like I'm wearing money robes.
I have
and maybe streamers are starting religions. I think Wick is sus.
I sit here. I tell you what I think. I preach to you what my ideas are. I preach to you my beliefs. We have experiences together, right?
You even have a uniform. You wear the same thing every stream.
I pass that plate around, and gang, I'm passing that hat around right now. I'm taking my hat off, right, and passing around, say, put some money. Do you want to be as cool as Lex Friedman is and support my channel? You can super chat right now and do that. If you want to throw some bits my way, throw some subs my way on Twitch or Kick, you can do that. And gang, I can't promise you eternal life, but I can promise you that I will feel a warm, glowing sensation within my chest for every dollar you spend. Aww. And the more dollars you spend, the stronger that sensation will be. I promise and I guarantee that thing. I can't promise you eternal life, but I can promise you right now. Okay.
When you start off a sentence with "I can't promise you eternal life," I just like I get shivers down my spine, dude. I hate it so much. It's so
like
creepy.
No, Wick promised them eternal life.
Yeah.
Listen, they're living eternally through the video of like you thanking them for the super chat.
True.
That's a form of immortality.
That's true.
Wow.
Okay. I know we have places to be, things to do. I don't want to keep everyone too much longer, but I want to give everyone a chance to have closing thoughts and closing statements. Gang, this will be my last stream of the week. Come hell or high water, I will make it to TwitchCon, right? We are going to TwitchCon, whether I have a place to stay or not. We're going to go there. So I might be on live streams with some people, right? Some people have reached out to collab. Keffels have reached out to collab with me, maybe a few others. And so we'll see how that goes. But as of now, gang, please give your attention to our lovely guests who will get a chance to shout themselves out, tell people their closing thoughts on the subject, and then, close us out. And we're going to start in the reverse order we started. We're going to go with Socrates first. Go ahead, Socrates. And thank you for the bits, by the way, Fetterman.
Yeah, so I think with any good religious conversation, we're kind of all over the place, at each other's throats at times. I think that's how you know that it was successful. I think there was a little bit of agreement that religion is an ideology, like other ideologies. There's human experiences that we can have. but how we perceive those can be very different. I would contend that in America, religion is one of these things that's both kind of like blamed for too many and too few things, because we have a sadistic, magical thinking, conservative right, clutching a Bible wrapped in a flag, trying to bring fascism into our country that has, I wouldn't consider it kind of legitimate, non-heretical Christian teachings, but that is the language that they speak, and there are a lot of true believers in the sense that they're truly motivated by these beliefs. It's not just an excuse, or it's not just the way they talk about it. They really do feel this way strongly, and at the same time, there's so many other things in the world that motivate people that are ideological, that are not religious, and it's important not to assume that religion is the only explanation when sometimes it's geopolitics or capitalism or communism or what have you. So thanks for having me on. If anybody wants to chat a little bit more about this, I'd be down right after the stream.
Sure. Where can people find you if they want to do that?
Oh yeah, you can find me at Twitch, Socrates TV, and on Twitter at Real Socrates. Yeah.
Check them out, gang. Thanks again for coming. Really appreciate you, buddy. SDL, go ahead.
So we started the question with what is religion and what's the argument against it. And I think the argument given here is that it is a type of ideology which is based on metaphysical beliefs of some kind. The argument that I've tried to raise throughout this conversation is that leads people not towards truth in general, but towards beliefs which either happen to be true but for no good reason, it's not a justified belief, or beliefs which are actively false and often harmful. The obvious example of the harm can be seen in something like the Republican Party, and it's like steadfast support for like basically all the crazy things that evangelical Christians want. That's why there's book burnings, why there's book bans, because of the Republican Party. There would be a lot of evil in this world without religion. I don't want to deny that at all. Religion is just one of many ideologies, and everyone who has one ideology often has a dozen more. But the argument from my perspective is that we should want to minimize the number of ideologies that are based on weak evidence that lead people towards false beliefs, and that the world would be better as more people become more secular, as more people become deistic or like spiritual but non-religious. And I would like to see a world where most people are atheist in some way or another.
Where can people find you?
They can find me at sockdoneleft.org/live, where I'm streaming right now.
Beautiful, gang. Check them out. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate your perspective on this, and hope you enjoyed the chat. Next up, Kilo.
Yeah. So interesting conversation. I appreciated everybody's input. You guys moved the needle not at all for me. I'm exactly the same way as I came into this conversation. None of you are convincing whatsoever. No, SDL, I agree with a lot of what he had to say. I do think that what I think would be the biggest benefit, the most positive trend for society to undertake would be sort of a adjustment to our social or communal stigma associated with religion, where it's more of a prerogative. It's not as like we have politicians modern day in America, even though our Constitution codifies a separation of church and state. We do have politicians that still run on the platform of Christianity and legislate accordingly. I think that's disgusting. And I do think that in many ways we would stand to see a lot of benefit from progressing more towards a secular or a individual spiritual encouragement of the practice of religion. You can find me at Kilo the Giant on Twitch and Twitter. And I mostly talk about like sociological stuff, cultural stuff, things like this. What have you? I'm only live like once every month or something like that. I'm not live very often, but it was a pleasure. Johnny and Becca, good to see you both. Again, SDL, Socrates, good to meet you.
Yeah, good to meet you.
Yeah. Thank you, Wick.
Gang, check him out. He's great. $10 from Mantis. Sorry about the exchange rate. It's New Zealand dollars. I don't know how much it is. Thanks for the panel. You're welcome for the panel. $2 from Testicle Johnson to say panel thoughts on the practice of Metzitstavef. I don't know how to spell it. I don't know how. I don't know what that is. But great, awesome. And we're going to toss it to Johnny Scarlett. Go ahead.
Okay. I definitely didn't want to come and try and elaborate on personal experiences and try and convince anybody that God is real. I hope that Nobody thought that I was here to proselytize on something that I don't think can be proven. But I do think that we established, especially through methods of like discussing how older religions are formed and ideologies, I think we now have a better idea, and I have a better idea of how religions can and should evolve as spiritual practices. One of them mainly being that I think that you should experience something before you go looking for other people to talk about it. I started Twitch a few years ago, and it was before the politics tag was a thing, but we were all doing politics, and eventually over time, my stream, which is twitch.tv/Johnny Scarlet, evolved into a place where we just kind of talk about anything that is researchable. So science and math and philosophy and religion. What's really cool about that is that I've actually had people tell me that on the preacher thing, that my stream is like a place for people to come and have not only logical and intellectual, but also at times very emotional discussions about how these things work, but also how they affect their lives. And I'm really proud of that. And if you want to come by, we would love to have you. Okay.
Well, great. Check them out. They are great, honestly. Love to have them on my stream. I really appreciate you coming. Last, but well, maybe the least, he's British. Beckett, go ahead.
Thank you, Wick, as always. Faith is to believe what you do not see. The reward of this faith is to see what you believe. As said by Saint Augustine. There we go. Got another one in. Nice and easy. Right, okay. This has been fun.
Why I say he's the least, but go on.
I try. No, this has been fun. I think religion definitely has a place in modern society. I think it is dangerous to have any fundamental kind of ideology running any nation. I'm a liberal. I believe in freedom of thought, freedom of speech, and freedom to advance. I think religion still has a place in kind of helping people build their cultural and creed and ideological viewpoints. But yeah, we should be very cynical of religions that are going to kind of just draw divisive lines. And I think that's something that as the world becomes more complex in the next sort of 50 years, because we're sort of maybe seeing an end to kind of the way America was in the 1950s, where it's a very strong sort of based system that kind of spread across the Western world post World War II. I think that's going to be a struggle for all of us. Ultimately, yeah, I just enjoyed it. I'm really happy to keep this conversation going, Socrates, if you want to keep talking afterwards, and anyone else. Beckett of Crabs, I swear to my community, I will stop doing this. I mostly talk about furries, internet law and history, lolcows, and all kinds of crazy things. So I have moved swiftly away from politics, and please stop DMing me about it, guys. I will get back to some normal content for me. This has been really fun. If people want to do something completely different, come check me out.
A fellow Christorian.
Bits and bobs of Christorian stuff. I think we're mostly looking at King Cobra at the moment. That's our current one we're doing.
Okay.
It's so good. It's so good.
Dang, it's been great. So what's coming up on my channel? Well, we're gonna be live streaming. Maybe not on this channel, but you'll check me out. Like, keep an eye out on my Discord. Exclamation point Discord. I'll put the link in the YouTube chat as well. You click on that link, you accept the rules, and I will be providing updates throughout the weekend of where you can find me live. And we will be doing some live on scene with some very big players, right? And you'll be able to see me for more than just this up, right? You can see the rest of me. Great. Crazy, huh? So check us out there. Let me get that link for you. And who are we rating out to? Are any of you still streaming after this?
Beckett's still live. I just rated out to him.
Beckett's live.
Beckett, yeah.
Beckett it is then.
Sorry.
Yes, if we must. There we go. But yes, don't forget, exclamation point Discord, click the link, join our community.
Thank you, Wick.
Good luck with TwitchCon too, man. I hope you figure something out.
Wave your but thank you for the well wishes.
Are we saying goodbye to the king?
Keep waving. Keep waving. We're not done raining. Keep waving. Don't stop.
Those are not spirit fingers.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
Yeah.
You guys
Please.
later. Okay, thank you.
There we go.
No, Wick, seriously, I hope you find you should let them know you're like,
We've
I'll sleep
I
on the
had a
floor
couple
somewhere.
people reach out actually while we were streaming. I'm going to talk to them.
Okay.
Generous,
That's good.
generous people.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to be good.
I hope you
am
make it.
excited. Yes. I will see you guys on the flip side.
Bye, Wick. Thank you.
Bye.
So just if you guys want to chat, you're welcome into my Discord. I think I can post that into like this
Yeah,
channel
post
just so you
it
can
in
see.
this thing.
If you
I've
post
got
it.
a Discord as well. It's probably we'll do.
Oh my
yours.
god, messages failed to load. Jesus Christ.
I'll probably mob
SDL.
through for a little bit.
You can do it in the group chat or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. SDL very
I love
quickly because
Discord.
I've only ever really seen you on Twitter. It was really
Uh-huh.
it was a surprise to meet you on a Prime panel, but I didn't know what to make of you from your Twitter, but I have to say, because someone asked me, they were like, "Oh, you were on with SDL. What was that like? Was he this?" And I was like, "Actually, do you know what? Really chill guy." So I quite enjoy talking with you. So if you're up for like a couple more discussions in the future, I'd be really down.
So what you're saying is I have to be way more aggressive to fit the Twitter profile.
Yeah.
All right, I can work on this.
Yeah, like way more, man. Like what the fuck? How are you? Like you are like two different people. But it's
I'm just a polite little boy with my polite little convos.
No, I think it's cool, man.
The thing is, the things he's saying are aggressive, but he says it with like a smile, and he's very like charismatic while he's saying it. It's like it's a very kind way of being aggressive. You know what I mean?
So I don't know. I didn't think you came off as aggressive.
Well, I'll work on that. I'll use a meaner tone. Thank you. I'd be happy to talk with you some other time, Beckett. I promise.
He's smiling the whole conversation. I don't know how you take anything he says like super aggressively, but
I'd love to talk with you again, Beckett, sometime. I promise. I'd let some of my members call in and cope about this stream. They're way more anti-theist. So
yeah, no, and I'm always down for anti-theist discussions. One thing I will say before you go, just for all the anti-theists in the audience, just stop reading Dawkins and just read Hitchens. Hitchens is so much better. Dawkins wanted to start a church. He wanted to call atheists brights. He's insane. Please stop reading Dawkins.
It all started when they took away his honey.
It's awful.
Wow.
Just,
I don't know if you know what I'm talking about.
God is Not Great is one of the best books. I stand Hitchens. Hitchens is amazing. So yeah, you wanted to call them brights ties.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Nice
cool.
to meet you, SDL.
bye. One sec, Somniostatic.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, loud and clear. Can you speak again 1 minute?
Oh wait, let me mute the stream. Okay, good.
Yeah.
So tell me you're a kiwi farmer without telling me you're a kiwi farmer.
When you say lolcow, I think that lolcow is just like a
Orion too.
I think it's escaped containment. Okay, I don't think.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
How do I?
Oh, you can put my little thing up.
Yeah, I was gonna pop it up, but I can't find the window.
I've never actually known how to do it. Because we've never set it up either. So I don't know.
All right, well, I'll figure it out sometime.
So yeah. So how do you feel about that?
Okay, so you wanted to come on and cope. I saw you were coping in the chat. We're doing a cope stream, right?
Sure. Well, okay, so you're probably the same because I would call myself an anti-theist, but I think Judaism, for example, is like secular Judaism is so cool and important in the world, or even the history of religious Judaism is really interesting and cool and led to so many different things. But that's not because that their belief in God was the one true path. You know what I mean? It's because they secularized and they didn't do what like imperial Christianity did and just smash everything. Like they brought up Galileo, but I'm pretty sure he got fucked. You know?
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the takes that I have is that like part of the reason that Europe was able to bring the Enlightenment about was because areas within Europe like reduced the level of religious control in their government. Like the Enlightenment wasn't part of rejection of religious values. And even the pre-Enlightenment era, like the Renaissance, was a return to like worship of like the Greek form and like approach to science, as opposed to like a purely religious.
As opposed to a specifically a monotheistic authoritarian view or framing of the world. Yeah. I think that's what like when I hear, because I can understand your experience. Everybody can have spiritual elements to their life. I can have a spiritual element to my life being an anti-theist and an atheist. I don't believe in any sort of supernatural anything, but I still have a spirit. Like I'm still an artist. I make music. I'm still a spiritual person, but that flies in the face of 1,000 years of everyone hammering into their children, like, don't go to hell, don't go to hell, or you got to kill this other tribe. It's that's what religion actually is to me, writ large. It's the programming, not so much the natural human predisposition, I guess, for artistic representation in a way, but through, because what is spirituality? But it's kind of like a moral sense. That's the way I think of it, in like a real world kind of, something you could actually maybe philosophically prove, if that even makes sense. I'm kind of rambling, but
No. So like, I guess just speaking a bit to like that religion in it, maybe the, I don't know, fundamental or the form is like the old ways of religion. It's a indoctrination of children. It's a political structure. Like I think that's the religions which succeeded tended to follow that as well as they could. Like there's a reason that even though a lot of Chinese religions don't involve a lot of mysticism or the mystical, they do involve very strict control of like social norms. They do involve very strict control of what rulers can do and what they can't do, because it is about politics at the end of the day.
And culture.
Yes, and regulating culture.
Yeah. So I guess the question would be, because I was much more of, I guess you would call it a militant anti-theist. I don't know. But when I started working with Lucy, for example, who is a Polish Jew who lives in Poland and is kind of going through this entire process of discovering her Judaism, because that's kind of started recently. I've learned a lot about all of the shit that they fought against throughout history and how they used their religion. There wasn't as much of a split, I don't think, between like institutional religion and secular religion at certain points, but whenever shit went down, it was the secular thing. It was the secular side that ended up being the most useful, it seems like.
Well, yeah, I guess to speak to that, religious Judaism has almost never had political power since, I mean, like you can argue that it has power in modern Israel, and you can argue it had power in like ancient Assyria, Palestine area, right? Like the
so maybe that's
Israel.
why.
But I guess like one of the arguments I would give, yeah, is that when you look at religious Judaism, the types that survived in West Europe were the types that helped Jewish people get along in a bigoted society. The types that survived in Eastern Europe were different because Jewish people were able to permanently settle, work the lands, and form their own towns, form their own like governments at the very bottom level. And those ones ended up way more conservative and way more controlling, whereas Western Judaism ended up in a way more interrogatory and questioning sort of approach. I think is because those Jews were urban, those Jews were educated, they couldn't hold power. So the religion that evolved from that was like a more modern religion, much like a lot of modern Christianity is way more questioning, way more secular. Sorry.
It's progressive in a sense, yeah. Crap, I was just about to say something. So then couldn't you say that religion is just the manifestation of class separations in a way? Like your class kind of informs what over long history. If I'm being super reductive about it, there is a material element to what the religion ends up being. It is still formed by material conditions, I guess you would say.
I would agree. I don't know what I would call it a class element. Most religions, I think. So I sort of take the view, and this is somewhat ahistorical, but mentally I saw a lot of old philosophies into a sort of pseudo-fascism, in that they were often class collaborationist or explicitly pro-aristocrat.
What's a class collaborationist?
Class collaboration is the idea.
Oh, class collaboration. Sorry. No, I get you.
Yes, sorry. So just for, I guess, the audience, class collaboration is when the rich and the poor are supposed to work together for the good of, say, the religion or the nation or whatever. And a lot of religions have that, I think, because it's politically expedient for people who are trying to build a nation or trying to found, like, power. They don't want people fighting internally. They want to fight an external enemy. And the other form that religions often took is a way of justifying those in power. So explicitly a pro-aristocratic message. I do think there's like a class element there, but I do agree with you that the way that religions evolved, like the reason that Judaism, I think, has less of that is in part because they didn't have an aristocracy to defend. They didn't have a state to defend. So Western European Judaism ended up this like way more questioning focused, or like ways of trying to cope with great loss in society, as Jewish people in Western Europe often had.
Yeah. And then you think about what's going on in Israel, Palestine. It really, like the history of Zionism and that split from Poland, that's kind of where Zionism started. And it was very unpopular because a lot of Jewish, important people or whatever, and scholars thought that it was incorrect because they didn't view, I guess they didn't view Jesus as the Messiah, or they didn't view the conditions to be right, but also because they didn't like the idea of conflating their people, the nation of Judah, but that's a different word back, that's a different context. They didn't want a literal nation state to represent that. And that caused a split, which kind of got muted by World War II, and then here we are. So I think it's really sad.
No. Like one of the things I'm hoping to cover maybe tomorrow is a little bit of Theodor Herzl. Is it Theodor? I know his last name Herzl.
Is that the old guy?
He's one of the big old guy, one of the founders of Zionism, and one of his concerns, and a lot of Zionist concerns. So he was a Zionist, like the OG Zionist, and he was concerned that as more and more Jewish people came into a country, it would be impossible for them to like be assimilated into an area. Like there would always be the Jewish question, was the idea that there would always be an antipathy towards Jewish people. And so his argument was that they needed a state, they needed to take control of power because it was the only way to avoid like being taken advantage of, or whatever.
Which I can understand.
Well, it's more understandable, I think, this side of World War II. But
yeah,
a lot. I'm just trying to speak to a lot of the opposition to Zionism or World War II was Jewish people who were doing basically just fine and didn't want their identity to be associated with a colonial project in Israel.
The diaspora.
They wanted to be seen. They were often patriotic. They were like, I am a Pole, I am a German, I am a Frenchman. I don't want to be seen as part of this diaspora that's desperately trying to go back to Israel.
Well, and then Zionism kind of preaches too to be sort of.
You cut out.
Oh, can you hear me now? Zionism also teaches that the diaspora is sort of a bad thing inherently too. So then you get into that whole, like, Israel's such a weird beast,
It's a mess.
It really is.
Well, it's simultaneously a religious project, a national project, and a colonial project. So it's not clean. It sucks.
Yeah.
All right.
I appreciate you having me on. I can't think of anything else to cope about, but yeah, you should always go on WIC panels. They're great. You should always go on them.
Thank you. I'll try and get on more.
Absolutely. All right.
Oh, and do you have anything you want to shout out?
Lucy's stream, Lucy Haze, spelled like Hayes, lucyhaze.org/live. That's our stream. And we do a lot of Jewish history, Polish history, Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, communism, all kinds of crazy stuff. And it's fun. And I'm usually around, so you'll see me. Thanks for having me on, and have a good one.
Thank you for coming on. And just reading from the chat, Tyrannax is correct. One of the more heartbreaking details of history I learned about was Jewish army members in World War I who were fanatically committed and brave in service to the army, but then they were blamed by the generals and the right wing of the German public after Germany's surrender. Yeah, no, it's a lot of Jewish people were fanatically patriotic. They wanted to fit in, they wanted to assimilate, and they were just wholly rejected by their society and then burned by the far right in their society. Thanks for coming on, Somniostat. And I'm going to do 2 more people, and then I'm going to try and do actual segments. Hello. Yeah, boy Faraz. Hello, I cannot hear you. if you need a minute to work on your audio, I'll move you to the next up and I'll switch out to the other. Kalecki Enjoyer, are you going to ask me about social wealth funds?
Maybe. I just have a question about like how to rebuttal arguments against socialism, because the more I look into it, like I used to be like a beefy sockdem. But like
Based?
I read Irfan's paper like probably 7 months ago against market socialism, and it made sense. But then I looked into like Sweden, like I think they had I think it's called like solidaristic wage bargaining.
Yes.
Where like they compress wages so less productive workers get pushed in the productive sector. And this kind of made me change my mind on like the structural unemployment process of it. And then with regard to like with like shares and stuff and employment issues there, I guess like the government, like the social welfare fund, kind of solves that. Of like pressuring co-ops to be like more risk taking and stuff, because they want to maximize their return on investment. The social welfare fund does. If that makes any sense.
Yeah. Something. Have you ever read that anthology, the Why Market Socialism anthology?
No.
The reason I mention it is that market socialism is one of the more empirically based and less internally agreeing ideologies of socialism. Like I like to say that it spans from something like free market socialism, mutualism, which is roughly like everything should be a cooperative. That's it. Or you get all the way to the term that I like is regulated market socialism, which is sort of like it's what I classically envision as beefy social democracy. That the government has a lot of interest in changing where investment goes. It has like a large role, a large hand in the labor market and pseudo planning. The term is indicative planning that market socialists tend to like. And so your question was sort of like maintaining efficiency in cooperatives, right?
Yeah, because I commonly get this argument that like workers wouldn't want to be as like risk taking as traditional firms. And with the social wealth fund, I just don't see that, because like they're responsible to external shareholders, right? Like if you're not a profitable co-op and you're not returning dividends to the social wealth fund or anything, then why would the social wealth fund want to invest in your company?
Yeah, well, and the reason I mentioned the Why Market Socialism book is because I think there's 3 suggestions for financing options market social society. Basically, either some sort of people's social wealth fund, some sort of people's banking, or a third option which escapes me at the moment. And the reason I just mentioned it is that like I think that both of these seem to work pretty well in the real world. Like America is a stock-driven competition that like the companies try and fight so they get better stocks, they get better returns, and the shareholders fight for companies to like drive down wages and drive up profits because they want to get a maximum return on investment. And something like that existing in a like socially owned wealth fund seems very likely to occur, especially if there's not one social wealth fund but competing social wealth funds, or people within one social wealth fund compete based on the performance of their investment program.
Yeah, that's kind of how I envision it, like, right? Because like they assume like the reason why co-ops don't really do as much risk-taking endeavors now is because like they're not responsible to external shareholders, right? Like
that's part of it. It's also that they have a much harder time raising capital.
Yeah, because it's harder for them to get loans from banks and stuff, right?
It's harder for them to get loans, and part of the reason for that is that a bank would usually much rather give a loan to one person who's relatively wealthier, who's easier to get the money back from, by the way, if the firm fails and whatnot, and also who has more of a shared interest with the bank. The bank wants you to maximize profits, minimize wages, and so on. The cooperative has more of a mixed goal because the average worker there wants to also maximize their. So I think there's an alignment issue. I don't know that I think the argument goes that if cooperatives are as efficient as standard firms, and banks simply have a preference for conventional firms, but not one that's based in like objective outcomes, but just in like type, like they have a preference of type of control of firms because it's easier for them to profit from it as opposed to social benefit or economic growth, then it might be true that like just pursuing the expansion of cooperatives wouldn't work because banks will simply never lend to them. But if you do a social wealth fund that's like forced to lend to them, or if all firms are cooperatives, then this differential might not occur, I guess is the argument.
Yeah, okay.
I don't know whether that's true. Like we've never, of course, observed it, but that's sort of the theoretical argument.
Okay, do you have any moral arguments for this, by the way? Because I just think democracy is good.
It's basically democracy is good.
And there's no negatives to it either. There doesn't seem to be any negatives to it.
People who are engaged at work are way, way, way happier. There's sort of a more esoteric argument that I want work to if you're not engaged in work, it's hard to imagine, okay, this is like a very long-term goal, but we want work to increasingly approach play. We want people to pursue work as like a voluntary thing, that as society gets richer and richer, it'll be more and more possible to make work a voluntary thing. And in fact, it might not be possible to employ everyone in a society with sufficient technological advancement. So the types of work we want to build are those which bring people in and make them feel like loved and wanted and used well, for a project that they believe in. So I guess it's sort of like, I think one, democracy is just cool. I don't want private tyrannies anywhere, in a firm, in a community, in the country, whatever. And the second is like, it just seems to be that human well-being is better in unionized and cooperative firm. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, because I understand the economics of it. I just don't understand, like, I've never really read philosophy or sat down and read philosophy, which is pretty bad.
The other argument I would give, and this is another long-term sort of view, is have you ever heard the term prefigurative politics?
No.
The idea is that it's an anarchist idea that you want to do things on the local level that are similar to what you'd want to do at the national level. So you want to do stuff like mutual aid at the local level as a prefigurative way, a way to prefigure society towards the ideals that you want to see. You show that it works at the local level so people can adopt it at the larger level. I think there's probably an argument like that for stuff like democratic unions and cooperative firms, in that because they are internally democratic, they might produce more democratic citizens, people who have more of a belief that they can change the world, because they have the ability to change their local world, if that makes sense.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know. If you like democracy, you'll love, I put a democracy inside your democracy. All right. Anything else? Anything you want to shout out?
I don't know. Yeah, follow my Twitter, actually. It's Nick Likes Econ.
Nick Likes Econ? All right.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Foz, it's your chance to shine. You are still muted, by the way. Yeah, I just pulled Haas on. Haas is a big fan of anti-theism now. Haas is a progressive socialist. Rip Fozzie boy. Someone said push to talk. W Haas. Haas has embraced liberal socialism. Oh no, we lost Foz. Anytime Nick the Stick, I saw your question asked the other day. You asked it during like the Israel-Palestine segment, and I was like, I cannot answer your question about social wealth funds while talking about Israeli apartheid. Well, Foz, I will probably move on in the next 30 seconds, the next segment. But I will be trying to do Q&As weekly, hopefully. So, I'm sure you can come on and ask me then. People always like Q&As. I was talking to Demon Mama. Wait, why is this not turning on? What's going on here? Oh my god. How did I mess this up again? No more camera until more money. That's true. I'm going on a strike. Okay, where's my money? Where's my stream likes? I'm coping. I'm seething. I'm raging. Soy raging. Oh no. Oh no. Najuan says, did you see Lonerbox's video on the People's Republic of Walmart? I have not. No, okay, so I was talking to Demon Mom. I was hoping that it would be possible to do it earlier. It doesn't seem like it's working out, but to do a Q&A stream related to Palestine, because Demon Mama has done these great things in the past where she'll get like 20 people on. It'll be like an 8-hour call-in stream. Everyone gets like 15 to 30 minutes. And they're so great. I love them because you get to hear from a million perspectives. Like everyone's sending their clout over to one space, and then it's aligned with some donation goal. And there's like an obvious donation goal right now, the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund. On his second channel, I'll have to check it out. But I will DM Dean Mama about it again. I'd like to see it happen. Okay. Second, I was going to play. I have to pee again. I was going to play a Democracy Now! Video where I was going to do an update on horrors going on in Israel and Palestine. And Democracy Now! Always has good coverage of this. Welcome. I don't. I love Amy Goodman. I'll be back in 2 minutes. This is a really good overview, I think, for the first 6 minutes or so of Israel and Palestine and some of the horrors that we've seen there. It does not include the hospital bombing, to my knowledge, which I will talk about briefly.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Gaza's humanitarian crisis has deepened after an 11th consecutive day of unrelenting attacks by Israel on the besieged Palestinian territory. Health officials say the latest Israeli airstrikes and artillery fire killed at least 71 people, including attacks on Rafah and 3 homes in Khan Yunis. The strikes in southern Gaza killed and wounded civilians who'd heeded Israel's order to evacuate the northern half of Gaza. Since October 7th, Israel's attacks on Gaza have killed 2,800 people, over a third of them children. A figure does not include an estimated 1,000 additional Palestinians trapped under rubble of homes and businesses. With no water allowed in Gaza and no fuel for desalinization plants, residents have been forced to tap Gaza's only aquifer, which is contaminated with sewage and seawater. Fears are growing over the spread of disease as garbage piles up and sewage goes untreated. The UN reports 20 of 23 hospitals in Gaza are only partially operational, with critical shortages of fuel to run generators needed for life-saving medical devices. Painkillers have run out. Blood banks are running low. The World Health Organization says among those most at risk are 84,000 pregnant women in Gaza.
I did just want to speak to this because the denial of electricity, the denial of medical imports made me so fucking mad. I think it was the Israeli defense minister was asked about this exact thing of babies in incubators, pregnant women, and people who needed medical supplies. And that was when he said something to the tune of like, "We are fighting Nazis. How can you ask this of us?" Like, oh my fucking God, the Israeli military, like the people being rushed into hospitals. Hamas, whatever you think Israel should do to Hamas, people in hospitals do not deserve to be fucking dying from sepsis, do not to be deserved from dying from lack of ventilation because of Hamas. Oh my fucking God, dog.
Of Tuesday afternoon, the sole crossing point between Egypt and the Gaza Strip in Rafah remains closed, with Israel continuing to deny entry to a caravan of aid trucks lined up on the Egyptian side. This is Mariam, a British Palestinian girl whose family spent days trying to escape Gaza.
I'm really in fear, and every time I just have to have the thought of me dying in a bomb in Gaza. It's not a good thing. And every place I go run away, and I just find bombs and I find dead people. And maybe one day I'll end up like them, but it's a really scary thing for me.
More than 14
holds microphone up to infant incubator. But do you condemn Hamas? Holds microphone up to child who goes around finding bits of bombs and people injured. Asking them, but do you condemn Hamas? Oh my fucking God.
100 Israelis have been killed by Palestinian militants, most of them killed October 7th when Hamas launched its surprise attack. On Monday, Israeli officials said 199 people are being held hostage by Hamas, about 50 more than previously reported. Over the weekend, hundreds of protesters gathered outside Israel's defense ministry in Tel Aviv, demanding an end to the violence and the safe return of the hostages. The United Nations.
That's something I wanted to mention as well, that Netanyahu's government has been being protested Netanyahu's government has been being protested by the families of those with hostages taken because Israel is bombing so much that the hostages might be killed by Israeli bombs instead of by Hamas mistreatment or whatever. Like, they're bombing civilian areas. They're bombing hospitals. They are bombing schools. They are bombing houses. And some of those places will have hostages in them and they won't come back.
Security Council has rejected a draft resolution calling for a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. The resolution was introduced Monday by Russia and won the support of Gabon, Mozambique, the United Arab Emirates, and China. 6 countries abstained, while France, Japan, the United Kingdom, and the United States voted against the ceasefire resolution. This is Russia's ambassador to the UN, Vasily Nebenzia.
Today, the entire world waited with bated breath for the Security Council to take steps in order to put an end to the bloodletting, but the delegations of the Western countries have basically stomped on those expectations.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vasily. Really great statement. What do you think about the bloodletting in eastern Ukraine? I fucking hate the hypocrisy on this one. It's sort of, how can the U.S. say that what Russia is doing in Ukraine is evil while we support what Israel is doing in Palestine? I don't know. I fucking hate these hegemonic powers, man.
This week, Russian President Vladimir Putin is traveling to Beijing for talks with Chinese President Xi Jinping. Over the weekend, China's foreign minister said Israel's war on Gaza had gone, quote, beyond the scope of self-defense, unquote, and amounted to collective punishment, which is a war crime. U.S. Secretary
Thank you. Based Mr. Xi. Based Mr. Xi.
Secretary of State Antony Blinken returned to Israel Monday to continue talks with Israeli leaders, capping a weekend whirlwind tour of Qatar, Jordan, Bahrain, the United Arab Emirates, Saudi Arabia, and Egypt. Blinken said President Biden will depart for Israel today in a show of solidarity as Israel's
The guy on the left here is Yoav Gallant, who called the people that they were fighting human animals. So,
military prepares for a ground offensive in Gaza.
Again, make clear, as he's done unequivocally since Hamas's slaughter of more than 1,400 people, including at least 30 Americans, that Israel has the right and indeed the duty to defend its people from Hamas and other terrorists and to prevent future attacks.
Blinken said Biden would later visit Jordan for talks with Jordanian King Abdullah II, Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and Palestinian Authority President Mahmoud Abbas. Biden's trip comes after the U.S. Navy said it's dispatching a second aircraft carrier strike group led by the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower to the eastern Mediterranean in support of Israel. On Monday, thousands of Jewish Americans and allies marched on the White House to demand President Biden press for a ceasefire in Gaza. More than 50 people were arrested for nonviolent acts of civil disobedience. This
was really great activity by the Jewish Voice for Peace, I believe. It's one of the orgs that I was mentioning to do calls for. They blocked, I want to say, like 4 of the 6 entrances and exits to the White House property. And shit ton of them got arrested. A lot of people from DSA got arrested as well.
This is Eva Borgward, a leader of the group If Not Now.
Everyone here is going through unimaginable pain. And through that grief, we are determined to stop this genocide because we know the warning signs. And so we are blocking every entrance to the White House, or as many as we can stay there for, because President Biden has not been listening to the voices of American Jews and Palestinians and allies who are saying we cannot try the same thing that has not worked for decades here.
Yeah, and one of the things that, again, I feel is so lost in so many of these conversations is people will be, it's the fucking focus on, do you condemn Hamas? Or like, here's what some dumb person says in defense of Hamas or whatever. The security response is not going to fucking work. She's completely right. Like, doing the exact same thing that Israel has done of bombing people into submission is not going to bring Israel peace.
On Capitol Hill, a group of House progressives has introduced a resolution calling on President Biden to push for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Missouri Democratic Congressmember Cori Bush, who co-authored the resolution, said the United States bears a unique responsibility to exhaust every diplomatic tool at our disposal to prevent mass atrocities and save lives. We can't bomb our way to peace, equality, and freedom.
Look, she's copying my flow word for word, line for line, but she's completely correct.
Congressmember Bush said. In Bridgeview, Illinois, just outside Chicago, mourners Monday laid to rest Wadja al-Fayoum, a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy who was stabbed to death in an anti-Muslim hate crime. The boy's mother, Hanan Shaheen, was left hospitalized with serious injuries after Saturday's assault by the family's landlord, who reportedly shouted, "You Muslims must die," during the attack. The landlord appeared in court Monday to face murder charges. This is Deanna Othman, a Palestinian-American high school teacher and community member who attended the funeral.
We're seeing the repercussions of the rhetoric that our government has been spouting and that, a lot of media has been spouting regarding Palestinians, painting them as, less than human. And so, unfortunately, this young boy has paid the ultimate price for that.
Ohio Republican Congress.
I mean, I really think it's worth considering that, like, fucking Marco Rubio went on CNN, said that we should crush Gaza, we should flatten Gaza, got no goddamn pushback. Fucking sitting Senator Lindsey Graham went on Fox News, said we're in a religious war. How, like, you can't against what? Against Muslim people, of course, and that we should flatten Gaza. And of course, it's Fox News, and he got no pushback. I don't know, like that. One of the most frustrating things is I can't think of a single person who has institutional power in the United States who has called for, like, supporting Hamas. As far as I'm aware, not a single person in any elected office above, like, the state legislature has called for supporting Hamas. But there have been dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of ghouls, of warmongering ghouls, who have, like, called Palestinians animals, who've said we should flatten Gaza, who've just said the worst fucking shit. I don't know. I see this as, like, I am extremely frustrated by any lefty who defends Hamas, because it just gives another opportunity to ignore the fact that there is no equivocation on this one, that Israel's violence is, like, it's going to be 10 times larger, it's going to result in 10 times people more hurt, and the institutional power of those who support Israel is so much greater.
Congressmember Jim Jordan says he believes he has the 217 votes needed to become the next Speaker of the House when representatives gather for a floor vote today, with all 212 House Democrats united behind New York Congressmember Hakeem Jeffries. Jordan can only afford...
Oh, sorry. They're just going back onto the speaker vote, because of course the Republicans are completely incompetent, in addition to being led by evangelical nutters who think that we have to put all the Jews in Israel so we can bring about the end times. They are also completely incompetent in actually running the government. So, common fascist L. Okay, Simon Aesthetic, you are right. It is very funny. I will not endorse physiognomy check as an anti-Republican tactic. So I wanted to go over some other events that occurred in relation to Palestine and Israel. Here is, to my knowledge, the up-to-date estimate of the number of people killed, injured, and housing units destroyed. There were, by the UN's estimate, 14,274 housing units destroyed or rendered inoperable. There were 10,850 Palestinians in Gaza injured, and there were 2,808 Palestinians in Gaza killed. So it's, I don't know, it's just, this number is already, the number of Palestinians killed is already twice the number of Israelis that were killed by Hamas. And to make it even worse, just reading from the OHCA report, quote, according to the Palestinian Civil Defense, the number of missing people, presumably trapped beneath the rubble, may exceed 1,000. It's so fucking bad. And when they get those people out of the rubble, they're going to go to a hospital that barely has electricity, because the hospitals are the only things that have any fuel left. They're going to go to a hospital that's running out of water. They're going to go to a hospital that doesn't have any medical supplies. They're going to go to a hospital that doesn't have painkillers. And a hospital which is getting bombed. I wanted to mention about the Al-Ali, I'm definitely mangling that, the Al-Ahli hospital bombing. I saw there was a shit ton of stuff on this on Twitter, and I refused to weigh in because I think my opposition to Israel's violence is not opposition to any individual event, but opposition to the statistical reality that they are going to kill thousands of Palestinians. I think that one event, good or bad, would not be the reason to support Israel or oppose Israel. There was a lot of misinformation on both sides about this event. I saw a lot of people posting a video from 2021 to show that this was actually a Hamas attack. I saw a lot of people posting like Hamas rockets can't possibly have done enough damage to kill 500 people. Well, it turns out, based on the daytime imagery, this is the blast site. It's really, really small. For reference, the weapon that the Israelis were supposed to be using, the JDAM, or Joint Direct Attack Munition, they have 500, 1,000, or 2,000 pound bombs. Those create explosions way, 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 way bigger than this. The 500 people quote, it is reasonable to attribute that to Hamas. It was clearly propaganda, and the UN has not included it in their death toll. And the reason for that, I think, is because, there's a lot of destruction. But the thing that emerged pretty clearly from daytime photographs is that the explosion did not cripple the hospital. Like, that's the hospital over there. It probably did not kill 500 people, and most of the damage was a result of fire. And fire is more likely from a rocket with a lot of fuel left over that is still burning when it touches the ground. So it seems more likely this may actually have been a Hamas misfire. But it's also worth noting that Israel said this before they had the daytime photography. Israel had previously called the hospital to warn them about incoming bombs. Like, Israel just went with the line that this was a failed Hamas rocket because they will do that for anything. Israel, they went with the standard playbook and they happened to be correct. And I just fucking hate that. The IDF lies so goddamn often. The IDF lies about not shooting journalists when it fucking did. For a year, the IDF said that it didn't shoot. I always forget her name. The Palestinian journalist who was killed in 2021. It said that they didn't kill her. It said it was clearly a Hamas bullet. And a year later, they finally admitted that it was an IDF bullet that killed her. I don't know. Hamas is not trustworthy, and the IDF is one step more trustworthy, but 10 steps left of trustworthy. It's so bad. Tyrannox says the Israeli army's comms are dreadful, and this is under minimal pressure. Imagine what it would be like if they actually had people asking them questions. Shireen Abu Akla. Thank you, Tyrannox. So that's why the only source that I wanted to look into for this was the OSINT, the open source intelligence type people. Bellingcat is a slightly leans pro-America, very much leans against Russia type source. But overall, I think pretty neutral and does really great work at geolocating things. The long and short of it is that based on some of the imagery received, it seems much more likely this was a failed rocket than an Israeli bomb. But in my mind, that doesn't really fucking matter, because my opposition to Israel is not based on whether they did one bomb that killed 500 people. They've already killed 2,808. And again, quoting from the OHCA, as of 16 October, 168 educational facilities have been hit by airstrikes, including at least 20 UNRWA schools, 2 of which were used as emergency shelters for internally displaced persons. 24 health facilities have been damaged, including 6 hospitals. 3 of the latter in northern Gaza, Beit Hanun, Hamad Rehabilitation, and Ad Dura had to be completely evacuated. Israel bombs hospitals and health clinics all the time. Of course it's reasonable, I think, as a heuristic to be well, maybe they did it again. But it doesn't matter whether it's this hospital or not. The violence here is systemic. The violence here is not one atrocity. So I think that it's just important to keep that in mind, that it's the reason I don't think it's necessary to get onto Twitter and defend that Israel clearly bombed this hospital, because it doesn't matter. You should oppose Israel regardless. And then Paragon Affairs is saying, to be fair, an IDF spokesperson literally said that when a hospital is being used as a rocket launch site, it is no longer a hospital. I went over a lot of the footage yesterday, but there have been so many senior Israeli military officials saying something to the tune of civilians don't count because we're fighting Nazis, that it's sickening. I don't know. It's just important to keep in mind, in my view, that the systemic problem here is the violence is systemic. It's not an individual problem. I wanted to play a clip from Fox News titled Mark Levin, there's a Hamas wing of the Democratic Party.
We've been talking about some progressive Democrats rushing to blame Israel for the hospital explosion that killed 500 Gazan citizens. Let's bring in Life, Liberty, and Levin with host Mark Levin. Great to have you here, sir. May I just put up on the screen for you to react? This is Representative Rashida Tlaib. Immediately after this explosion, she said Israel just bombed the Baptist hospital, killing 500 Palestinians, doctors, children, patients, just like that. POTUS, this is what happens when you refuse to facilitate a ceasefire and help de-escalate.
I do just want to note, Tlaib is wrong about this hospital, but she's right about the general trend. 2,808 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed. Maybe 1,000 more might be dying under the rubble. That is what happens when you refuse to facilitate a ceasefire and help de-escalate. Her point's right, even if the example is wrong. That's why the example shouldn't fucking matter.
Your war and destruction only approach has opened my eyes and many Palestinian Americans and Muslim Americans like me. We will remember where you stood. And I don't believe, Mark, that she has taken that back, even given the evidence that we have this morning.
Oh, and I do want to be clear. It's possible that Tlaib should have deleted the tweet, but all the evidence that I think there was a lot of reason to believe that this was an Israeli bomb early last evening, and this morning the evidence has come out, and maybe tomorrow it'll be ironclad. But
well, glad to see you. Glad to be here. The Democrat Party has a problem, and it's affecting the entirety of the United States.
I know this is a very tiny issue, but every Republican calls them the Democrat Party. It's them the Democratic Party, and I don't know why. Why do they all have this tick?
The Democrat Party has a problem, and it's affecting the entirety of the United States. They have a Hamas wing in the Democrat Party. Tlaib is one of them, but there's more than one. They call themselves Democratic Socialists. They had a massive rally, or whatever they call it, about a week ago.
Okay, so I just want to do a brief investigation into the pro-Hamas wing of the Democratic Party. So he mentioned DSA currently has 3 endorsed people in office, and I'm assuming he's including Omar because Omar is a Muslim. So here's AOC's statement. I condemn Hamas's attack in the strongest possible terms. No child and family should ever endure this kind of violence and fear, and this violence will not solve the ongoing oppression and occupation in the region. An immediate ceasefire and de-escalation is urgently needed to save lives. Clearly, this is a member of the Hamas wing of the Democratic Party. Here's Representative Cori Bush. I am heartbroken by the ongoing violence in Palestine and Israel, and I mourn the over 250 Israeli and 230 Palestinian lives that have been lost today, and the thousands injured, following attacks by Hamas militants on Israeli border towns and Israeli bombardment of Gaza. I strongly condemn the targeting of civilians, and I urge an immediate ceasefire. Yes, the pro-Hamas wing saying, I condemn all killing of civilians. I have 2 more for you. This is Representative Omar, who is not a member of the Democratic Socialist of America, but who is a Muslim and who is, I believe, a socialist self-described. No, she's not self-described. One of her staffers described her as socialist, and it didn't get taken down. But she's maybe like a beefy sockdem. Not really important for the purposes here. Just as we honor the humanity of the hundreds of innocent Israeli civilians and 9 Americans who were killed this weekend, we must honor the humanity of the innocent Palestinian children who have been killed and whose lives are upended. Okay, very pro-Hamas. And then here's Tlaib's statement, which was the shortest of them all. That's not true. AOC is a little shorter. I grieve the Palestinian and Israeli lives lost yesterday, today, and every day. I am determined as ever to fight for a just future where everyone can live in peace, without fear, and with true freedom, equal rights, and human dignity. So I do just want you to keep that in the back of your mind, that all of these congresspeople can explicitly condemn targeting of civilians, can explicitly condemn Hamas, and still get called the Hamas wing of the Democratic Party. I know it's sort of minor, but it's, I know we all know that Fox News lies. It frustrates me that it's this fucking open, this fucking blatant.
with all the anti-Semites and Jew haters, and I might add America haters are the same ones. And people need to understand she is the result, as are many of these others, of a 30, 40-year effort by Hamas and their various terrorist surrogates to infiltrate our college campuses through Students for Justice in Palestine. We know this from the Holy Land Foundation litigation. CARE is another organization that has worked closely with the Democrat Party and previously with the FBI and the Obama administration.
So he's arguing that, yeah, no, it's an old lie, I know, but beyond the point, he's arguing that these representatives are like part of a Hamas plot to put people into U.S. Congress, to infiltrate America. God fucking damn it, dog. Like, I don't want to say, like, he hasn't said that it's right. Like, he hasn't been like, oh yeah, well, clearly because they're Muslim and they're brown, they must be Hamas agents. But like, come on, man. How can you just be like, ah, yes, the one Palestinian representative in Congress is clearly a Hamas agent? Oh my God, dog.
She is the consequence of these things. She is heralded all across the Middle East by not just Palestinians, but the most radical terrorists in the Middle East.
You heard it here, folks. Hamas supports the Democratic Socialists of America. Hamas loves Michael Harrington. Hamas loves democratic socialism.
And she's proud of it. And so she serves.
And she's proud of that endorsement. Rashida Tlaib, quote, said, I love that Hamas loves democratic socialism, comma, a real thing that they really do.
Here not as a supporter of the United States, which she hates, but as a supporter of these various movements in the Middle East. And then when she comes under attack, she pulls her race card and also then takes a few steps back because that's what they're taught. And in that meeting in Philadelphia, where Hamas decided and their funders decided they have an influence in the educational system and media system and the political system in the United States, that's what they said. Don't be obvious supporters of who we are.
I love that this is an unfalsifiable belief system. On the one hand, he says, look, we have proof that they're Hamas agents. It came out in this legal documents. And on the other hand, they say, look, the fact that they're stepping back and condemning Hamas, that's all part of the Hamas playbook. That's exactly what Hamas would have them do. How can they prove you wrong? How could they possibly prove that you're not a member of Hamas? Or like a Hamas wing? Yeah, any disavowal is insufficient under this analysis. Tyrannax is right.
Propaganda, use techniques, come across as sort of soft, but we know that what you are and what you're doing is what we support. So, look, here's the bottom line. We've allowed our college campuses to get away from us under this rubric of free speech and academic freedom, which, of course, they don't support.
I do just want you to note this. He's mad at academic freedom and free speech as the way that our colleges got away from us. It's very clear that the right wants to frame everything in terms of a grand conspiracy. It's the Marxist, it's Hamas, it's whoever has taken over our universities, and that's why we can't do academic freedom anymore. And that's why it's so frustrating to hear conservatives pretend themselves to claim about academic freedom. Private Christian colleges don't give a shit about freedom. Like colleges under DeSantis don't give a shit about freedom. DeSantis is banning books. DeSantis is pulling teachers from the classroom. There are actually more liberals fired from college than conservatives by a 3-to-1 ratio. Like I don't know, it's such obvious fake victimization shit, but they have to do it because it's part of the way they justify actually fucking attacking colleges.
We've allowed our media pretty much to hire a number of these individuals as hosts, bring them on as guests. We have given tenure to professors.
Naja, speak of the devil. Naja says Texas got rid of tenure. Oh, and look, the thing that he's mad about. Oh, professors have a guaranteed job no matter what they say, so they have the academic freedom to pursue what they believe. Guess we got to get rid of that because that's what's supporting Hamas.
Many of whom come out of the Middle East and are part of this movement or surrogates for this movement, and they're all around us. So people say, is this wokeism? No, it's not wokeism. This is planned. There's many scholarly documents in this. They follow the money. They follow the litigation in the past. They follow the names of the individuals who've come into this country. This is why having a wide open border is absolute suicide for this country.
So when I said, oh, maybe he's just doing a little racism. Yes, clearly the reason that Rashida Tlaib is a member of Congress is the open borders we have. Rashida Tlaib went to Mexico and said, gotta cross this open border. That's the way I get in to support Hamas. Oh my God, dog.
And so you see all these riots going on, right? All over the Middle East, all over the world. These aren't spontaneous. They're feeding them lies. They're feeding them propaganda. They have funded these things. They're organizing it. They're getting their troops and their militia out in the streets to do what they do. And I just want to say one thing. The Gaza Health Ministry that puts out these numbers and so forth, it's Hamas. Hamas terror headquarters sits on a hospital called the Shifa Hospital in Gaza. Hamas targeted, this hasn't even been reported, and hit Israel's Barzizki hospital last week. They targeted a hospital.
So this is one of the things that's so frustrating. When every single member of the Hamas wing of the Democratic Party condemned Hamas for targeting civilians, now he's saying, well, clearly the Democrats just aren't willing to condemn Hamas for targeting civilians. They're not even reporting on it. They don't care that Hamas targets civilians when the entire fucking news for the past 15 days, not 15, the past, what is it now? Like 11 days has been like nonstop coverage of all the evil things Hamas does from everything but the progressive side of media.
NBC, MSNBC, AP, CNN, Reuters, CBS, those are the ones I just counted, were immediately suggesting, if not directly, implying that Israel was responsible for it. And only information they had was propaganda from a Nazi terrorist organization called Hamas. That's all they had.
I do agree that the media, the outlets that said this was clearly an Israeli bomb should have been slower. In their defense, what I argued before is this is a heuristic. Israel drops 1,200 bombs on Gaza a day. It's reasonable to believe that one of those bombs hit this hospital, especially when you heard reports of people coming out with like huge mortality estimates. And yeah, that mortality estimate turned out to be false, but those mortality estimates have not always been false. Those mortality estimates have been just fine for lots of other strikes. So heuristically, it's like, well, I could assume the IDF is correct about this, even though they lie constantly, or I could assume, based on what I'm hearing, that this is a bomb, like the other 1,199 that were dropped today. I think this is an argument for Hamas lies too. I want to agree with you, Naja. That's the argument for delaying. Like in my view, the only responsible path for journalists here is OSINT, essentially, is relying on third-party observers who like basically they do the geolocation, they show you the actual photographs, and they don't just tell you things. And that sucks. It's less true, but it's also true in Ukraine as well, that you can't fully trust the Ukrainian military because they really like to downplay their own losses. They really like to upplay Russian losses. And so other people have like done stuff like counting tanks or counting helicopters shot down and been like, well, it's less than what the Ukrainians say, but it's like in the general ballpark. I don't know. Trust what you can see and trust what people can count and trust those people instead of like the official state of Israel and like the wannabe state of Gaza.
Abbas, he's the moderate. I want the American people to understand the Palestinian Authority, there's nothing moderate about them. I hear distinctions being made by people. Abbas was the mastermind who funded and strategized the terrorist attack in 1972 in Munich against the Olympians, the Israeli athletes. He's the one who does it. Abbas is the one who hands out pensions to terrorists coming out of the Palestinian Authority territories against Jews. We passed the Taylor Force Act in Congress, which Biden will not enforce, which says if you don't lay off this terrorism, we have to cut you off because you're using American taxpayer money for this. And it was Trump who cut off UNRWA because UNRWA...
The UNRWA, which is what he's talking about, is the organization which handles the schooling of like hundreds of thousands of Palestinian children, which handles the healthcare of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians, and which handles the housing of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians. The UNRWA runs most of the refugee camps. So the idea that you'd cut it off because some of the money goes to Hamas is, again, like the argument here is explicitly like any support that goes to Hamas justifies like the huge humanitarian violations we are doing to Gaza. Like just for a reference of how poor it is, Gaza's GDP per person is on the order of $1,000 per person. It is as poor as most like sub-Saharan African countries. It is an extremely poor place. and cutting off aid to that while it's so boxed in, while it's under Israeli bombardment, while they can't import supplies from abroad, while they only have power for half the day, while they don't have enough clean water, is evil.
Is an open spigot. Why? Because the UN Security Council will not call Hamas or the Islamic Jihad terrorist organizations, which means they can get money for quote-unquote refugees. UNRWA deals with
quote-unquote refugees includes the thousands and thousands of people who have been displaced by Israeli bombs. Remember, this is, so just for reference, in this operation alone, in 11 days, Israel has destroyed about 15,000 housing units. In, I believe it was their 2004 operation, Israel destroyed 80,000 housing units. It's not hard to see how there's hundreds of thousands of refugees. Please do not air quote the people whose bombs have been whose houses have been bombed.
Refugees, specifically Palestinians, and so we give them $1 billion. In fact, we gave them $75 million about 3 weeks ago, and it's worked through the system, a third of which goes to the Palestinians. And when they say we have very careful methods for watching where the money goes, no, they don't. They don't even have very careful methods where our taxpayers go through COVID-19. How the hell are they going to be able to track all this stuff? In the old days.
So the key difference here is that getting money to the exact taxpayer, the exact individual in the United States, is way harder than not giving it to, like, a rocket building factory or not giving it to something which can enable terrorism. Like, if you're spending money on food, it's very hard for Hamas to turn that into a terrorist weapon of some kind. Like, there's a reason that Hamas was using hang gliders instead of like drones. There's a reason that they're making rockets out of secondhand parts, because they can't afford the real stuff. They have to smuggle in the real stuff if they can get anything from foreign support. I don't know. Hamas was not attacking the North with school textbooks. They were not attacking Israel with like bananas and like rice.
Somebody like
Chipotle napalm. That's, yeah, exactly.
Like Tlaib would have been expelled from Congress. I looked this up, expulsion.
Wait, okay, I had to go on this one. So we've already got that he is opposed to open borders, which we don't have. We've got that he's opposed to tenure and academic freedom and free speech in colleges because they're what's letting Hamas in. And now...
go through COVID-19. How the hell are they going to be able to track all this stuff? In the old days, somebody like Tlaib would have been expelled from Congress. I looked this up, expulsions in the past, mostly related to the Civil War, but the basis was disloyalty to America. I don't mean criticizing America, even verbally attacking America, disloyalty to America. And what you will find is in America, these people in the streets, they not only hate Israel, they not only hate Jews, they hate America. They hate America. And the
I mean, I don't know if this merits a response, but I feel like someone who gets elected to the Congress of the United States and says that they condemn Hamas, and says they condemn violence against Jewish people is not actually anti-Jewish, very likely. Especially someone who thinks that like the only way to end violence against Jewish people is to end apartheid. I don't know. It's especially so funny. I just want you to keep all this in mind. His argument is if you were disloyal to the United States, you deserve expulsion from Congress. I'll let him keep going, but just keep that in the back of your mind.
The Democrat Party has a problem within its own ranks, and then finally, if I may, with Joe Biden.
Okay, let's imagine that we want to expel everyone in Congress who had demonstrated their disloyalty to America, perhaps in some sort of action which denied the democracy of America, some sort of behavior which indicated they do not actually have loyalty to the government of America. I wonder if there is some sort of riot, perhaps some sort of insurgency, which might indicate that certain people are disloyal to America and therefore should be expelled from Congress. Like, come on, man. How are... These are the same people that say that we are unjustly prosecuting Donald Trump, that we, like that the federal government and state governments are unjustly prosecuting Donald Trump because he tried to rig a slate full of fake electors so that he could win the presidency, even though he didn't actually win those states. Like, they would expel someone from Congress for that, but they don't even approve of that being criminal. Oh my fucking God.
Joe Biden has done more than appease Iran, which is the mastermind behind all this. He's funded them. Iran was on its back. Iran was economically in desperate shapes. Their people were rising up. They were working towards overthrowing that government, and in comes Biden.
I do want to be clear. The idea that the Iranian protests could have overthrown the government is absurd. It did never reach that size, and it was brutally suppressed. Statistically, brutal suppression of like civil movements reduces their chance of success by like 10 times. Iran's government showed no mercy. Shit sucks.
And mostly through the oil monies, as I've explained over the last 10 days, mostly through the oil monies, they've gotten anywhere from $50 to $100 billion, and that spigot's still on. And Qatar, who's supposed to be our ally, that's where the head of the Palestinian, of the Hamas terrorists, that's where they have safe haven. They're living in 5-star hotels, their kids have Lamborghinis, and Qatar funds Hamas just as much as Iran funds Hamas. And Turkey, our NATO ally, several of the Hamas leaders are given safe haven in Turkey.
I have no idea if this is true, but I feel like how do you approach this and not be like, maybe we're an imperial hegemon which supports things which like go against civilian well-being. Maybe we just support things for our own national interest, and that sometimes leaves people really fucked.
We have to put our foot down with our so-called allies. You know, this little tiny country of Israel with 7 million Jews, we keep saying about they might get hit from the north, they're getting hit from the south. What if they get hit from Iran? Exactly. They're surrounded. So the extent we have influence with so-called moderate Arab regimes, it's time to exercise it and stop appeasing them.
UN missile embargo on Iran expired at midnight. And I haven't seen any reporting that the United States or our allies tried to stop that from happening.
Okay, this is the last thing that I wanted to get to, because this made me so mad.
That is so shocking. And other than you and a few others mentioning it, you won't find this mentioned in most of the American media, which is focused on a hospital that the terrorists themselves hit, if in fact they hit it. There's now some...
Okay, so the UN missile embargo on Iran, do you want to guess which agreement, maybe? Something that rhymes with schmugglier we had enacted with Iran in 2015, which enabled us to place an embargo on Iran on these missiles. Maybe something about that expired under the Trump presidency. The Biden administration announced Wednesday it was committed to countering Iran's missile and drones program hours after a UN arms embargo on Tehran expired as the European Union and Washington failed to extend the ban. The UN arms embargo expired as part of the now-defunct 2015 nuclear deal, which the Obama administration brokered, and which former President Donald Trump withdrew from. Oh yeah, I'm sure they're so mad about this missile embargo falling short. Thanks to Mr. President Donald Trump pulling out of the nuclear deal we had with Iran, which was actually maintaining Iran, which was letting Iran start to liberalize politically, at least a little bit, giving a lifeline to the liberal leaders with Iran, showing that we were willing to negotiate, and giving some relief for the millions of Iranians who have been under like immense economic blockade. But nope, he had to pull out, and now Iran gets more missiles. Clearly, this is Joe Biden's fault. Oh my fucking God. And the worst part, so Tyrannox is right. Trump pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal is the single worst unilateral foreign policy decision of the US president this century. I shouldn't have said completely right. I would say it's okay, there's the Iraq war on there. there's some real stinkers on there. But it's one of the worst unilateral decisions that a president has made, yeah. And nobody in particular is correct. That Trump's reasoning was literally Obama did it, and we were too soft on Iran. And in response, we have been even less able to control what Iran does. And the thing that frustrates me so much is Trump abandoned Obama's policy. It's called strategic patience. In North Korea, the anti-North Korean policy is called strategic patience. It's the idea that we will not negotiate with North Korea. It's their job to change their policies and come to us and fix their own ways and come to us. And Trump abandoned that. He adopted the sunlight policy, which is that we should go to North Korea, negotiate with them, and encourage them to open up. And he did the exact opposite in Iran. So I don't get it. Like, the one good thing that he did in his administration, foreign policy-wise, was go and talk to Kim Jong-un, try and get him to be less of an asshole, try and get him to open up a little bit and get resources and trade, which will also mean information and hopefully, in the end, democratization from the outside. And he did the exact fucking opposite in Iran. What? Because Obama brokered that deal? Oh my god, dog. Fascists are not known for their great intellect, but it's just frustrating that we're the world hegemon and we're literally doing things because of Trump's petty hate of Obama. Your unilateral qualifier didn't stop you from getting roasted. Sorry, Tyrannax. This was mentioned in Democracy Now! Lynn Hastings, who is the United Nations Humanitarian Coordinator of the occupied Palestinian territory, says, quote, "I appeal to all parties to the conflict to urgently agree to a humanitarian ceasefire to go into effect as soon as possible. The war between Hamas and Israel has brought unfathomable loss and destruction on civilian lives on both sides." Unfortunately, there has been another vote in the UN Security Council, where all of the nations voting in favor were, it doesn't matter that all these nations voted in favor because the US voted no and Russia and the UK abstained from another vote to do humanitarian pauses, sort of like a mini ceasefires to deliver aid to millions in Gaza. The US is just so fucking evil, man. And I was so mad. Like, Russia was demanding a ceasefire the other day and now they're abstaining. Oh my god. Insomnia Static, yes, and it all goes back because 20 years ago, Obama dunked on Trump in front of his friends. Yeah, it's so much stupid hubris. Why is Russia abstaining? I don't know. The thing is, they pushed for a ceasefire before, so it doesn't make sense that now they're abstaining from this one. I don't know if it's just like some technical thing or if they're abstaining to appease Israel a little bit. I'm not sure. Because Russia has been trying to get Israel to pivot towards it. We're going back to the physiognomy. Speaking of ceasefires that will not succeed, members of the Democratic Socialists of America in Congress have promoted a bill. Here is Cori Bush, 2 days ago, putting out a House resolution, which is, the summary, is calling for an immediate de-escalation and ceasefire in Israel and occupied Palestine. The resolved is, the House of Representatives urges the Biden administration to immediately call for and facilitate de-escalation and a ceasefire to urgently end the current violence, and calls upon the Biden administration to promptly send and facilitate the entry of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And my understanding is this only has 55 people, 55 Democrats on board with it, out of 210 Democrats. What is the American justification for the veto on humanitarian aid? We support Israel no matter what. Like, that's the justification, is that we stand with Israel no matter what. They are our little buddy, and they get to do whatever war crimes they want. I've got the justification. 1 minute. It is... It's very simple, you see. I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back. Najawin says this is inaccurate because we allow Canada to do it. Oh my god. All right. Sorry for the very quick bops at end of ops. Last thing was that there have been protests in Congress. And I guess I wanted to end. So I was doing an update on Israel and Palestine. Some of I think that the statistical evidence here, the fact that the U.S. is so willing to support Israel, is reprehensible. DSA and a bunch of other pro-Palestine organizations have been doing excellent protest in D.C. So, reading from Metro DC DSA, one of the best chapters in the country, quote, hundreds of us are gathered in the Capitol Rotunda, which apparently is actually called the Cannon Rotunda, with thousands more rallying outside, demanding that Congress call for a ceasefire in Gaza. Arrests have begun, but we will not be moved. No genocide in our name. No U.S. funding to uphold the violence and injustice of apartheid. And I just wanted to show some of the pictures. You've got Jews say ceasefire from a whole bunch of people holding up a sign saying much the same, holding up this whole rotunda. They've got a sign. Let me see if I think I just wanted to get a picture of the sign, but I think you can see it at the protest. This shit rocks. It's really great to see this. I've been very pleasantly surprised that I've seen good coverage in Vox. I've seen good coverage in MSNBC. I've seen way more people being sympathetic to the Palestinian side, not the Hamas side, but the Palestinian side, than I would have expected. I was really, really worried that we were going to see like a complete shift, that no one was going to stand with Palestine. And Fox News covered our little protest.
Senior congressional correspondent Chad Pergram is on site there to give us a little sense of what's happening. Hi, Chad.
Hey there, for reference, the sign they're holding up is "Let Gaza Live," and Philly Jews say "Never again" is now.
Massive protest, one of the biggest protests I've ever seen covering Capitol Hill. They have pretty much taken over the Cannon Rotunda here on Capitol Hill. This is in the Cannon House office building across the street from the U.S. Capitol. As you can hear, they are chanting, they are singing. Now, these are mostly people who are Jewish, who are saying, we want to free Gaza. They were chanting just a few moments ago, chants of ceasefire. Jews say ceasefire now, and also wearing T-shirts that say, let Gaza be free. This is a massive demonstration here. There's a number of Capitol Police on scene. There have been a few arrests here, and there's a whole cordon of U.S. Capitol Police surrounding them. We're told that they might move in to try to arrest some of these demonstrators. Security on Capitol Hill, around the Capitol itself, was very tight today. There was a memo from the House Sergeant at Arms last night indicating to staff that they expected some disruptions and demonstrations today. In fact, they put a small fence up around the Capitol itself. You had to show ID to get through, but they have come over and taken over the entire rotunda of the Cannon House office building. This is probably twice as big as any demonstration that I've ever seen. Martha?
All right, Chad, thank you very much. Keep close.
Least, unironically, no bias in this segment, and I'm pretty sure the only reason why is they can't call them anti-Semitic. They can't call them pro-Hamas because they're Jewish people. Yeah, it's a really nice protest. They got their message out. They've got their flyers up. They're getting good TV coverage. This is good as shit. In fact, it was so good that even Fox News had to cover them well. I think that's one of the signs of an extremely effective. If you're going for civil disobedience, this is the shit to do. So I just wanted to say there are protests like this that hopefully will have some effect. If you are a member of DSA, if you're a member of DSA, we have been doing these rolling phone call events. What is it? I'm going insane. Okay, I'll find the link in a second. But if you're a member of DSA, we've been doing these rolling phone calls to get people to call their congresspeople to try and demand a ceasefire, try and support our ceasefire bill. Yeah, that's right. It is time to join DSA. Like I said at the beginning of this when I was talking to Roxy, if you were here like 4 hours ago, I am not at all optimistic that our bill will do well. I'm not at all optimistic that even our calls will have much of an impact at changing like Joe Biden's opinion very much. However, I do think that there's a role in trying to shape the long-term opinion, showing that there are a lot of congresspeople and that the congresspeople who stand with Palestine don't lose all their seats, that AIPAC does not control Congress. I think there's value in that. And I think that, just bluntly, if you want to see Palestinians free, you should join an organization like DSA. We won't solve this issue in one election. We have to solve it by a long process of trying to change the public opinion, trying to elect progressive representatives, trying to chip away at AIPAC's power. And the only way to do so is an organization like DSA that has the power of organized mass membership that can fight back against AIPAC and the huge money from the evangelical side of things, from the AIPAC side of things, and actually, like, again, see a free Palestine in our lifetimes. If you're not a member of DSA, the links that I have provided are, if you want to call Congress, you can tell your congressperson to stop the violence at this link. And I always get, oh my God, not live. Oh, I think I should, the command should be working. Does the bot work? Did White Nervosa fix it? No. Okay. Here's the link for Jewish Voice for Peace, and here is the link for the Palestinian Children's Relief Fund, which will give aid that goes directly to Palestinian children, of which 500,000 have been displaced and are therefore living in refugee camps. And they will benefit immensely from PCRF aid. So I bring it up. I know I'm always shilling for the DSA, but it's Big Cheese Wheel says, destroy the tankies and save the world. That's the other reason you can join DSA. If you're mad at all the statement, at any of the lefties who weren't quite hard enough against Hamas, join the DSA and show them how it's done. That you can shit on Hamas and you can shit even harder on Israel. That you are the shitting king. All I want to say, the Jewish Voice for Peace thing, it's not the best to call after hours because you'll usually go to an answering machine and a lot of those get full up, especially late in the evening. But if you want to click the link tomorrow, like on your drive to work or whatever, it literally takes 3 minutes and it's all automatic. And if you're sitting at your computer or on your phone, they give you the script. Like, you just read it off. It's so fucking easy. Nick the Stick, yes. Why Market Socialism, Voices from Dissent is an anthology of, I think, 15 essays from various market socialists. The reason I recommended it is that it has a diversity of approaches, all of which I think are flawed. And if you like any of the approaches mentioned, pretty much all of them have written like a book outlining their approach. And they've just given a short version to Dissent. Dissent has long been, since like the 60s, sort of like the market socialist hub of American publications. America, for some reason, has always had way more Marx stocks than the rest of the world. So. Okay. That's Israel and Palestine. Some horrific updates. Evan says, let's go fund socialism. Let's go. I love social wealth funds. Let's go. Team Sovereign Wealth Fund. Yes. Somniostatic says, I guess because we're the hub of capitalism. I think it's another direction, actually. It's that our labor parties are so weak that I think it forced us to heterodox, heretical, revisionist forms of socialism. That, like, our Communist Party was never that big, and even when it was big, there was the Red Scare, and so it led a lot of people to be like, I can't be a communist, I can't be an orthodox communist, I've got to be some kind of special socialist. I think it's mechanical, from the conditions of America. A historical materialist. And to be clear, I don't think revisionism is a bad thing. I think it's a term tankies throw around because they get mad that people don't like their dogma. Okay. And Somniostatic says, and most of our communist literature was from the USSR anyway. Yeah, the CPUSA, okay, fun story about the CPUSA. CPUSA, the Communist Party of America, was so thoroughly infiltrated by the FBI, and the CPUSA had such tight connections with the Politburo in the Soviet Union that the FBI boasted it had more direct and immediate like links on what was going on in the Soviet Union than the CIA did, because their spies were better positioned because of how close the CPUSA and the Soviet Union was. It's the FBI completely infiltrated that org. Something like after the CPUSA fell apart, after CPUSA went from about 60,000 to about 10,000 members, 1 in 6 of its remaining members were FBI informants. Doesn't mean they're like on the FBI's like payroll. It just means they were working with the FBI. It was incredibly Fed filled. It was really bad. Yeah, it was really bad. Wait, I think I think it was 1 in 10, not 1 in 6. 1 in 6 was another org, but it doesn't really matter. The point that you're talking about 1 in 10 or 1 in 6 is the point where you're like, this whole thing's got to go, man. So it was a bad time to be a leftist in America. Let me see. Do I have that graph up? A project that I've been working on for a while is estimating the number of members in socialist organizations in the long run. Will this load? Please load. Just for an idea, this graph is my attempt to include the socialist membership in literally every organization in the United States that is socialist or that is progressive but leaning socialist since 1870. So it's a pretty messy graph, but the main things I want people to see is there's this big spike, 1910, the Socialist Party of America goes back down. It falls apart after World War I. That's the first Red Scare and the Palmer raids. Communist Party of America shoots up right before that. Palmer raids, destroys it, brings it back down to about like 8,000 people. Shoots back up in the 1930s because it's getting Soviet support. It's when the Soviets finally had money to support parties abroad. It does well until 1950, when the second Red Scare and McCarthyism really ramps up. And it does fucking terribly after 1953, when Khrushchev's secret speech comes out. The Communist Party of America goes from 80,000 members or so down to like 8,000 again. And DSA is over here. So it's interesting. Yeah, I will say, Somnostatic is correct. I do want to adjust this to population at some point. Actually, what I'm planning to do is more or less run take the integral of all these things, add them up as like a kernel weighted thing, and then so a moving average, and add it all up to how many socialists were there. Because it's sort of interesting to ask a general question of how socialist the country was. And what you'll note is when the SPA was really big, the IWW was also really big. And there are other socialist organizations like the SLP that was still fairly big at the time. And so I want to see socialist per capita and then compare that to like union density and income inequality and stuff like that. That's the idea. The other point of all this is just like, there are a lot of failed socialist organizations. There are 20 times more failed socialist organizations than living socialist organizations. And the reason I mentioned that is, a lot of people on Twitter who are lefties will tell you that they've got the right way to run a socialist organization.
Wake up, liberal. I love you.
Oh, thank you. How do I read that? 1 minute. I always forget how to do this. I will pay you to have fun for a minute. Thank you so much for the tier 2. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is so funny. I remember this one. This is an old video. Okay, final note on my graph, my big autistic graph, is people will tell you that they have figured out the right way to run an organization. And dear viewer, I just want you to show you, this is what the graph looks like when it's zoomed out to 120,000 at the top. Here's what the graph looks like when you zoom into 10,000 and you look at all the tiny organizations down in like the jungle beneath the canopy of the big socialist orgs. It's so hard to even see it at this scale, but it's just a bunch of lines going up and going fucking down. There's so many rises, there's so many collapses. So many socialist organizations, which were based on like Marxist-Leninist models, on authoritarian models, on democratic centralist models, on third party, we're down in the thicket. All of the parties down in the thicket that followed democratic centralist model completely fell apart. None of these were lasting enterprises. The only long-lived parties basically in America's history was the Socialist Workers' Party, which is this one Trot party, and the Communist Party of America, the Communist Party USA. And those were the only two democratic centralist models that have been long-standing. Everything else, there are 20 times as many dead parties as there are living ones. So I guess I bring this up in part because like it's easy for a lot of people in my sphere to argue against democratic centralism, which is the idea that like the party center, de facto what it means is a party where you have to follow the party line and running third party candidates. These are ideas you see very commonly on like left Twitter, which doesn't like the Dems, which doesn't like Vosh, which doesn't like my area of leftism. And those ideas have failed so fucking often. They've completely collapsed and built no fucking power. I want to do one more comparison. For all of these socialist orgs, here's what socialist federal power looked like over that time period. This goes back a little bit too far because it includes a bunch of tiny socialists back in history. But if you look at the time period from like 1910, around this line, the middle line. Wait, can you see my mouse? You cannot. Neat. Oh, there you go. So what if you look from like 1910 around here, there's like very little representation over time. Most of these socialists are just SOCDEMs in the Democratic or Republican Party. The Socialist Party of America, this color here, only ever had one person in Congress at any given time. There was very little organized socialist power during this entire time period based on third-party voting. The only time there's been any significant number of socialists in Congress at one time is DSA members. That's why they're marked as Democratic Party members. All of these people here are Democratic Party members or Bernie Sanders, who cooperates so tightly with the Democratic Party. And Ilhan Omar, who is not a DSA member, but we love her. So all I want to say is like, I don't know. I think there's objective facts about socialist history which tell you which ways work and which ones don't. And that's why you should join DSA, because we're going up. And I'm just going to, here, let's see if I can do it just right. DSA is the biggest socialist organization in the country, and I will not be scrolling right whatsoever. And there's a real chance that we can make an impact in a way that we haven't been able to for decades and decades and decades. Evan says the DSA drop is terrifying. Yeah, it's big, but I guess just the point is partly to put it in context that we shut up from nothing. We shut up from nothing. But here's hoping we flatten out. Okay, Big Cheese Wheel wanted me to look at a dumb old video. Okay, I have to ask what people's form is going for here. Like, just watch these people. There are people launching forward and like face palming. Why aren't they going on their ass? Why aren't they like rolling on their side? I don't. Most reasonable British sport. You must think like a cheese wheel. This is how British have the most intellectual British person.
It's a lot more scary than it looks from down here, believe me. And when it's slippery, the nerves up there, all these guys, they look tough. But once you're up there and you're looking down, it's really nerve-wracking.
This is how Hitchens died. Is that all you win? You win the cheese?
That's 20 cheeses I've won now.
This guy is the cheese champion?
Come back next year for 21. Just brings the whole village together. Keeps all the locals and the camaraderie going. And
this is his thing.
This is our day for one day in the year.
Okay, incredible. I love British people now. This is full. British people have been reformed by this activity. They are no longer imperialist scum. Some of them are all right. Cheesy thing to say, I know. All right. So there has been a very dumb. Here, let me restart. Wait, actually, I should do the shilling first. Okay. First of all, y'all should like the goddamn stream, because every like I get gets more people to look at my shit. I love that shit. I love it when people look at my shit. I love being looked at. I love being observed. I love being placed in situations where people are looking at me. Did you link another video? I'm sort of scared to open anything now. Okay.
Cheese.
My honest reaction. No need to share my kinks. There is a libertarian named Mentis Wave who is a Hoppian, which basically means a libertarian, but even more racist. His name is Mentis Wave, and he wrote a very long Twitter post getting very mad at Mr. Ian Koczynski, our Lord and Savior, for disagreeing with one of his videos. And look, I'm not going to respond to this Twitter post. I just figured I'd react to some of his videos, because this is like the average libertarian in terms of philosophy. I saw this, it's a scream. So, the videos are just really bad, I just want to say. I wanted to do 3 of his videos. So the first one was called No Free Will, which is, in short, wrong on the philosophy.
Hey,
it's wrong in the philosophy, and it's wrong on the ethics.
Hey, internets. So one of the stranger attacks out there against the idea of a more free society is the attack on the concept of free will itself. That people's choices are entirely a product of genetics plus environment, and the outcome of the universe was determined at the start, otherwise known as the deterministic argument against libertarian free will, based on Newtonian physics. This is sometimes also referred to as neural determinism, that the brain is just a biological computer and any thought it has is merely the result of processing environmental input. They then argue that people who repeatedly make bad—
I have to comment on the aesthetics that you're looking at. I have never seen any person be so meme-brained before that this is the content they're showing you. Ah, yes, the imprisoned brain, surrounded by soy jacks with tiny brains with an NPC face. What is happening here? What am I looking at?
the result of processing environmental input. They then argue that people who repeatedly make bad decisions just can't help themselves, that they were predetermined to failure in life from the start, and therefore we should help them, specifically be forced to help them. Now, there are numerous problems with this argument, the first being that the free will debate from a scientific standpoint is not actually settled at all.
Okay, so I was just going to let him go. The argument for helping people does not rely on determinism. Just from a free will argument, you can make defenses of helping people. Like, that's the whole point of virtue ethics, that you freely choose to help other people because it benefits yourself in some way, or some kinds of virtue ethics. Utilitarianism is completely compatible with free will. You could think that it is your free choice to benefit as many people as possible, and therefore that's why you support social welfare. Like, I just want to be clear, free will, the existence or lack thereof, has no impact on the ethics that you derive, like, period. And yes, I didn't, okay, I'm gonna let him go on the philosophy.
First being that the free will debate from a scientific standpoint is not actually settled at all. There are a few schools of thought out there which suggest that depending on just how free will is defined, determinism doesn't—
I have to read this poll to you. Our questionnaire offered evolutionary scientists only 2 choices on the question about human free will. If someone came up to you and is like, I'm a big believer in free will. Why? Because 80% of evolutionary scientists say that free will exists. What the fuck is that kind of argument? Even polls among philosophers, I'm pretty sure, Naja, do you have the, I think it's the Phil Papers one. I can probably pull it up real quick. Phil Papers. Among philosophers, 59% are compatibilists, 13% are libertarians, and 12.2% say no free will. But that doesn't mean that free will does or doesn't exist. Why would I fucking care? Oh, wait, I didn't even read the full poll question. Oh my God, you're fucking right. Oh my God, Najwa, you're right. The 2020 version, it's probably pretty similar for the Phil Papers stuff. Okay, I'm just moving on because I just wanted to point out that like it is obviously true that the debate over free will is not settled. That doesn't fucking matter. If you believe that free will does or does not exist, you should have conclusive arguments for it. Your argument is not based on consensus. There's no consensus on virtually anything in philosophy, except like beliefs that literally. There's almost no consensus on almost anything in philosophy.
There are a few schools of thought out there which suggest that depending on just how free will is defined, determinism doesn't really contradict it, such as soft determinism or compatibilism. There are also things like the Heisenberg uncertainty principle in quantum mechanics, which suggest that it's not really possible to know where a particle is with perfect accuracy, that there is therefore a limit to what can be predicted based on known information, suggesting that there is room for some form of free will that exists in this realm of the unknowable.
Okay, this is like Babby's first free will debate, and it's insane to me that he posted this as a prepared video. The options are not determinism, meaning that everything can be predicted beforehand, or free will. Determinism or indeterminism, meaning determinism, the view that everything can, like if you understood everything, you could predict everything else because everything will be causally related, or indeterminism, which is simply has the rules that some things are random and could not be predicted beforehand, says nothing about free will. You can have an indeterminate universe, meaning a random universe in which people still have no free will. Similarly, you can have a deterministic universe in which there's like a soul that comes in and causally affects those chains. This is so frustrating to me. People will try and say something like, oh, quantum uncertainty exists. How can you say that free will doesn't exist? Maybe there's room for free will. Free will is supposed to be some sort of like soul-based thing where you can do things that would not have been caused normally. Free will, in my view, basically requires something like a spirit. If you believe that human brains are either caused by deterministic or undeterministic physical behaviors, it does not matter whether those things are deterministic or indeterministic. There's no room for free will there. Your beliefs are still caused by things outside of your control. Free will requires you to have some control over that. And the only way to do that is have something outside of the causal chain of the universe, i.e. a soul. So I just... Anytime someone mentions quantum mechanics in a free will debate, it's because they do not understand the debate. They think it's determinism versus free will, which is completely wrong. Literally reading like one book on the topic will get you past that.
Another argument for this is probably the godlike machine thought experiment. The determinist argument against free will suggests that if you know the position and velocity of every single particle in the universe, we could, theoretically, build a machine someday in the future that would use an extremely powerful AI to calculate exactly what would happen in the future, if the universe is indeed just a big clock. So if this machine could measure every aspect of a person's brain, it could then predict exactly what that person will do, and every thought they will have for the rest of their life.
I want you to listen to the counterexample he gives to this. So the setup is, imagine you've got a machine that is the perfect deterministic calculator. It knows everything, and therefore it can predict everything. How will he respond to this as a believer in free will?
But this creates a paradox. Let's say a mad scientist is determined to prove this machine wrong, so he shows the machine 2 fumos and asks it to show him which one he will choose to throw a water balloon at minutes from now. Of course, the twist is that this mad lad is planning to choose the opposite of what the machine tells him he will choose. This would create a logically impossible feedback loop. To stop him, the machine must somehow have to predict the opposite of his choice, which...
Okay. I just wanted to point out that this example sucks. So this is a dilemma, okay? Let's imagine 2 versions of this free will, of this machine. One version of the machine is that it's static. It takes a scan of your brain at one period of time, and then it makes the predictions about what you believe. The second option is that it's real time. We hook you up to it, and it's constantly predicting what you will think next. So let's imagine a dilemma, okay? I'm on Twitch, I'm on YouTube, and I'm deciding, will I watch gay streamer Vosh, or will I watch hot streamer Hassan, okay? I've got a dilemma, and I hook myself up to the static version of the machine. then the minute that I get unhooked from the static machine, additional causal elements could come into play that could cause me to change what I would do. It's not a failure of the machine in that world. It's not a failure of the machine to fail to predict additional things beyond like the brain scan or whatever. Now, if he's saying this is a machine which is so inclusive that it includes literally every particle in the universe, then we go over to the real-time version of the machine, because in a deterministic universe, it could also predict the future. But here's the thing, the machine would be able to predict itself in that world. The machine would be able to predict its own response, and therefore adjust its own response to give the correct response to the person. If it's real-time, in short, it would simply update the results. It would be accurately predicting the opposite of what you believe at any minute that you're updating your belief. Najwin is pointing out that this machine would have to model itself were it to include everything in the universe. So the point here is just that, like, this is the dumbest argument against determinism. This is on the order of, you think you've got a GPS app? You think that it shows you the shortest path between 2 points? Well, guess what? I'm going to go in a different path. Okay, that's not the point of the experiment. I don't know. I don't know how else to approach this, but like, in either case, if it's static, it accurately predicted based on the information it had at the time. And if it's real time, it would simply update because it would already know what you'd be thinking. So the very second you would have changed your thoughts from A to B, it would switch A to B as well. Like, I don't know. His thought experiment, he does this a lot, where he sets up a thought experiment and then fails to actually follow it through to its conclusion. He sort of just assumes that his worldview is correct and rejects the implicit conclusion. And I do just have to note, anyone who's into Fumos, a little bit sussy.
Which means he could then just go back to choosing the other Fumo, and this would go back and forth the machine's calculations infinitely with no real way to complete. There's ultimately nothing the machine could do to accurately predict his choice and then stop him from picking the opposite, save for some rare external event such as a meteor strike being about to decimate him in 9 minutes, preventing him from making any decisions, which doesn't really count, since again, all this hypothetical machine can do is predict. Also assume the machine is not allowed to lie, so no, it can't just cheat by showing him the opposite of what it predicts. This suggests that either we do in fact have some kind of free will, or that the existence of such a perfect machine is in fact not theoretically possible, and thus Heisenberg was right. Of course—
that's not— the Heisenberg uncertainty principle does not have anything to do with macro— Okay, I'm moving past. I'm not talking about the physics.
Of course, you could bring up superdeterminism in response to that, but then you're starting to get into the realm of the unfalsifiable, and that can go on for ages. But honestly, the more—
For reference, superdeterminism is the argument that although quantum mechanics may appear to be random, they were determined before the, like, essentially at the origin of the universe, and therefore everything is in fact determined. But that has nothing to do with the effects of this experiment. Like Najwin's right. This has nothing to do with this. This experiment, oh my god. Anyway, moving on.
More interesting point is that whether free will exists or not, it actually doesn't matter to libertarian ethics. It is in fact completely irrelevant. To show this, let's
completely agree. He's completely correct on this. Video should have ended here.
Just assume for the rest of this video that free will in fact does not exist, and then immediately dive into another thought experiment. Imagine Bob and Rob, both living on a farm. Bob is hardworking, intelligent, and thus works to ensure that the farm is sustainable. Rob is lazy, rude, has the IQ of a turnip, refuses to do any work, and demands that Bob feed him and take care of him. Should Bob be forced to take care of Rob just because free will doesn't exist? After all, it's not Rob's fault that he is like this. Rob's ineptitude was predetermined from the start of the universe.
This is like the dumbest argument for welfare, so I'm sure that he strikes it down. But the argument for welfare is not simply, wow, people are unfortunate and it's out of their control. The argument is that people are unfortunate, it is out of their control, it is within our control to lift them up, and that benefits our whole society. The argument doesn't end at, we should simply help the unfortunate. It also is the argument that helping the unfortunate helps ourselves. There are some versions of this argument, like Christian ethics, which say we simply have a duty to the poor, but most utilitarian arguments on helping the poor are based in part on the idea that helping the poor means like less crime, more research and innovation, more entrepreneurship, all the things that we actually observe when there's more welfare. When you give people a safety net to fall back on, they're more willing to take risks, they're more willing to start business, they're more willing to pursue research that they might not have done otherwise, more willing to go to college, they're more willing, in short, to make investments in themselves and society. That's part of the reason that our modern, extremely high welfare societies have been so successful. He'll get to this in a second.
So Bob should have to take care of his less capable brethren, right? Here's the problem. The argument against free will is usually made to discredit personal responsibility, but if Rob can't—
No, it's not. The argument, free will has nothing to do with responsibility. Responsibility does not exist or does exist in both universes, depending on your moral framework of a determinist and a free will, sorry, not a determinist, a non-free will and a free will universe. Like in a world with free will, you could still argue that you have no responsibility because you have a moral system in which responsibility does not exist. Responsibility is not like a particle that we can observe in the universe, and it's not a particle which relies on free will to exist. Responsibility is a moral claim, and since morals don't exist out there, it's not like an objective thing that we can go to the big tablet of objectively correct morals and look at the correct ones. Responsibility follows entirely from how you believe people should act.
Be responsible for his actions, then how can Bob be responsible for his? If Bob decides not to take care of Rob, isn't he also incapable of taking responsibility for his allegedly non-free choice as well? And this paradox doesn't go away when we scale out to society either. If we imagine 1,000,000 Robs and 1,000,000 Bobs, what's the difference? Does the collective somehow mysteriously form a free will that can then take responsibility out from the cosmic void pulled through the magical world of responsibility land? Obviously not.
One of the classic determinist arguments is about prison. Let me give it to you like this. The determinist argument goes like this. Why do we incarcerate people? Well, if you're a rehabilitationist, as these determinists were, then when you put someone into a prison, your hope is to change their behavior. It's that you, one, change their behavior by restricting them from the rest of society and therefore maybe protect the rest of society. And two, your hope as a rehabilitationist is to change them to not be violent towards other people, to be helpful towards other people. That makes sense in a deterministic universe because you can determine the inputs to that person. You can change the things they believe. You can change the books they read. You can change the practices they have. You can give them aid. You can give them time to work on themselves. That's the argument for a rehabilitationist prison. And that makes sense entirely in a deterministic non-free will universe. In a universe without free will, someone doesn't choose to be a criminal or not to be a criminal. It's our job, in short, to make sure that everyone will be as good as they can be because they are a product of their conditions, and therefore if we change their conditions to make them better, they will be better. I don't know. Also, people are arguing that the Bojack hive mind would emerge, and Najawin is saying that emergence is a real thing. That is true. One person and a group of people do have different ethical obligations. One person, for example, might not have an ethical obligation to solve poverty, but you could argue that solving poverty is a collective responsibility of humankind, because humankind does have the ability to do so, because ability in most ethical systems is one of the key ingredients for when moral responsibilities exist. You have to actually be able to solve the problem to have a moral requirement to do so.
A solution to this ethical problem can be found in natural law. Most people, regardless of political alignment, can agree that we all own our own body. To suggest otherwise creates a logically absurd double standards and is basically slavery. For similar reasons, we all own what goes on inside our own head. This sets a simple rule. We are all responsible for our thoughts and actions we perform as a result of those thoughts, regardless of whether the thoughts in our head.
So, I just want to note, when he said we are all responsible for our own thoughts and actions, that is a moral claim about what types of things responsibility means. Because responsibility is moral responsibility. It's not causal responsibility. We care about moral responsibility. That's his whole point, that even in a universe without free will, responsibility is something that he bases on natural law and self-ownership. He's explicitly framing this in moral terms. Free will does not matter.
For our thoughts and actions we perform as a result of those thoughts, regardless of whether the thoughts in our heads that lead to human action are a part of some esoteric free will, or if those thoughts are simply the mechanisms of a biological machine of physical determinism. It doesn't really matter. In other words, it makes the most sense for each person to be responsible for the thoughts in their own mind. While this may
So when he says makes the most sense, and then earlier says it's natural law, I'm going to lose my mind. If it makes most sense, then it's a moral claim, maybe a moral realist claim. If it's natural law, then it's an observable fact about the universe. It's something that God hands down. These are non-compatible approaches to morality.
Seem cruel to those who are less capable. The problem is that the alternatives are much worse. Again, to suggest otherwise would be to say that all the Bobs in society should be enslaved to all the Robs. Aside from the obvious injustice this creates, it's clearly not sustainable because you have a society that incentivizes victimhood. And to be honest, everyone kind of knows this. If someone
Najwa is saying natural law means something else. Well, go ahead and explain. I did want to get, before we got too far off from it, I wanted to mention that self-ownership, the argument he's giving here, that if you force people to do something, you are violating their rights to self-ownership, which I'll let him go on for a little bit, is one of the foundations of Marxism.
someone were to break into your home and threaten the life of one of your family members, and you were in a position where you could save that family member's life, but at the cost of the life of that home intruder, would you either A, save your family, or B, take a moment to contemplate the poor situation this oppressed, downtrodden member of society who has broken into your home must have gone through? The poor guy, through no free will of his own, has been destined to invade other people's homes, and yeah, no, just about everyone is going to run with option A and waste that psycho. No one doesn't believe in responsibility during a home invasion.
So the funniest thing here is that we literally have different societal norms about this. In European countries, there's often a right to retreat. It is your job to not try and endanger other people, even if they're engaging in property damage. Like, this is just a moral claim. Najawin says it's not Aristotelian functionalism necessarily. Okay, look, Najawin, do you think this guy has a particularly detailed view on natural law, given that after he said natural law, he then went down the argument that, like, it just makes sense from self-ownership? I don't know.
All this means is that it's not the supposed lack of free will that disproves responsibility, but rather it is the existence of self-ownership and responsibility that disproves the relevance of free will. So whether we have free will, or if free will is just an illusion created by consciousness, in the grand scheme of things, it actually matters very little.
I agree. Great point. Free will does not matter. But you know what else is real funny? I wanted to read from Cohen, one of my favorite moral philosophers, who is a socialist and an egalitarian. Cohen actually argues against self-ownership as a foundational moral principle. I think I lost the second picture of this. No. Just wanted to read. So Cohen is describing Marx's moral theory. Marx argued that the relationship between buyers and sellers of labor power was, in several respects, substantially the same as the relationship between feudal lords and serfs. Feudal law and usage require that the serf give up part of his life to the lord. It is manifestly true, not just a matter of theory, but of observation, that the serf spends part of his time working for himself and another part uncompensated for work for the lord. According to Marx, this is no less true of the wage worker, that he is forced to give up part of his life to a powerful superior. Marx's argument is, when you are a feudal serf, you work on your field part of the day and you work on the lord's field part of the day. It's very obvious that when you're working on the lord's field, you're not working for yourself, you're working for his benefit. And Cohen argues this is part of the self-ownership logic of Marx. Marxists say capitalists steal labor time from working people. But you can only steal something from someone that belongs to him. The Marxist critique of capitalist injustice therefore implies that the worker is the proper owner of his own labor time. He, no one else, has the right to decide what will be done with it. Hence, the Marxist contention that the capitalist exploits the worker depends on the proposition that people are the rightful owners of their own powers. That proposition is the thesis of self-ownership, and I claim that something like it undergirds the Marxist case for the proposition that the capitalist relationship is inherently exploitative. So why am I reading all this? Marxists argue that you are forced to work, that your options, in short, are to work or to starve. Your options are to work or to beg. Your options are to work or to die. And therefore, you are forced to work. Because you are forced to work, it is not an equal trade. You are exploited. You don't receive the full value of your labor. Therefore, your self-ownership right is violated. Your right to own your own labor is violated by the capitalist system. So this exact logic, the logic that it would be wrong to force someone to do something, is literally the logic of Marxism. The idea that coercion is wrong is not just a libertarian principle. It is like a central principle to certain forms of leftism. Cohen actually argues against this vision of self-ownership because he argues that it leads to a variety of really bad ethical outcomes, which I think we'll get to in the next section. One of which, for example, implies that you could sell yourself into slavery, which we would generally not want to agree with. It also argues, basically, self-ownership has a problem in that it might work as a principle which resolves a lot of very simple disputes, but it's very bad at solving societal level disputes because it can't handle things like societal power imbalances. It treats every person as if they fully own themselves and there's no power imbalance, there's nothing to fight about. And so therefore, there's no worry of coercion of people. And that just doesn't exist in the real world. That's where egalitarianism comes into play, because we can pursue egalitarianism of power. We can pursue legal and economic equality to a great degree of people. So in short, I just wanted to raise the egalitarian response to this argument. People own themselves to some degree, but we also have a responsibility to helping other people. And in fact, it's that collectively we have a responsibility to make sure that no one falls into such extreme poverty that they are harmed by it. We have a collective responsibility to ensure that people are not dying as a result of their conditions. We also have a collective responsibility to lift people up so they are most able to pursue their own flourishing. The Marx quote goes, "From each according to their ability, to each according to their need." And the reason for that is that Marxists think we have an obligation to promote the positive freedom of other people. And I'm bringing all these up because these are the next two videos that we were going to review from this guy. All I wanted to say is that simply saying that self-ownership exists does not lead you implicitly to libertarian ethics. Self-ownership ethics can also support Marxism once you pair it with an analysis of class and power.
This doesn't mean that we shouldn't care about improving our environment. We do know, at the very least, that people born into poverty have less options available to them in their lives, but that just blasts the discussion back to the economic argument of whether it is the free market policies that raise the average standard of living or socialist policies. Final issue to consider is that various studies have shown that disbelief in free will results in increased aggression and various forms of dishonest behavior. While these studies obviously don't prove whether or not free will exists, when it comes to a subject that, again, doesn't really matter that much in an ethical sense, and probably isn't even falsifiable, for much the same reason you can't really falsify the existence of whether or not we have a soul.
Last note, free will's existence does not matter on whether it is good for humans to believe that free will exists. And I think more generally, it is a bad thing for people to believe in things that do not exist. The only way for free will to exist, I think, is for a soul to exist, and we have never observed anything that would lead to believe that every individual person is walking around with a soul, or even that anyone is walking around with a soul. So, no free will.
At some point, we have to ask ourselves, is no free will really the hill you want to die on? Probably.
It's not. Free will does not matter. Socialism can rise or fall regardless of free will. Self-ownership can be the argument for Marxism with or without a free will. I actually agree with the overall thesis of this video that free will is irrelevant to the moral question. I just think that the arguments he presents within it, that only a leftist would argue against free will because they want people to be responsible by the state. They think that welfare requires that everyone is responsible for the morons who can't keep care of themselves, when those are not actually the arguments.
Probably not. Anyways, thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video...
Alright. I wanted to start there because it gets us off onto his second video. Oh, no, wait. I had one last thing on this one. I just wanted to note that if you take extreme self-ownership and children together, you end up with a little bit of a mess. So one of the big people who argued for a strong propertarian approach to self-ownership was Murray Rothbard. Murray Rothbard argued that we have self-ownership, and therefore there is no ethical obligation to take care of our children, because after all, we have no responsibility to take care of them. They're not, part of us. We don't have any obligation to take care of them. Here's a quote from Murray Rothbard's book. The parent should not have a legal obligation to feed, clothe, or educate his children. The parent should have the legal right to not feed the child and allow it to die. The law may not properly compel the parent to feed a child or to keep it alive. The answer: the larger right to allow any baby, whether deformed or not, to die. So I just want to be clear. Absolute self-ownership rights directly take you here. If you think that we have no obligation to other people, this is where you end up. He goes on. Let's say that you want parents to have some responsibility around children. Well, it's because parents own their children. Children are essentially the property of their parents because they can't go anywhere else. Reading from Murray Rothbard again, quote, the mother then becomes at the birth of her child its trustee owner. legally obliged only not to aggress against the child, since the child possesses the potential for self-ownership. Because remember, self-ownership only accrues to people who are rational and able to, and sentient, and able to pursue their abilities to its fullest extent. A baby is not meaningfully self-owning because they cannot do anything to stop other people from stopping them from self-owning. They are basically a rock. Babies are rocks, and you can own rocks. So long as the child lives at home, it must necessarily come under the jurisdiction of its parents, since it is living on the property owned by those parents. Their argument, in short, is that babies are renters who aren't paying rent, and therefore you get to own them. This is literally an argument for child slavery. I want to be clear. If you extend this to another direction, let's say a child comes onto your property, and it can't leave, and it wants to stay there, then you get to own it so long as it wants to stay on your property. That's the argument that Rothbard gives. And in fact, Rothbard's entire argument is based on staying on property, because his theory of when someone reaches adulthood is called runaway self-ownership. Surely any particular age can only be completely arbitrary as to when this trusteeship ends. The clue to the solution of this thorny question lies in parental property rights in their home, for the child has his full rights of self-ownership when he demonstrates that he has them in nature. In short, when he leaves or runs away from home. So Rothbard's argument is, so long as you're living with mom and dad, they own you. Okay. Does it get better? Now, if a parent may own his child within the framework of non-aggression and runaway freedom, then he may also transfer that ownership to someone else. He may give the child out for adoption, or he may sell the rights to the child in a voluntary contract. Just wanted to repeat that. He may sell the rights to the child in a voluntary contract. In short, we must face the fact that the purely free society will have a flourishing free market in children. Common self-ownership as only important principle L. Oh my god, dog. Most ethical economist. Rothbard was more of an Austrian economist philosopher, like a moral philosopher. Oh yes, the NAP. You can't argue against anyone invoking the NAP. It's so funny. Like the argument here is literally like, yes, it would be a great crime to hit your child, but to let your child starve and die, that's just fine and dandy. After all, they couldn't leave your house, now could they? That must mean they're your property. Oh my god, dog. This is the foundational ideology of the GOP. Not quite, but it literally is the logic that, like, because children can't earn money, they are the property of their parents. Which is, like, deeply evil. Like, just imagine how someone who takes the approach that because children can't earn money, they are the property of their parents, would approach other issues, like, say, poor people who maybe might be approached with a deal to get a large sum of money in return for their labor for an indefinite period of time while being forced to stay on the premises of the employer. That was a lot of ancient slavery. Really poor people selling themselves for a big sum of money to their family and a place to stay and food to eat on some rich guy's mansion. Like, I do not want an ethical system that endorses ancient one step better than chattel slavery. Jesus Christ, man. Anyway, I can't, I don't know that Mencius Waves agrees with everything that Rothbard says, but I just wanted to bring up that this is the completely insane shit that you get from ANCAPs. What do you do to the disabled under this model of ethics? I guess then the parent just owns you forever, right? If you can't leave because you're physically disabled and you can't earn a job, again, possibly because you're physically or mentally disabled, then the parent just owns you forever because you could never have runaway freedom. Yeah, crop share farming. This is exactly the same system. Okay. That was video number 1 by Mr. Mentis Wave. I want to do video number 2 called The Truth About Class Conflict. Class warfare.
Internets. Here's an interesting question. You may have heard about the concept of class warfare, or the idea that there exist different classes of people, that those in one class exploit and take advantage of the other, and that the history of humanity is a history of this constant struggle between the class of honest people and those who are in an exploitative class whose incentives lie in trying to control the others, often with varying forms of coercion. This type of thinking is generally attributed to Karl Marx.
Okay, I do just have to say, I don't know if these are all his dolls, but I hate the dolls. I don't know why they keep appearing, and I hate looking at them, and I don't want to see them.
Marx and his theories of class conflict and exploitation. The question is this: what if Marx was actually correct about both of these things, but fundamentally wrong on just what specifically classes are, and how the process of economic exploitation really operates? Let's now do a quick dive into the Marxist theory of class conflict and identify what is wrong with it. Marx saw...
When he says quick dive, we're getting about as deep as a puddle.
Class based on a person's relationship to the means of production. In other words, whether or not they own the stuff that is used to make more stuff. This is an oversimplification, but it's close enough. With said owners being referred to as the bourgeoisie class.
I'm not even going to comment on it. Everyone has made this L at some point, but this one is an edited video. And the best part is you can tell that he spliced it in.
But it's close enough. With said owners being referred to as the bourgeoisie class, and those who own land as landowners, and those who only have their labor being the proletariat. To simplify this, imagine a cereal making factory which produces delicious but terrible for you sugary Cernoflakes, owned by...
I don't know if this is a meme or something, but again, the dolls make me really uncomfortable.
Marissa, and a bunch of
Again, who are these?
As members of the proletariat. The plebs here only have their own labor to sustain themselves, and thus they must sell that labor to Marissa. While working in her factory, the plebs produce $500 worth of Cernoflakes each day, but Marissa only pays them $200 for their full day of labor. After another $200 costs of production are accounted for, Marissa is pocketing the remaining $100 as profit. According to Marx, this $100 should rightfully belong to the workers and not Marissa, as it is value extraction of the product of their labor, which they refer to as surplus labor value. In simpler terms, Marx argues that the difference between the value of what the proletariat laborer made and how much the bourgeois owner pays them is theft. This is the basis of Marx's exploitation theory. Communists will...
This is a simplification, but you know what? Honestly, it's close enough that I'll take it. I will take it. The remaining 100, in his example, there was 500 total profit, $200 goes to wages, $200 goes to capital and material costs, and 100 goes to profit.
Will also argue that since in a capitalist society the workers are not allowed to simply take back this surplus, the relationship between them and the owner is a coercive and combative one.
I do love that for like his example of taking back, it's just some dude walking with a flare.
Since the owner...
Like, the proletariat is so scary, because they're walking down a road with a road flare.
Wants to maximize profit by paying the workers less, while the workers always want to make more. This difference in interest creates a class conflict. All of this is an oversimplification, but if you have read any leftist theory or watched any commie videos on the subject, you'll quickly find out that this is pretty much how it goes. So then, what are the flaws of Marx's theory? Well, the answer to that can be found by asking yourselves this simple question. Just where do the means of production come from anyways? Let's say one of these plebs, let's just call him Bob, decides that they are going to stop whining and actually do something about their situation. So he decides...
Again, just want to note, most internet-brained person I have ever encountered
decides to stop buying pumpkin spice lattes from Starbucks every day with the other plebs, as well as other cuts, until he is saving about 25% of his wages, which after about 5 years, he is then able to open his own business, which produces pumpkin soy. I mean, what else did you expect? Anyways, in terms of Marx's theory, Bob is now the owner of a means of production. Let's break down the requirements of what he did to achieve this. Well, first off is the difference in time preferences.
All right, so the remainder of this video is going to be offering the standard conservative / libertarian, I don't know why I said slash, the standard conservative or libertarian approach to why the wealthy deserve the wealth they have. The classic conservative argument is that something about capitalists makes them patient, makes them more willing to take risky investments, or makes them part of like an entrepreneurial class who is willing to start their own businesses. And that's where they get their profits. And because they are special, they deserve those profits because it benefits the rest of society in doing so.
The other plebs would rather enjoy the instant gratification of lattes every day, rather than investing their money in future endeavors. And to some degree, this makes sense, because tomorrow is uncertain. When given the choice of being given $1,000 today, or being given $1,000 a year from now, just about every sane person will choose to be given that $1,000 now. This is because time itself is limited and thus has value, which is why in reality safe investments generally will pay you more for waiting, which explains why things like capital investments or certificates of a deposit and various forms of investing exist, and why people will pay you for your time in this way. There is also the simple fact that Bob is taking a risk with his product. What if no one wants to buy it?
Yep, so again, the two concepts here are time preference, just discussed, and 2, risk aversion.
His product. Bob has to hire some plebs of his own to help produce in his factory, and while they are getting paid regardless of whether or not the pumpkin soy sells, Bob really only makes money if consumers decide his product is worth their money to part with it. This is where we start to see the real relationship between owner and worker. The so-called labor surplus can just as easily be seen as the worker paying the owner for their time and risk investment. It is in fact a mutually beneficial and voluntary transaction, where time and risk are being traded for steady, guaranteed, immediate wages.
The framework presented here is the idea that workers are essentially renting the property from the capitalist. The capitalist provides the capital, and the worker is giving the profit as rent for the privilege of working on the capital. I'm just trying to let him go through all this at first.
Therefore, Marx's theory of class and exploitation doesn't make any sense because it fails to account for this value of time, and it also fails to properly understand how time can be traded. The absence of this critical component of economics from Marx's theories completely ruins the basis of his thought process, hence why he reaches such absurd conclusions in his class and exploitation theory. This also shows an additional flaw with the labor theory of value and its inferiority to the subjective theory of value.
Okay, I'm not going to defend the labor theory of value, but the subjective theory of value is also garbage. I'm also not going to have time in this video to explain the post-Keynesian alternative to the subjective theory of value, which in short is a bundle of goods that people, a bundle of preferences that people try to fulfill based on habit. But it doesn't really fucking matter for the purpose of this video.
Which Marxists often defend with a circular argument where their interpretation of empirical data is assumed to be correct in order to prove that it's correct, which is of course invalid reasoning, which I have already covered in my previous MA video on MA surplus labor value. This also shows why there's no coercion, as it is entirely the pleb's choice whether they want to trade their labor and enjoy instant gratification with the money they get from working at Maris's factory, or if they wish to tread the same path as Bob with a lower time preference.
Okay. Oh wait, I think he goes halfway through and then he stops explaining.
Claims of coercion are based on the fact that in a capitalist society, people are allowed to defend their private property, meaning their claims are nothing more than a dishonest leap of linguistic gymnastics. Commies think that they should be allowed to steal other people's property and have simply reworded this belief to make it sound like they are the victims. The reality is, no one is stopping those in the proletariat from exchanging their time preference to risk starting their own business.
Okay, so he's going to do a switcheroo at this moment. I just wanted to talk about how these arguments actually bear out. So the first thing I just wanted to bring up is the idea that the poor are spending all of their money frivolously is really, really dumb. It's something you hear all the time, but doesn't actually appear to show up in the data. So one example of this is that poor people in the United States spend enormously more of their income on transportation than do the rich. For example, the bottom third of people in America spend 1/6 of their budget on transportation. It's only 1/10 for the middle third of America, and it's 1/12 for the top third of the United States. Again, if you want to look at how much money people are spending on entertainment, poor people overwhelmingly spend their money on food at home. They do not spend a shit ton of money on food away from home or pets and other types of entertainment. In fact, those go up enormously with income. As people get richer, they spend more money on luxury consumption. This is something that is like a fundamental in economics. Poor people spend less on luxury goods and more on essentials, and richer people spend more on luxury and less on essentials. So the last thing I wanted to add is a lot of people in this country just cannot afford to save. This is Pew's estimate of basically what they do is they take people by income third and then they subdivide them by how high their rent is. And for the bottom 60% of the poorest third of this country, they are losing money after all expenses. They are losing wealth. There are a lot of people in this country. 60% of a third is like I think like 60 million people or something. There are millions and millions and millions of people who cannot possibly save enough money to form a business. Even people who are saving like $2,000 a year cannot hope to buy a business in their lifetime. Especially given that they might not have a college education, they might not have business classes. There's a lot of structural limits to creating a business, which is very hard to overcome when you have almost no resources. This is one of the reasons that we see people start more business after they get welfare and after they get bequests, like inheritances, because those resources help get them over that barrier, and then they create wealth generating mechanisms. So I just wanted to say, like, on the first point, that like there's an empirical problem here. Even if it were theoretically possible for people to just save and save and save and save, a lot of people fucking can't. And that's a big deal. If your argument is that people aren't exploited because they can just save, the fact that a huge portion of people can't do that means that, in fact, by your own logic, a lot of people are exploited, right? That something like the bottom third of this country are exploited by capitalism. I wanted to read Chad's comments before I lost them in chat. Chad was noting, interesting how poor people, for whom saving is a much greater sacrifice, don't have access to the same incredible returns that rich people do, even though saving is not a sacrifice at all for them. Yes, one of the big things that's worth considering here too is that the costs for saving for poor people are far greater. Every dollar that a poor person saves is a much greater percent of their consumption budget than it is for a rich person. And poor people generally have a much harder time investing in the high, like, return assets. Basically, if you want to invest in real estate and you want to invest in stocks, and stocks are the better of the two. Stocks on the long run have about a 6% yearly return, and and real estate investment has about a 5% yearly return. But safe investments usually have a return on the order of like 1 to 2%, meaning a third as much as the rich have access to. Why do the rich have access to those riskier investments? Well, the rich can afford to lose more money before their life gets really, really fucked. Poor people have to invest in safer options because those safer options are the only way they can be sure that their consumption will still exist in the future. So I just wanted to bring up all these sort of empirical and like just basic points that, like, no, dumbass, not everyone can save their way out of poverty. I wanted to show, there was one last thing. This one, no. Oh, just a point on the idea that when this says luxury, you might be thinking of, like, I don't know, gold sedans or whatever. Luxury here just means goods that decline with income. A lot of goods decline with income, including stuff like food away. So as people get wealthier, they spend more on food away from home, owned dwellings, household furnishing, equipment, vehicles, cash contributions, entertainment, personal insurance, pensions. So there's a lot of things that rise with income. And that's just because poor people cannot afford them. Like, I'm just trying to bring up this idea that, like, when people talk about in this video, like, oh, they're spending too much money on their mocha lattes or whatever, it's so dumb. It is so dumb that it hurts. It is not the empirical experience of the median poor person that they are simply investing poorly. They do not have the resources available to invest that money. And was it this one? Yes. This one I think also really illustrates it well. Whereas Pew's did thirds, this one did tenths of the income. And what you'll notice is that total spending on food actually goes down with income. But that's not because the poor are spending a lot of money on McDonald's. The poor are spending money on food at home. The rich just have an income that rises even faster than their consumption of food outside of the home. On healthcare, again, there's a decline with income. It's not because poor people just love wasting all their money on healthcare. It's because income rises faster than your healthcare expenses. Transportation is roughly flat over income. It's higher for the middle class. Education rises with income because rich people have the extra budget space to afford it. Entertainment is actually flat with income. Poor people are not spending all their money on goddamn like plushies and Funko Pops. The thing that rich people spend all their more money on, all the extra space it opens up, is pensions and insurance. Rich people have the space to invest in their future, and so they do. Like, a lot of this is just mechanical, is all I'm trying to say. It's not a moral choice. It is a purely mechanical choice that poor people have to save at very safe investments or else they might not have money in the future. Rich people can afford to take risky investments because they are investing in future consumption in the very long run. So all I wanted to bring up was just like, this is like such a libertarian dumb fuck thing to think about poor people. The second thing, there were two more things that I wanted to talk about. First is that one of the main ways that people get capital is their family. So here's a study from Sweden, which found that inherited wealth accounts for the majority of the measured intergenerational wealth correlation. There's another study in a similar mechanism, which shows that most of the correlation between a parent's wealth and their child's wealth is down to direct transfers. And there's a decently high correlation between a parent's wealth and a child's wealth. In this study, it is, without accounting for inheritance, it is 0.3, which means that it explains, I think, what that works out to, like, what, 10%, something like that. But that's just wealth rank. If you look at wealth overall in absolute, it's much higher. The point here more broadly is that inheritance has a very large effect on child income. People don't just become wealthy out of nowhere. They become wealthy in part because their parents were wealthy. Then we have the question of these various moralized investment approaches, in short. That the poor, they're simply frittering away their money. They're spending all their money right now because they don't think in the long run. Poor people aren't patient. Poor people don't invest in the long run. They have a short time preference. There have been various attempts to explain wealth inequality. Hendricks was one of the ones which compared wealth inequality in data versus wealth inequality in models. What they found is that risk aversion, I don't think it's mentioned here, but risk aversion basically couldn't explain differences in wealth. When he was talking about, like, the capitalist is taking on risk and the workers are not, that's not a difference in preference. Workers, if they had the money, would found businesses, would take on those risks themselves. The only thing that seemed to have any difference in wealth inequality and also had any ability to explain wealth differences over age was time preference heterogeneity, meaning some people consume more today and more later. But Hendricks writes, time preference heterogeneity is more promising for understanding how wealth inequality changes with age and why households with similar lifetime earnings hold very different amounts of wealth. Where's the second image? Hendricks. Discount rate heterogeneity, which is really, this is how they're operationalizing, how they're actually trying to measure time preference heterogeneity, which just means some people are patient and some people are not, is sort of the simple way of putting it. Discount rate heterogeneity is more promising for understanding how wealth inequality changes with age and why households with similar lifetime earnings hold very different amounts of wealth. The model economies are able to replicate the observed age profile of wealth inequality very closely. They also come close to matching observed Gini coefficients within lifetime earning deciles. However, none of the models studied here can account for the relatively low empirical correlation between lifetime earnings and retirement wealth. And if all that sounded like a bunch of garbage, I apologize. The reason I'm bringing this up is there is a much, much, much lower correlation than you'd expect between lifetime earnings and wealth. And it does not seem possible to explain it via simple things like time preference. It does not seem that some people are simply spending away all of their money, while some people are like safely investing in the future. A much more likely conclusion, and I think I brought this one over. Let me make sure. Hendricks. Where? Let me get the other model real quick. In a later review by Daynardi, 2015, one of the things they noted is there's these sort of two big categories of why people save money at all. And model one is something like time preference. It's that people save money now so they can consume more money later. Model two is that people save money, especially the rich save money, because they want to keep their income, they want to keep their consumption smooth over time, which means that they need to have a smooth income over time, which means they need wealth to build up for those periods when they would receive a big negative shock to income, meaning they get fired, meaning they lose their job. These models both explain really, really well what we actually observe in terms of wealth inequality. So it's hard just to say that because time preference explains it, that must be the correct model. Reading from their conclusion, disturbingly, even if these mechanisms give rise to similar observed wealth concentrations, they can have vastly different policy implications. For example, modeling entrepreneurship usually implies the adverse response of savings and economic activity to increased taxation are significant, and especially so if taxation affects the returns to running a business. So that's model one, that people are saving and that the rich are less risk averse. They're doing more investment in high return and they are saving for the long run. They're doing time preference type shit. Model two, in contrast, in a model with high earnings risk for top earners, such as that of Kinderman and Kruger, conclude that the optimal marginal tax rate is close to 90%. So if you think that the reason people save money is to smooth their income, then you support really, really, really high marginal taxes. If you think it's time preference, then you might be inclined towards the libertarian side of things. We actually don't know yet which models better explain why people save money and which models better explain the distribution of wealth inequality in the United States. So why am I doing all this empirical crap? Because simply to say that clearly the reason the rich are rich is because they are patient and they invest and they're willing to take on risks is not actually clear at all. Something that we observe over and over again is that when we give people welfare, when you give them block grants of money, they start businesses themselves. They weren't like, oh, I hate the idea of starting a business. Oh, I hate the idea of taking out a risk. They couldn't fucking start the business at all. So I'm just trying to give, I guess, the empirical critique before we get into any morals whatsoever. That the model that he's described with all his like weird little dolls or whatever is not in fact the real world. That these fumos are not, in fact, an accurate representation of the American capitalist economy. Hard as it made me believe, Mentis Wave did not accurately describe the American economy. And final note on the empirics, before we get into the rest of the video, is that the last thing I wanted to add is just that wealth inequality, that's not the right one. This is the right one. Or maybe I'll just read from the results. No. Okay, I'll just do the graph. One of the last things I wanted to add from an empirical perspective is that, that's not the graph. The graph. Okay, this is from a meta-study of the impacts of inequality on growth. And the finding that they show is that more inequality generally correlates with less growth. And that this is even after they attempt to correct for possible publication bias. That a 10% increase of inequality, wealth or income, leads to a 3% decrease in growth. That doesn't mean like that GDP goes down by 3 percentage points per year. That means that growth would go from, say, 100 to 97. So why am I mentioning all this? Because, again, we're talking about mechanics. Why don't people invest in college? Why don't people create a business? In part because they don't have the resources to do so. If you want to maximize the number of businesses created, you do not want wealth concentrated at the top. You want it spread equally or very close to equally so that people who have the incentive and the desire and the ability to found a business will do so because they are not held back by their class. They're not held back by their circumstances. We want to give people equality so that they can build the businesses. Like even within this own logic. You want to achieve something like Rawls's property-owning democracy. You want to give people a big grant when they are young, because otherwise they can't start businesses. And that means you are depriving thousands of excellent business owners, millions of excellent business owners, of the ability to start a business and give a job to all of those plebiters or whatever. Millions of fumos need their grants so that they can give the plebiters a job making Cerno flakes. Oh my God, that's disgusting to say. Millions lack startup capital. I don't know if it's Mike Cernovich. I genuinely don't know. I don't know if this is some anime thing. I don't know. I don't trust it. It's very sus. Okay. He wants to take all this as like a model of the economy and then say, actually, even if I don't grant all of these classic libertarian defenses of wealth creation, the Marxists are still wrong. I just wanted to read briefly from Matt Brunig. Thank you for linking this, Chad. I was looking for this, but I actually couldn't find it, so thank you. Matt Brunig, America's strongest socialist, wrote an article called Wages of Abstinence and Risk. Again, these are the classic arguments from libertarians about why capitalists deserve more income. So, the point that Chad was mentioning earlier is that Poor people who take pains to save money undertake relatively huge short-term sacrifices while receiving nowhere near the same compensation for that sacrifice as the super wealthy. Even compensation per unit of capital invested clearly does not match sacrifice levels, as the rich and the poor receive the same compensation despite dramatically different levels of sacrifice involved. So what's he trying to get at? The exact same thing that I tried to say earlier. Poor people have to invest in safe assets if they want to have reliable consumption in the future. Rich people get to invest in risky assets because they have enough money that it will average out, that risky assets which do well and risky assets that do poorly will average out. But poor people do not. If poor people get lucky, then they make out great. But if poor people get unlucky, their savings are gone and they can't afford a house, they can't afford rent, they lose enormously. So what Brunig is trying to point out here is, even if we thought that time preference, that, oh, these people are just patient, they're willing to invest in their long-term future, was something worth doing, we should want it to be worth doing for everyone. It shouldn't be harder for poor people to save money than rich people, but currently it is, because the rich can save and receive huge rewards for doing so. Remember, the average long-term yield of a stock between, I think it's like 1820 and 2020, is 6% per year. That's 5% better than most banks are giving. The rich get richer for a reason, and it's because wealth grows. And it's hard to save. It costs more for poor people to save. All right, that was a lot of rambling, but all this is to say, the risks, the wages of abstinence, the wages of patience are bullshit. I hate it.
Bob with a lower time frame. You may have known show why Marx is starting their own business.
Okay, here's his big switcheroo.
Or is there? Let's turn this upside down and show why Marx is actually correct about the existence of class coercion and exploitation in this world.
Thank you, Mentis Wave. Marx's strongest soldier. I salute you. Video ends here. No further need to do anything.
He was only wrong about the specific details. If you have actually looked into what it takes to start a business, you may have noticed that it's not very easy. Allow me to introduce you to an alternative theory of class and exploitation. So ask yourself this: what does a robber have in common with a corrupt politician?
TLDR, he thinks that class exploitation is real, but it's the politicians exploiting. Yeah.
The answer is that they both steal for a living using the threat of violent, aggressive coercion, as opposed to actually producing a good or service that consumers would want to voluntarily purchase. Neither of them are producing anything of true value, thus they are both non-productive. In other words, there is a non-productive political class which uses aggression to get what they want, at odds with a productive class, which most of us belong to, where we operate under the rules of producing a good or provide that which other people actually want. For the robber, this is obvious. He comes up to people, sticks a gun in their face, demands money, and then tries to live off this cycle of non-production, at least until he gets caught. But for the corrupt politician, things get more complicated, because he can make his actions of theft legal, at least in the eyes of the law he rules over. Your money is stolen from you indirectly via inflation due to bad monetary policy, and
inflation is actually based, but I don't have time for it in this video.
Directly via taxation. You have no say in this matter. If you do not pay your taxes or live under these laws, men with guns who work under the corrupt politicians will come after you. If you resist, they will use violence against you. So this guy is therefore just as much of an aggressive thug as the robber is. The reality of his thievery has just been obfuscated with extra steps. And how does he spend your money? Well, that's where the real exploitation comes in. He spends billions, sometimes even trillions, of your money benefiting his political allies, often creating subsidies and spending packages specifically designed to cater to them, while further using his power of coercion, harming his political opponents and or the competitors of his allies.
Okay, I want to be clear. Corporate welfare is a real thing. There are kickbacks in politics. The overwhelming majority of spending in the United States is like defense spending, which can be like corrupt, but is mostly corrupt because it's going to defending like it's going to the military. It's not like a kickback to their political allies. Both parties are political allies of the military because both parties support imperialism, for example. So I guess it's sort of a kickback to the political allies. It's just that the political allies are allies of everyone. More broadly, the kickbacks in most countries, something like 90+% of the budget goes to social welfare spending. Now you can say those are like the political allies, but we're talking about stuff like elder care benefits, workers' compensation, like education spending, unemployment. These things are so broad, they just go to like classes of people. To say this is your political ally is brain dead, and oh my god, I hate it.
Whether or not regular people actually want money to be spent in his desires is irrelevant, as that is the nature of the non-productive class. It gets to ignore any voluntary market forces and simply use aggression to steal and reallocate resources instead of the peaceful cooperation and trade that the productive class must play by. A quick look through human history shows that this definition of class conflict is a much better fit than what Marx came up with. Just about every war that has been fought can be described as those with political power attempting to use aggression to force others to provide them with resources. And internal market struggles within a country can also be understood by this conflict between the peaceful and voluntary versus the aggressors who just take what they want. But to really understand this, let's go back to Marissa and her factory.
Okay, I have to make a note about the coercion again. In the previous video, I noted that Marx's entire theory of exploitation is based on the idea that workers do not have the capital necessary to create their own business. They do not have the capital to work with, so they have to work with the boss man. They got to work with the bourgeois. They got to work with the capitalists because they own the capital. There is a power imbalance here. Someone has something which is you have to work at, or else you will die. The argument of Marxists, in short, is that that is coercion. That is the exploitation. There's a power imbalance there. So when he says, oh, a robber coming in and forcing you to do something is so evil, that's the Marxist argument for why it's exploitation to be forced to work on capital, even though you have no other choice. It's work on their capital, give them profit, or starve, or beg, or die.
Let's now say that Marissa has a bigger competitor, Mr. Heckle, who produces in—
Oh, and I do want to note, like as Chad said, that threat is backed up with state violence. The whole point, he got so mad at it in the previous video. He's like, oh, leftists complain that you can't go and steal back the profits. That's the whole point, is that they're using state violence to protect their profits because their coercion is backed up by the state. If you're going to get mad at politicians for taxing you, you have to get mad. You have to also understand that the coercion that we're talking about here is also protected by state violence. Without the police, there could be no profits. Our whole argument is that that state coercion is wrong, that instead we should be trying to distribute those profits to workers and collectively throughout society.
An inferior product to Cernoflakes, but in larger quantities. But this is no concern to him, because unlike Marissa, Mr. Heckle has correctly identified the corrupt politicians as being a member of the non-productive class, and he has no problem getting in on the action. So he offers said politician a large sum of money as a campaign donation, wink wink nudge nudge, while asking for regulation to be passed that bans some of the crucial ingredients present in Cernoflakes. The result is that Marissa is forced to shut down, and now the previous laborers in her factory must work for Mr. Heckle instead, who then exploits the artificially reduced competition in the market to cut their wages from $200 a day that they were making under Marissa to $100 a day. It is this reduction of wages as a result of complex backroom deals involving the non-productive class that is the true mechanism by which laborers' wages are being stolen from them.
Okay, I want to be clear. I genuinely don't know how you can think the reason that your wages are low is because of too much government regulation. Like, surely if we just got rid of minimum wages, surely if we just got rid of subsidies to core like industries, surely if we got rid of subsidies to big pharma, then firms would just raise their wages. Like, what? The whole point is that they're able to compete down and kill off workers that have wages above that. Okay, the question I'm sort of asking is like, what is the causal mechanism? Imagine in his world that that Dark Brandon bans Cernoflakes. Oh my God, I hate this. And then what? Why would the workers be able to be paid lesser at the non-Cernoflake factory? How would banning a firm empower the other firm to pay lower wages? Now, he could say something like, oh, well, without the other firm, then workers can't compete because workers could just leave for the other firm with higher wages. Okay, but do politicians usually ban firms with high wages? Like, no. I don't. The main thing that politicians do is kickbacks to like contractors and stuff. They pay companies. I don't know. I don't know how to get at this, but like, the main reason that wages are low is because unemployment is high, and unemployment being high means that a worker can be easily replaced. If you want wages to go up, you have to reduce unemployment. You have to run a full employment economy. You have to run the economy hot. And the way you do that is with aggressive policy stimulation. You accept higher rates of inflation, and you force the contracts through unions to increase workers' wages so they consume more, so that firms can produce more to fulfill that consumption. That's like standard Keynesian and post-Keynesian economics. I don't know. I'm just, the causal mechanism here is really dumb. It's that, oh, they ban firms and then suddenly wages go down.
Comes with aggressive regulations also make it harder, in some cases legally impossible, for Bob to build his own business. Bob now must trade significantly higher amounts of his time and effort, and it comes with significantly more risk since there is a chance that a politician could just shut down his newly built business for nonsensical, made-up reasons at any time. And don't count on...
One of the things that's the most frustrating about this is that the country with the least labor regulations, country with the least regulations on like virtually every kind of consumer product, also has some of the lowest wages relative to corporate profits in the United States. The United States is the country that leans most closely to lack of political. Chad also says, doesn't he want wages to go down? He hates inflation after all. The price of labor is a price too. I mean, I don't think there's any level of political sophistication in this video.
On the mainstream media to tell the people the truth about what's going on. They too are in bed with the non-productive class and regularly benefit from their subsidies. They are in on the scam, and thus work with the regime to keep people misinformed via propaganda. And so to wrap this up, I can finally talk about what this image right here really means. It is not...
Okay. The image he has here says, these are the things they stopped talking about in 2012. And it's, I actually can't, what does that say? OWS? I can't actually tell. But it says bankers and bailout. Oh, they stopped talking about bankers and bailout in 2012. They didn't. Even in these graphs, it just declines with time. And I can't imagine why bailout would be talked about way more in 2008 and 2009 and then decline with time. Okay, his argument here is these are the things they started talking about in 2012. They replaced class war with race war. Race war does not threaten their profits. And all they show is that after Occupy Wall Street, people started talking way more about racial inequality, basically. All of these graphs are just people talking more about racial inequality. Ah, yes, clearly people have stopped talking about economic inequality. I wanted to show a graph that some of you may have seen earlier about number of socialists over time. Maybe, just maybe, they didn't control the whole narrative and stop the class war. Maybe, just maybe, there's a stronger socialist movement than there ever has been, not ever, but there has been in decades, in literally 50 years. Maybe, just maybe, these socialists and these progressives care deeply about racial inequality, in part because it's tied up with class inequality. Black wealth went down under Obama because Obama failed to put out an aggressive enough package to rescue homeowners. Like, I don't know, maybe we talked about racial inequality because it finally gained credence again. I don't know. I'm so mad at this image. We are seeing a higher number of workers on strike in 2018, 2019, and 2023 than we have in any year since 2000. Like, we are seeing probably the largest revitalization of union activity that we have in decades. And clearly, this is all part of their plot to, I don't know, get you talking about race instead of class, which we haven't stopped talking about. There's more talking about it than ever. Fucking Bernie Sanders. I don't know. It's like, I don't know how you can come to these conclusions and observe politics.
Not just the identity politics culture war that the left is distracted by, but also an absurd and painfully misguided theory of class and exploitation, which distracts them from the true class conflict, adding to their confusion and lack of understanding, furthering their status as the man who agrees with the establishment who thinks he is part of the resistance meme. And you can see this in a lot of breadtube content. For all their talk of more libertarian socialism and being against more hierarchies, they're very quick to justify voting for higher taxation and
extremely based of Mr. Vosh. Thank you. Number one, Biden soldier. Thank you.
Voting for greater power to the political non-productive class. The result is that the regime remains in power and continues to exploit them, just like they have always done.
So the whole thesis of this video is that there's a political non-productive class which is extracting more and more resources to themselves, which is really dumb. Like, the average social security, I believe, has something like a 99.8 or something, 99.6 income versus spend ratio. It basically just exists to administer the checks. The political non-productive class is not like sitting on top of society, extracting resources up and away from you. All this meme really is, like, this entire video, I think could have been summarized as this fucking meme. Oh, you think the rich are bad because they control capital and they force you to work on it? You think inequality is bad because you want a society where everyone is able to pursue their dreams and college and get ahead in life and invest in themselves? Well, guess what? The real enemy is the rent seekers. It's the predators, the cronies. The real people on your side are the earners and the entrepreneurs and those who protect. This is like the classic fascist, this is like the idea of fascism. And I'm okay with calling that about him because he's a Hoppian. And Hoppianism is like literally just libertarian fascism. It's like, I love libertarianism so much that I want to kill communists. That's the theory in a nutshell. When he's saying constantly that when he's saying that workers can just save up and escape being poor, his whole argument is that the rich aren't actually an enemy because they're just hard workers. His whole argument is that the rich deserve their wealth. And his entire secondary argument is that the political class only exists to extract resources from you, the worker, the real worker, and take it over to themselves and to their political allies. This is like the classic fascism. Hoppian, Hans Hermann Hoppe, was a libertarian philosopher who was very influential in arguing for libertarians in defense of closing borders and libertarians in defense of basically killing communists. If anyone says they're a Hoppian, they are a libertarian, but way more racist. They just to take a regular libertarian and just crank that racism dial. I don't know. I don't know what else to say about this, but I guess we'll get a bit to it on the third video. The problem with his beliefs is that, one, it's just not what's actually occurring in reality, and two, that his moral justification underneath it all is garbage. The idea that the poor simply aren't saving up to build a business is not true. It's just not what's actually happening. The poor largely can't do so, and even if they did so, they would often just get outcompeted. Plenty of people who are workers are those who started a business and failed. 90% of businesses fail within 5 years. What we should be wanting to do as a society, if we care about stuff like wanting as many businesses to be created as possible, is make it as likely as possible for people to take those risks. And again, what do we see in societies with more welfare? Well, more people are willing to take that risk because they know if their business fails, if they get fired, if they lose their job, they have something to fall back on. They've got a consumption smoothing. That means that they can invest more of their money in starting up that business. They can take bigger risks. They can take a risk on going to college, for example. If it even costs to go to college there, because they know that if they can't make it through college, they've got something to fall back on. They know that if they can't invest in themselves in, say, like a technical school, they've got something to fall back on. It is just objectively true that if you give people a social safety net, you are actually empowering them to take risks. So it's an oddity because libertarians always frame the social safety net as this it's this big government cradle, and it's holding you like a little baby because you couldn't fend for yourself. You big moron. You couldn't fend for yourself because you're just a fucking stupid baby. But the whole point of social safety net is that most people on the social safety net are those who can't work because they're young, they're old, they're disabled, or people who need it to get back to working. The vast majority of people who get welfare in the United States are workers. If you remove, I think, children, the elderly, and the disabled, it's like 99% of people getting welfare are workers. I don't know. It's dumb. He also stopped learning new memes in 2012. Okay, look. He clearly didn't because he's got soy jacks. He's got the highest quality soy jacks. Final or Mr. Mentis wave. And this one I actually thought was the video where there was the most to substantively respond to. This one is refuting Vosh on the positive freedom grift. And I saw that Vosh had responded to this. That's why he wrote this really long thing. Anyone who uses Twitter like this needs to go to therapy. I'm sorry. I didn't want to watch Vosh's coverage of this, but I clicked on the video by accident, I think yesterday evening before I knew about this. No, that's not right. I saw this guy's videos and I was like, I have to respond to this. And I clicked and his video started auto-playing. And the only thing that I heard from Vosh is that he calls it a grift But he's not saying that like Vosh is grifting by bringing up the idea of positive freedom. He's just saying grift because he doesn't like it. Anyway, with that out of the way, this guy does not know what the word grift means, but I'm sure he's here to explain what positive freedom means.
Hey internets, so today's video is going to be another refuting BreadTube, one of those gamer rants, which I am specifically going to focus on the distinction between positive and negative liberty using a clip featuring Vosh as an example. However, more other BreadTubers and leftists have made this argument besides Vosh, so it's not really just about him, but rather...
That's true. I am positive freedom's strongest soldier, okay? I'm out there, I'm positing all the freedoms, I'm taking the negative freedoms and I'm charging them up, and they're positive now. That's me.
This is more of an educational video about positive and negative liberty, and why the whole positive liberty concept is basically a grift.
Okay, again, grift doesn't mean a bad idea. It's a specific action you do to get money out of other people. Anyway, the whole content of this video can be summarized down to this meme. You think it's positive freedom? Actually, it's slavery.
As I will be explaining, it's not real liberty because it's not actually sustainable. And it's also sometimes called negative or positive freedom. And this concept is based on a theory put forth by Isaiah Berlin, and it goes something like this.
Okay, minor note, he's actually completely correct that Isaiah Berlin is the modern creator of the positive-negative distinction, but all I would try and say is Berlin was not a socialist. The closest you get to positive freedom in social ethical theory is probably G.A. Cohen and John Romer. And I don't know that either, I think that Cohen talked about it. I don't know that he ever endorsed it, but I could be wrong.
Negative liberty is the freedom from coercion, or in other words, it's the freedom from coercive interference in your daily life, while positive is more like the freedom of access to do whatever you want. And this can sometimes be a bit confusing, so I'll use a simple explanation using bread as an example.
Okay, I hate these fucking dolls. Literally every time he starts the video, I'm like, okay, I'm on this thought process, I'm working through, and out comes the fucking weird little doll. Why?
So for the example for negative liberty, imagine a baker who wants to bake some bread. And negative liberty and negative freedom would be that the baker is free to use his tools and ingredients to bake his bread how he wants to, without some external authority coming along and locking him up in jail or whatever, because his bread was not being baked in accordance to bread regulation number CUK 88490A section 17 on page 2465A of the Code of Screw You. Basically, he can make his bread how he wants and he doesn't have to worry from external coercion stopping him for basically no reason. In practice,
epic cuck memes, sir.
The policies that favor negative freedom are generally free market policies. The idea that you should be free to trade and engage in other voluntary acts of economic exchange and development without external aggressive forces telling you otherwise.
I'll actually mostly agree that negative freedom is usually taken up by people on the libertarian side of things. I did just want to note that negative freedom is also very closely associated with classical liberalism, because it's not just economic freedom that they wanted. They also wanted to free people from state coercion with respect to speech, with respect to the beliefs you can have, with respect to who can cross which borders. Negative freedom, taken to a radical extent, is actually a very radical philosophy. And in fact, as we'll get to later, socialists have used the language of negative freedom as their argument against capitalism.
But what about positive liberty? So for positive liberty, I'll use another example using, again, bread. Imagine a hungry guy who wants to eat a loaf of bread. However, the
only thing I'm mad about is that he didn't put a doll up. I'm so used to being like, imagine a hungry guy that wants to eat bread. Where's the fucking soy jack, okay? You put your doll up. Of course you put your doll up. Where's the hungry soy jack?
Bread he wants is being sold in a store for $5, but he only has $2. So sad. Therefore, he does not have the freedom to gain access to the bread he wants because market forces are standing in the way of his desires. In practice, positive liberty is generally represented by social welfare systems, or just general socialist ideas. For example,
again, this is a little bit misleading. A constant argument that you hear in debates about freedom of speech from the conservative side is actually a positive freedom argument that people can't be banned from Twitter, can't be banned from public platforms. They argue that freedom of speech means nothing without the ability to give that message out to a platform of people, and therefore that YouTube banning you, that some private platform banning you, which is not a the restriction of your like legal rights. It's not a restriction of your ability to speak. It's merely a restriction of your ability to magnify that speech through their privately owned market. They argue that you have a positive right to access to the public forum. That's why it's wrong to ban them.
We'll say the society this guy lives in decides to give everyone $200 of food credits every month. Said 100 guy is now able to buy the bread, assuming he doesn't blow his credits on something stupid beforehand. Now, the socialist argument in favor of positive liberty over negative liberty given by Voosh is pretty short, so I'll just clip it here.
Is freedom. That's what I care about most, and that's what libertarian socialism is about. There are many types of freedoms, positive and negative. If I might indulge very briefly, like, is a man thrown to a lawless desert without food, water, or clothing free? Really asking.
So, probably no.
I agree.
Charlie Kirk, welcome to the Democratic Socialists of America. #1 positive freedom fan, Charlie Kirk. Oh my god, you're right, the doll's in the bottom left. Oh my god, no!
Agree. He's free to die.
But that's an extreme example,
Sure.
not applicable in modern wealthy America.
No,
or
but-
any Western nation.
But it's a philosophical base.
It's also a Rousseauian argument. Man's born free, and he, spends the rest of his life in chains. It's
Right.
just anti-commercial in nature.
Well, no, but it's a base philosophical argument because it's true, they're lawless. There's nothing preventing him from doing anything in that environment, but he has no ability to act.
I'm going to be honest, I love that it's a 12-minute video and he fucking fades out on Vosh actually explaining the argument. Vosh is literally like, here's the thought. It's literally, it would be literally like I played one of his videos with his stupid fucking doll examples and then cut him off like after 30 seconds. Oh my god.
Now, there are a lot of issues with this positive freedom cell, but for the sake of this video, I'm just going to focus on 3 of them. One of these is something that people who are familiar with the justifications for free market policies might already be aware of, and the other problems are a bit more obscure, and I haven't really seen too many people go into detail for, which is basically why I'm making this video. And anyways, I'll start with the first refutation, which is kind of an obvious answer to a lot of people who've studied these already kind of know about, which is that positive liberty is really just theft, and that the way it works
extremely based. I know that Chad Not Chud is going to get so mad at me for this. I think it's theft. I think by utilitarian standards, it is theft. However, it is extremely justified. The theft is not something which is always wrong. That theft can be justified. There are like obvious examples of justified theft throughout history and obvious hypothetical examples of it all the goddamn time. If it is theft, it is justified. And what Chad Would Not Chud, if he were in my seat, would say instead is that income that you receive from the market is not natural income. The market can only exist because of the social institutions we have built up around it. When we take a portion of your earnings, what we're really doing is taking the portion that is necessary to sustain that income in the first place. That in short, if you did not pay taxes, you could not have this income. So it is not theft, it is more like rent. So if he is willing to make the argument that people should have to pay rent to be able to work on the capitalist's property, which is the argument that he gave earlier around exploitation, then it is the exact same argument that we should give for taxes, right? That taxes are essentially rent to exist within society. And I don't know if Chad would use those terms, but just try to meet him on his own terms.
Necessitates theft from other people. So an alternative but equally uncharitable hypothetical to Voosh's man in the desert who's dying because he doesn't have anything but is technically free from any laws would be to instead imagine a street robber. He goes up to people, sticks a revolver in their face, takes their money, and then lives large however he wants with access to whatever he wants, assuming he never gets caught.
Okay. This example of positive freedom is so funny to me because like the whole point of maximizing positive freedom is that it's not you maximizing your positive freedom. It's society maximizing its positive freedom. If Cornrow Biden in his Fumo outfit goes around robbing people, that would actually reduce other people's positive freedom because it would reduce their ability to pursue their own goals. If he kills or hurts you, that reduces your ability to pursue your own goals. The reason that positive freedom supporters oppose robbery and crime is because it reduces your ability to pursue your goals. Like, crime is not a one-sided thing. I genuinely don't know why he picked this example. It's like he explained what positive freedom is in the beginning. It's the idea that you should be able to pursue things without limits. It is an entitlement to be able to do things. But the whole point is that is not an unlimited entitlement. Your entitlement is limited by other people's entitlement to pursue their own goals. Yes, he made his little character have the stupid doll on his head. Yes, the doll is sitting on his head in the bottom right.
Like the man crawling through a desert without food or water is an absurdist analogy on negative freedom, this is basically an absurdist analogy on positive freedom. But
the thing here is that the analogy to the desert is not an absurdist example of negative freedom. It's imagining a world where no government exists. Is a man more free because the government does not exist? And we could just imagine this in a human society. Let's imagine that tomorrow the government collapsed. Would man be more free? In some sense, yes, they would be free from a lot of the impositions on your freedom. You could say whatever you want. You could yell fire in a crowded theater. You could hire whoever you want for as little as you wanted because minimum wages would disappear. You would gain a lot of these freedoms back from the reductions of negative freedom. But what you would lose in exchange for that is a lot of the freedoms required to actually use those. For example, what does it matter if you can hire someone for however much you want if there's no police to protect you? What does it matter if you can say whatever you want if someone can kill you for doing so? Part of the reason that we impose on negative liberty is because it preserves other people's negative liberty. It's the exact argument for why positive freedom supporters do not support robbing other people. And as Zoomy Deer points out, there are, in fact, deserts without civilization. You can just go there. Okay, Chad.Chud wants to explain on the rent point. Chad.Chud says, I wouldn't exactly call it rent, but yeah, that's the basic idea. It can only be theft in reference to some pre-existing theory of what people should have what. And I reject the libertarian distribution theory. So therefore, tax collection is not theft. It's exercising a legitimate property claim, like repossessing a car. Yeah, that's maybe a more elaboration. I'm just, if we can justify under his terms the worker having to rent capital from the capitalist, then I think that we will justify on the same terms that the citizen has to rent social benefits from society. That's the analogy I'm trying to draw.
But it does prove a fairly simple point, or like Bush said, provides a based philosophical argument, which is that positive freedom, while it technically provides the people enjoying that positive liberty more choices in life to pursue their goals, it generally necessitates interfering in the negative liberty of others. And that's a very big problem because it doesn't actually have to be this way. So for instance, going back to the hungry man buying bread with government food credits, this may at first seem better than the robber scenario, but not by much. If the state is taxing the store owner in order to pay for these food credits, and the store owner doesn't want to pay those taxes, well then the theft of his $5 loaf of bread is still occurring, it's just occurring in a way that is much more indirect. It's just A stealing from C and then giving to B, instead of it being directly stolen from C to B. And this is all kind of the general argument against positive freedom that most economists are already pretty familiar with.
I guarantee you that 90% of economists do not know what positive versus negative freedom is.
The true main difference between the two is that negative liberty is just, I want it, so let me do the work to build it, free from interference. And positive liberty is, I want it, so it gives me that for free. Often with various forms of social inequality being presented as justification for giving that for free. Which
I agree. Communism is when you give people stuff for free. Communism has nothing to say, and socialism, the lower stage of communism in Karl Marx, has nothing to say about how wages should be distributed, how we should try and build a more productive society. It's simply giving everyone for free. I wouldn't even Google the term labor vouchers. That's not a real thing that Marx wrote about. Even if I disagree with it, it's definitely just a thing that wouldn't exist because he wants everything for free. Also, I know this is a low blow, but come on, man. If you're getting your memes from Elon Musk, there's something wrong with you. Give me that for free is not yeah, I mean, give me that for free. It originally comes from a 4chanification of how they think black people speak. So it is implicitly racist, but this guy's a Hoppian, so you knew that.
Which means that in many ways, the negative versus positive freedom argument is just the free market capitalism versus socialism question, again, just being taken from a slightly different angle. And thus a lot of the arguments against it are very similar to the arguments between capitalism and socialism. For instance, free market policies generally lead to people being wealthier overall anyways. And so if you're given the choice between everyone being equally poor, or some people having more than others but everyone being better off, then the latter is obviously the better choice.
All I wanted to say is that the fundamental argument here is that welfare reduces growth. And suffice it to say, that's not an obvious fact about the world. Here is a table from Lindrich 2004 titled How Social Transfers as a Share of GDP Correlate with Growth and Prosperity in 19 Countries from 1880 to 2000. So this is an immense period of time. This is basically the modern capitalist period after the early emergence from capitalism. And across all rich countries, all 19 rich countries, the correlation on average between welfare spending and GDP growth, I want to zoom in here, is 0. And this is actually way better than you'd expect, theoretically, because, thought experiment, what happens during a recession? Does social spending go up or does it go down? Do employment benefits go up or down during a recession? Does government fiscal stimulus go up or down during a recession? Do taxes go up or down during a recession? Well, for spending, it goes up. And taxes often go down. So social spending goes up as a share of GDP, actually quite enormously. So we would actually naively expect social spending to be correlated with recessions, just by the mechanics of how social spending works. And yet, the correlation is 0, which implies that the actual correlation is actually likely positive. So I just want to be clear that, like, at the very macro level, it is not obvious that welfare reduces growth whatsoever. And at the micro level, there's a lot of very detailed arguments that welfare in particular, like food stamps, enhances the ability of people to pick themselves out of poverty and build businesses. The pro-welfare argument the pro-growth argument of education is so obvious I don't even feel the need to make for it. The pro-growth argument of stuff like workers' comp is also fairly simple. I raised earlier in this argument that if you lose your job, then your consumption would go way down. And if that happens, then you're going to be way less likely to take a job, which is risky, maybe a high growth job. So you're only going to take secure jobs in low growth, low volatility fields that you feel like you're going to have a high likelihood of security in the long run. That means that less workers will choose jobs in innovative fields with a lot of failing firms and a lot of vastly succeeding firms. So just the point here is that, like, I don't know. I don't have time in the space of this video to defend, like, socialism promotes growth or whatever. I just wanted to say that naively, you should not assume that welfare reduces growth. It is a very common thing in our culture to assume that. In fact, the likelihood is, like, you should net assume the opposite. Though plenty of welfare probably does reduce growth. Plenty probably does enhance growth. It's a mixed bag, as in every kind of spending.
With the only real reason that you would want to ever really choose the former, and you would actually prefer everyone be poorer and worse off, but equal, is pretty much just out of spite, which is pretty lame.
That's true. The only reason that communists care about equality is because they hate the rich. It's just spite. That's true.
To be honest. However, the leftists do have somewhat of a point, which is that it's good for some kind of social safety net to exist so that people don't get put into a situation where they would have to potentially steal to survive. For instance, say that the hungry guy has $0 as opposed to $2 and he can't afford any bread at all. That could put someone in a situation where they have to steal to survive, period. And history has shown us that when given the choice of ethics versus dying, most people will choose to throw away ethics and just not die.
I just want to remind you that the hypothetical here is a man stealing bread to feed himself or die. The Mentis Wave guy is so propertarian that he thinks stealing to survive is evil. Common libertarian L.
Obviously that is not ethical, but it doesn't matter, that's just how human beings are. And we unfortunately just have to accept the reality of that. Fortunately, however, this distinction that negative liberty between positive liberty would have no kind of social safety net and that you therefore need positive liberty is actually a false dichotomy. Going back to the store owner who owns that bread, him being taxed in order to pay for those food credits is again only really a problem because he doesn't want to pay those taxes to pay for it. But what if enough people living in this city where this store exists actually do believe that there should be social safety nets, and they're willing to actually pay into it? Well, that's where you get things like mutual aid societies and fraternal benefit orders, where people actually can create a private and voluntary social safety net. Said hungry man could then join that mutual aid network, and they would help him during his time of need.
Okay, I've talked a lot about mutual aid before. Mutual aid here does not mean the anarchist idea. Mutual aid is not this cool thing that your local punk rocker goes down and gives food for free at the city center. It's not food for bombs. Mutual aid in the 1890s was insurance. Modern insurance companies literally evolved from mutual aid and the private competitors to mutual aid. Fraternal societies were just member-funded and member-run versions of insurance. They were sort of like insurance cooperatives to some degree. So, like, I want to be clear. This is not a radical invention. What he's describing here is insurance. Do you think that health insurance keeps people from not being poor? Do you think that getting life insurance keeps people from not being poor? I also wanted to note just a very simple thing on the scope of mutual aid. Here is data on, one second. Here's data on United States social spending, United States charity spending, and United States mutual aid spending. So social spending is in blue. Social spending is in blue, starting around FDR, or before FDR, it was around like 2% of GDP, 1% of GDP, spikes up after FDR to 5% of GDP, and nowadays it's about 20% of GDP. That means that around $1 in $5 in the United States goes to redistribution. Usually from the rich to the poor, or benefits like healthcare for the elderly, healthcare for the poor, etc. And I believe this does not include education. So why do I bring this up? Social spending is enormous, and it hugely reduces poverty. Elder poverty nowadays is roughly a fifth or a sixth of what it was before Social Security. Poverty overall is something like a fourth of what it was before all of our welfare programs started to roll out. Once you account for, basically there's a bunch of bad poverty measures, but on the poverty measures which actually account for people's wealth and income, there has been enormous reductions in poverty because of this increase. Charity has basically not changed at all. Charity was 1.5% of GDP, and now it's 2% of GDP. It is tiny. And one of the oddities is that it's actually gone up. People are more charitable now with more social spending than they were before FDR. I fucked up a little on this graph. These numbers stop here because of how I did a GDP conversion, and I have to update it. But as someone who's looked at the data, just let me tell you, this line for charity just continues like this. It's just flat. And the mutual aid is also just flat. Mutual aid does not decline or whatever. It's just staying down here. It's really tiny. Mutual aid was around 0.1% of GDP based on a data set of 174 fraternal societies put together by Baito 2000, who is a libertarian arguing in favor of mutual aid societies. So why am I bringing all this up? Let's imagine that mutual aid came roaring back to the strength that it had before the modern welfare state. Mutual aid would account for 1/200th of the welfare spending we require, right? Charity already doesn't solve poverty, but if we got rid of charity, of social spending entirely, charity would only account for 1/10 of social spending in this country. So the idea that social spending could simply be taken care of by the private sector has never happened in history, ever. It did not happen before we invented the welfare state, and it will not happen now. Yeah, Chad is correct. The rich would pick up the slack, bro. If we didn't have welfare, bro, I promise, bro. Trust me, bro. Please, bro. Just one more welfare program cut, bro. Please, I promise. The rich will build some mutual aid, bro. Please, I promise, sir. Jesus Christ. I wanted to add one last thing. Oh no, I'll add that for later. Long story short, you currently live in the most charitable time on Earth. You live in the highest social spending and the highest charity that we've ever observed on Earth. And it has not solved poverty. It did not solve poverty back before social spending. Charity was lower historically than it is today.
Usually in exchange for the fact that once he gets back on his feet, he can then help others when they're down, who are also a part of the same mutual aid network. This is admittedly a very big oversimplification. If anyone's interested to hear how this would actually work, I recommend watching my previous video on the subject of fraternal aid societies. The TLDR of it is that they existed in the past and they don't really exist today because A, we have government-sponsored social safety nets now that kind of ended up replacing them, as well as various regulations were passed that interfered with them. So
there is some truth to the idea that social spending undercut mutual aid networks, but a lot of that is just because the very, very, very poor didn't have need of an insurance cooperative for health insurance because the state provided that health insurance. And like, there is truth to that. We did displace that, but we also expanded it to a hugely greater number of people. The reason mutual aid was so small was in large part because it was self-selected to the upper middle class. Historically, the people who created the first mutual aid societies back in the Netherlands in like the 1800s were upper middle class artisans. So they were usually doing pretty well already, and that's why they had the money to save in an insurance program, because that's what mutual aid is. You pay money in so that they pay money back out when you're fucked. So yeah, it did good for the upper middle class, who were already not getting fucked by the system. So like, good job. We solved the poverty of the artisan class.
So of course, in order for these societies to come back, we would need to remove those regulations. The main point I am making here is that a society doesn't actually need to focus on positive liberty in order to have the social benefits of positive liberty. That may seem counterintuitive to some people, but the reality is that this has been tried before in the past and it actually did work. In fact, for certain things like healthcare and whatnot, it worked arguably better than the current corporatist healthcare system that America has today.
I just want to read to, again, make clear exactly what mutual aid meant in the history. Shortly after the turn of the century, articles about the lodge practice began to fill the page of American medical journals. This term referred to a new method by which fraternal societies extended low-cost medical service to members. The usual approach within these fraternal societies was for... The usual approach for a fraternal society was for a doctor to give basic health care in exchange for a salary based on the size of the membership. For obvious reasons, lodge practice was a popular innovation among members of fraternal societies. This is just, I think it's an HMO, right? This is just a modern HMO. This is a health insurance company which has an in-network group of doctors who provide care based on a salary instead of number of patients treated. That's it. This might have been innovated in 1880. It is not innovative in the year 2023. The Soviet Union did this, okay? The entire Soviet healthcare system can be described as an enormous HMO. Fraternal societies, number one Stalin stan.
At the very least being far less expensive. In fact, that's a general issue with a lot of these government programs. They tend to be around 1/3 less or so efficient in terms of cost and output.
I just want to remind y'all that this graph is completely insane. Something like 99% of money that goes to Social Security goes right back out to its beneficiaries. Insurance companies are roughly as efficient whether private or public. Like, again, it's something like 95 to 99% of money that goes into an insurance company goes back out in payments. Insurance companies are not high margin. Government bureaucracies that pay out social benefits are not high margin, meaning like a lot of spending on bureaucracy and whatnot. Yeah. This is absurd. And even beyond that, government bureaucracy has huge returns to scale because it's one company, essentially, one firm, one bureaucracy serving the entire country. So they only have to have one registry. They only need to have one agency responsible for payment, one agency responsible for sending out and receiving money. It's cheap. That's why so many countries do it.
As private programs, and this definitely includes private charity and mutual aid networks. And so that would be the second refutation to the negative versus positive liberty argument. A lot of people don't know that you actually can have a voluntary welfare system, and it actually has been tried in the past, and that it's actually very efficient to do it this way. Plus,
just as an example of the efficiency of the systems we're talking about here, governance and administration is 8% of the US healthcare system, 5% of Germany's, 2% of the UK, 2% of Sweden, and 1% of France, and 1% of Japan. Japan is single payer, France is like pseudo single payer, Sweden is single payer, UK is single payer, Canada 3% single payer. So answer yourself, is there more overhead, more efficiency, more payout to workers in a private healthcare system with a million different fucking companies that all have to compete with each other, which all advertise, or one firm doing the whole goddamn thing?
It gets rid of the ethical problem at the beginning, going back to the baker and his bread, or the store owner and his bread. With fraternal benefit orders put in place, the state no longer needs to steal from the store owner in order to pay for those food credits. And this is largely what I meant by this meme I posted on X earlier.
I will not shame a man for using the Mr. Musk's neopronouns, but I will never pronounce Twitter differently. It was born Twitter, and it will die Twitter.
Positive freedom, when unmasked, is really just revealing itself to be slavery, just like the plantation owners had. Yes, in fact.
Again, the previous example of positive freedom was a robber. The second example of positive freedom is a slave owner. Ask yourself, does this man understand what building a society based on positive freedom really means?
Plantation owners unironically had a lot of positive freedom from the wealth that they gained from slavery, with of course the problems that it was both unethical and damaging to the rest of the economy. But yeah, they had a lot of positive freedom, and this is something a lot of people who keep presenting positive freedom as a good thing don't really seem to understand. The idea of being entitled to somebody else's labor as a basis of economic rights, like Tony Annette here is saying, is really just thinly veiled slavery. If you think that you are entitled to somebody else being forced to do work in order to pay for your livelihood, then yeah, that's pretty much the definition of slavery there. Which brings me to the third and final refutation of positive liberty, which I will now
So I just wanted to add a note. This is the dumbest possible argument against single-payer healthcare. When the government hires a doctor, it is not slavery for the doctor to do doctoring work for the government, just as it is not slavery for a private firm to hire a doctor. In both cases, we can say that money is to some degree coercive, right? No job is truly free in a system where you have to work or starve. That's true whether it's the government or whether it's a private firm. However, there's a difference between that and slavery, right? Like the difference is, in fact, the exact same thing for government employees and private employees versus slaves. It's that both of them are free to leave. They are free to choose a different profession. It is a contract. They essentially have to choose some employment contract, but they can choose which contract, which employer, where and when, what specialization, and so on. As Najawin says, cops are slaves under this logic. Yeah, it's dumb as shit.
Now take a look at the example Vush gave a bit more directly here. So, a man stuck in the desert indeed has a lot of negative freedom. But let's take a step backwards for a second and ask ourselves, what, from a historical context very specifically, does this hypothetical situation that Vush gave sound like? Well, that sounds a lot like mankind before we invented modern civilization, doesn't it?
Quick note, before man invented modern civilization, 1 in 10 people were murdered. So yeah, there was a lot of freedom, negative freedom, to do exactly whatever the fuck you wanted.
When man first stepped on this earth, we had nothing. We were in the wilderness and had absolutely nothing, but we did have freedom. And from that, we built everything we had, from cavemen to communal societies to more advanced civilizations like the Bronze Age and the Iron Age, all eventually bringing us to what we have today.
So I just want to say, attributing all of civilization to negative freedom is like... Yes, very good point, sir. I'm sure the Roman Empire was really good at preserving negative freedom. Yes, sir, I'm sure that the autocratic states in East China were very good at preserving freedom. Yes, sir, I'm sure that the feudal lords were negative freedom fans. Oh my god.
What if we didn't have that? What if we were to go back in time and push this idea of positive liberty and more equality to its logical conclusion? But of course, not from the perspective of our modern technologically advanced society we have today, oh no. Instead, let's go back in time. What if humans had no negative liberty during our hunter-gatherer days? Say some advanced aliens came to Earth all the way from Andromeda and said, okay guys, we are going to permanently implement communism now for your own good. You are only allowed to keep eating the berries off the plants, you are only allowed to hunt X animals a day, you must share all the spoils equally, and you aren't allowed to do anything else without our approval. But
okay, example 3 of positive freedom is you are allowed to do whatever you want except all of these things that we limit you from doing. In fact, you are limited so severely that the only things you can do to make yourselves better in this world are eat berries and eat from the natural world. You are not allowed to do anything else inventive. That's not enhancing positive freedom. The whole point of positive freedom is that everyone should be able to be an inventor because everyone is lifted up to the ability to be able to do that. The argument is that everyone deserves education. Chad, this guy is pretending that positive freedom and negative freedom are like some zero-sum game, that like to have more positive freedom in one area, you have to like lose exactly as much in another area. But the whole point, the whole argument for welfare is that we take taxes, which are an imposition on your freedom. They limit your ability to consume, they limit your free time, and so on. But by distributing them to the very poor, they receive far more in benefits, and society receives far more in benefits than we lose. The whole point is that it's not a zero-sum exchange. It feels like he wants like positive freedom and negative freedom to like cancel out or something. But these are just both ethical systems for viewing the world. I don't get it.
But hey, on the bright side, in case the humans ever had a bad day and they couldn't find anything or couldn't hunt anything or really couldn't get anything, the aliens would help bail them out, so thus guaranteeing that they would survive, which might seem like a great deal to the people living back then, but looking back on it today, this is obviously a terrible deal. Assuming these aliens deemed us unworthy of them sharing their technology with us, and were only interested in acting as an aggressive enforcement for permanent prehistoric communism, we would still be stuck at the same level of development today, all in exchange for more positive freedom and basic...
Look, I think it's so obvious that his vision of communism is when stuff equal and you share a lot. Like, that's why he's using this as an example of positive freedom, because he thinks positive freedom is when you do communism, and communism is when you rob people. Communism is when you're a slaveholder, and communism is when things are equal and you share a lot. Like, that's why his examples are so stupid, because he doesn't actually either understand positive freedom or is willing to think about a society that positively enhances it.
Basically being livestock. And that admittedly is kind of a silly hypothetical, but the point is this: negative liberty creates wealth, while positive liberty does not. Positive freedom is just wanting to reap a harvest that you did not actually sow, regardless of what the creator of that harvest wants. So a focus on positive freedom gives no incentive for a society to advance. Negative liberty is specifically what allowed for that massive spike in advancement that allowed human society to become what it is today, so that we can now enjoy all these modern advancements that we have, because we were free to build them. Take that freedom away and take those incentives away, and human beings no longer have an incentive to go further. And that's the main issue with this grift here. Negative...
Oh my god, he's just using grift for night he doesn't like again.
Liberty creates the wealth and freedom that is being associated with positive liberty, while a focus on positive liberty actually destroys negative liberty when taken to its logical conclusion. So really,
again, Chad Nutshell, you were exactly right. He thinks it's some like it's some zero-sum thing. The more positive freedoms you have, the less negative freedoms you have, which is they're just interpretive systems.
Realistically, positive freedom is just wealth. It's the benefits you get from having wealth and having an advanced society that created that wealth. An advanced society that exists because of negative freedom. And so
all I want to note is that the richest societies on Earth spend 1/5 of their GDP on welfare. And that welfare enormously increases our ability to educate people and to produce innovative results, which leads us forward again at being the richest societies on Earth. Like, the argument that only negative freedom can yield growth seems contradicted by, like, the last century. So, yeah. I understand this is just, like, an offhand thing, but, like, libertarians have to do a better job of arguing that, like, only their system can yield growth. Because, again, per the social welfare graph before, it has no effect on net. And, in fact, it probably has a net positive effect.
So while Vush's rhetoric is very good, all he's really doing is saying that we should be allowed to enjoy the wealth without really understanding where that wealth comes from. It's kind of like wanting to plug a power strip into itself for infinite power. Sure, that'd be awesome.
I hate these dolls. I hate them so much. I don't know what they mean. I don't know what they represent. But the fact that this guy uses them makes me so upset. Okay, I hate these dolls. They're called a fumo. I looked it up. I am not a fan. I don't understand why they're like this. Okay? I think libertarians should be placed away from anything that looks like an underage child. They should be placed like 7 feet at minimum away from anything which looks like an underage child. Okay, is that too much to ask? That would really enhance my positive freedom, even though it would reduce their negative freedom, and that, in a sense, would cancel out. It would make the world cosmically just, right?
If you could actually do that, and it would be pretty awesome if it worked. Just completely ignore the laws of physics and just enjoy infinite electricity in magical everything free land. But it obviously does not work that way. And so the fallacy of positive liberty here is that it is confusing the outcome of negative freedom for the concept of freedom itself. Again, going back to the picture in your mind of a plug or a power strip being plugged into itself. Yeah, that's pretty much how it is. And so my conclusion on the topic is this. While the distinction between the two is useful to explain the differences between freedom to do something and the freedom that comes with being given something you desire, a society that tries to focus on positive freedom is a society that has basically chosen to kill the golden goose. Like socialism, positive liberty is one of those ideas that can easily seem like a good thing until you actually research it and seriously think about it and how it works, and find out that it just doesn't work.
I agree. Welfare has killed the golden goose. There has been no growth since the creation of the welfare state in 1930. Things are exactly as bad as they were back then. It's just like his alien example. After the aliens came down and implemented space communism, open parentheses, giving poor people money, close parentheses, everyone lost every interest and ability and desire to create new things, innovate, and pursue self-advancement. And that's why we are exactly the same economic level as in 1930. Completely true. 100% true. Completely. 100%. As a closing note, I just wanted to add G.A. Cohen, again, that philosopher I cited earlier, who is a libertarian, sorry, not a libertarian, a socialist philosopher on how negative freedom, that's not the one I want. Since he gets to argue with memes, I figured I'd argue back with a meme, that negative freedom can also be used to justify socialism. Here is a quote attached to a meme, which is a meme in and of itself. So we have, of course, the excellent meme, because he explained the meme, so I'm going to do the exact same thing. We've got a man, and he's reading how to make money. He's doing okay. But then he looks inside the book, and oh my God, he has to work to make money, and now he's crying. And the tears are flowing. Oh my God, he's so sad. Fortunately, because there's no Fumos, Roger Downey Jr., I forget his actual name, Mr. Jr. comes over, and he comes to explain. Quote from G.A. Cohen. Some would deny that workers are forced to sell their labor power on the grounds they have other choices. The worker can go on the dole, or beg, or simply make no provision for himself and trust to fortune. It is true that the worker is free to do these other things, but to infer that he is therefore not forced to sell his labor power is to employ a false account of what it is to be forced to do something. When I am forced to do something, I have no reasonable or acceptable alternative course. Hence, the fact that the worker is free to starve or beg instead is not a refutation of the mooted claim. The claim that the worker is free entails that there are other acceptable things he is free to do. Yeah. In short, if you don't want people to be coerced into working, if you are worried that, hey, hiring government employees makes them into a slave, you should also be worried that, hey, private employees also have no alternative. They have to work, or to starve, or to beg, or to trust to luck. And if that's unacceptable for employees of the state, then that's unacceptable for all workers. And that, in short, is the critique of capitalism, broadly, that we want more people to share more of the profits of capitalism. That's also the critique, I guess, of scarcity. One of his arguments, and I actually think it's interesting because he's completely correct, is that positive freedom sort of is wealth. That wealth, insofar as it is the ability to pursue your goals, is positive freedom. I thought you were going to do his quote about poverty limiting your negative freedom. Oh shit. I think you're right. There's some good ones that I could have pulled, but I didn't pull them beforehand. So, if you have them on hand, chat, I can read them off. I pulled this one up because I already had it ready in a meme. The point I guess I'm just trying to get at is that I think that his phrasing of positive freedom as wealth is actually well taken. Socialists don't just want equality. Socialists want more positive freedom for everyone, or at least so I think is implied by Marx and a lot of classic socialists. That Marxian socialism, Marx's vision of socialism requires there to be so much abundance that people would not need to compete with each other to survive. So much abundance that people could increasingly choose to work or not to work voluntarily, and society would go on thriving. Marxism's vision is very much a post-scarcity society where we have continued to build up the means of production. We've continued to build up capital, automation, human capital, innovation, all of these things to such a point that our society is so efficient, so abundant, that work itself becomes voluntary. You could choose to work, you could choose not to. In Marx's quote, it's that you could choose to, I think it's like you could be a shepherd, you could be a fisherman, you could decide to like manage stocks, you could be a mathematician, a poet, all in one day, or nothing at all, because there would be so much abundance, you would have that freedom. And let's see if Chad's got a better quote lined up for me, because I didn't do my due diligence as the world's worst streamer. Wait, I actually have this quote in my fact sheet somewhere. I must have skipped it. I can tell because of the red line in the middle. Yes. Yeah, I'll do the second one. I don't know how I skipped this. So silly. World's silliest streamer. Stream tomorrow and you'll get better, fam. That's true. I am the world's worst streamer, but tomorrow I'll be the world's second worst streamer. One step upwards. G.A. Cohen writes, suppose an able-bodied woman is too poor to visit her sister. She cannot save enough from week to week to buy her way. If she attempts to board the train, she is consequently without the means to overcome the conductor's prospective interference. Whether or not this woman should be said to have the ability to go to Glasgow, there is no deficiency in her ability to do so, which restricts her independently of the interference that she faces. Cohen's saying that she could get on the train. She could walk there just fine. Everything is physically capable of her getting to Glasgow, getting to visit her sister in another city. But what's stopping her? Well, the conductor is prospectively interfering, actively getting in the way of that physical ability. Cohen continues. She is entirely capable of boarding the underground and of traversing the space that she must cross to reach the train, but she will be physically prevented from crossing that space or physically ejected from the train. Or consider a moneyless woman who wants to pick up and take home a sweater from some clothes shop, which is some incomprehensible British shit at Selfridges. If she contrives to do so, she will be physically stopped outside of Selfridges and the sweater will be removed. The only way that you won't be prevented from getting and using things that cost money in our society, which is to say, most things, is by offering money for them. So, in short, to lack money is to be liable to interference, and the assimilation of money to physical or mental resources is a piece of unthinking fetishism in the good old Marxist sense that it misrepresents social relations of constraint as people lacking things. Cohen tries to summarize that as, in a word, money is no object. What he's trying to say is, if you don't have money, you can't do shit. Try and go down to your local car dealership and drive off the car there without paying them, and you will be arrested and you will go to jail. You will be physically interfered with. Your freedom to take things from other people, which is what it would be in the natural state of world with no government interference, is interfered with by property. Property is monopoly. Property is restriction. There is no ownership of property without the ability to remove people from it. And to some degree, we all think some of those restrictions are okay. All of us, I think, socialist or not, would be okay with police removing people who tried to move into your home and take it from you by force. It is right that people should have a place to stay that is theirs. However, the argument from anti-capitalists is that a lot of these coercions are fundamentally based in preserving inequality that keeps people from being able to pursue their basic physical abilities, their desires to visit other people in society, their desires to get clothing, their desires to get food. And so in short, it is our responsibility to build a society that is opposite to that. A society that gives people as many boosts to their ability to get forward in life, as many abilities to thrive and flourish in their capacity as an independent agent in life. That's why we want stuff like education for all. That's why we want a basic minimum of social welfare for all. Everyone deserves good health, because without good health, you can't exercise any of your rights. Everyone wants an education, because without an education, you cannot understand the events in society and hope to change them. Fundamentally, the argument is that to exercise your negative liberty, you need a basic standard of living. And that's the simplest argument for at least something like beefy social democracy. If you don't give everyone a certain baseline, then society has failed at giving everyone that baseline of negative liberty. And it's interesting because everyone seems to accept it for policing. Everyone accepts that without the police coming in, you wouldn't have the negative liberty of freedom to your body, of bodily autonomy, because someone could come in and just hurt you. But we don't accept it for health for some reason. Even though we get it for a person hurting you, we don't accept it for stuff like nature hurting you. We don't accept it for all of these other cases where your negative freedom is imposed upon by nature. And I simply think that we should kill nature and give everyone maximum freedom. Is that too much to ask? Anyway, end of segment. I have been going for 6.5 hours. My voice is starting to fade, and I'm losing my mind. On that note, I'm going to find someone else to read you out to, I think. I am hoping to stream tomorrow again. I just wanted to shout out 2 last things before I go. I want to shout out the DSA. I guess 3 things. I want to shout out the DSA. If you like my streams, then you will like all of the annoying people in DSA who believe very similar things. If you want to make sure that Palestine does not get ethnically cleansed by Israel, you can click on this Jewish Voice for Peace link. And if you want to help Palestinian children directly, you can click on this PCRF link. And I will take any suggestions for who to read out to. I'm going to look out myself. Thank you for everyone who donated. Thank you for everyone who liked the stream. Really appreciate all of it. Glad that there's so many people who think that my ramblings are worthy of support. Sort of terrified about that. Roxy says right out to me, but she's lying. She's not streaming. Apples is not streaming. Dark is not streaming. Tanya's not streaming. Enrol's not streaming. Even Mama is streaming. All right. Even Mama. And I'm going to post the link here, and I'm going to post it in the YouTube chat. James Irvin said, I'll have to watch the VOD because I missed the last 6 hours. I hope the VOD is worthwhile. I need to start checking the audio level and stuff and getting... I've just been trying to get get back out there a little bit. I don't know. I am like I guess being very blunt about it. It's a little spooky after not having produced content. It's a little scary after not having produced content for a very long period of time to get back into trying to produce it. It's hard to feel like my voice is worth speaking when I'm so used to for like the last year of just listening to people. I don't know how else to say that. Another day of chat carrying SDL on our backs. That's true. Chat, strongest warrior of socialism. Man, I actually am really mad that I missed that Cohen quote, because I was looking for Cohen quotes on negative liberty, and I know I have that quote in there somewhere, but I couldn't find it. All I could find was the stupid meme. Not stupid meme. It's the greatest meme. Love that meme. Best meme. Strongest meme from the strongest meme warrior in Joe Biden's meme army for socialism. And on that note, I am going to send y'all over to Mama. Give her stream a like, even if you're going to head out. It takes like 5 seconds, and it hugely boosts her in the algorithm. Bye.